qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Good afternoon, evening, folks. Welcome onwards to Playday number 10 of Voltage Series Season 6 here. My name's Travi. I'm joined here by Gracie, and we've got 4 amazing best of ones coming your way as we start to get to the final third of things here in our group stages. But Gracie, before we get into all that, how are you doing today?
It got it very heated. A couple of the teams will get bombed out, and sadly, a couple of the teams that we do have in front of your screens today will not really be able to get that second chance because the number of days that are left is pretty much coming down to the wire. So some teams can make it up to that top 4 and really settle themselves throughout this entire season. But at the same time, it's just a little bit rough, right? Because we have to say goodbye to a couple of these rosters, and it's a bittersweet end to a really good story for some of them.
Yeah, as you said, we're approaching the end of our group stage now, so we're starting to see the point of no return for some of these teams, especially towards the lower end. Today's results are going to be very, very important for continuing their run forwards. A failure today basically means all but onwards. This point is going to be do or die. So in a second, we'll bring up the standings for you. For those of you just joining us, perhaps haven't been here in a couple of weeks, just want to see exactly where things have been lying. I mean, looking at the results here, a lot of things, they haven't changed much in the last week. Diavoli and Geek, they're still leading the pack out by amongst the tops. But for me, where things start to get really, really interesting are in that 4th to 7th place there. Myth, Psychopathus, UAIM, and Wisteria, they're all within a couple of points of each other.
Yeah, that's what's the really scary part about all of this, especially when you look at Psychopathus and UAIM. They're pretty much at the point of do or die as well. Whoever is able to take this early lead on in today's matchup will have pretty much the biggest lead that they could have asked for moving forward. But what I'm really sad about is at the bottom of the scoreboard, it's going to be the side of VIP. They've been having a pretty rough series throughout this entire season. And honestly speaking, I don't see a situation where they can really come on back into this.
Yeah, VIP, they need to get points today. I'm 95% certain of my maths is always awful, so take this with a grain of salt. If VIP don't get the full 3 points out of today, they're done and dusted. They need to start building points onwards for today, because if you include today, you've only got 5 play days left, so it's not long to go. And we're really going to start to see these leaders emerge. Obviously, Diavoli already very firmly ahead, going to look to continue that today. We've got some real bangers coming up today, right? You know, we've got a mix of games from top to bottom. We've got a mix of games in the middle of the pack. So let's take a look at what tonight's schedule is going to be looking like here. See exactly who we're going to be starting off against. For me, all eyes are on that match 3 there. Match of the day. That one is going to be ever so exciting.
Yeah, match number 3 is even more of an exciting one for us, ladies and gentlemen, because don't forget, Psychopathus is now playing their 9th match today, and this is going to be their 10th. So if are able to take this match up against Psychopathus, this puts them at a very significant lead moving forward, where Psychopathus are now forced to win out on their next couple of matches on the next play days that they're going to be able to get. Everything else, though, of course, will have its own set of excitement. Team VIP possibly getting their first point on the board, finally getting to a point of, hey, maybe we can make it over to that top 4 position. Maybe we're not going to get relegated out. So there's going to be a lot of ifs. There's going to be a lot of buts. But that first initial game of GK versus Wisteria, this is the one that we need to talk about. And Travi, I'm going to ask you for this one. I want your opinions on both of these teams. And who do you think is possibly going to be able to take this one?
I mean, I think this one is going to be one of those games, his first game of the night. It's going to be one of these matches where it's very much going to be decided on. You're looking at it on paper. This one is very much screaming to be. It's going to be a GK map win, right? They're our Combine champions. They're our Rumble champions. They are going to be the favourites, but especially as of the last couple of weeks, I've seen it slip through a little bit more lately than perhaps throughout the rest of the year. GK, they're getting prone to the odd upset here and there. And considering where Wisteria are currently at the standings in 7th place, if they can pull off an upset here against GK today, that could give them a momentum to really build themselves up and get themselves back into playoff contentions for these final few play days.
Absolutely. There's still a pretty big chance that Wisteria are not going to be the team that gets relegated here because of how, like, small the point gaps are between the teams, especially when you look at the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place positions. So if Wisteria are able to capture a couple of the points here and just take a win, UAIM are now forced to perform even better. If they lose up against Sigabatas, they could just be the ones to get relegated instead. So there's a lot riding on this game number 1 for the members of Wisteria, but for GK, this is just another day in the office, right? If you keep yourselves in that top 6 position, at the bare minimum, we are just fighting for seedings at that point.
Yeah, and as well for GK, they're obviously in that top 2, so they're going to get that little extra bonus going into the playoffs as well. They want to maintain that position. But I'm looking ahead of today as well for GK. They've actually got some very tough games coming ahead of them, as well as obviously on the side of Wisteria. Both teams after today are going to have some very, very tough games. You know, both teams are going to be going head-to-head with Panu, UAIM, Psychopatus. These really, really great teams here that are pushing things through. So I think for GK, it's going to be maintain the expectations, not let these upsets creep through, just maintain the great standard we know of them. For Wisteria, get some momentum going, come out of the first couple of rounds, I think, with something really explosive, something really exciting, and show us off something really impressive. And do so, well, let's see what wicked map we're going to be heading to for tonight, of course, because it wouldn't be a matchup without a banger of a map, would it?
Absolutely. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, all of this will be in a BO1 because we're playing in a round robin format. So when it comes down to the play days, you need to lock in that one map that you know you can take your opponents down to the wire. First initial set of bans, not really that big of a surprise that GK have been banning out Chalet, especially in these best of 1 series. In the past, we have seen that GK can really struggle on this particular map, not just this tournament, but in the other ones that we have watched them play. Now, Wisteria on the opposite side of the spectrum, when you look at the overall ban selection, they've taken away much more of the control-heavy maps, especially the ones being Cafe and Skyscraper. Wisteria as a team really do struggle when it comes down to playing on those much more control-intensive maps, and something a bit more comfortable will be either... Okay, so when you look at the last bit, it's Lair or Bank, right? So it's just about choosing which poison is worse for you. We all hate Bank, but we all hate Lair even more.
Wow, I am not going to echo that sentiment, only reason because I feel like I'm one of very few Lair enjoyers that sit around it.
Yeah, you already stated that last time.
Both maps are comfortable for GK, and I think that's another thing, you know, to sit here for them as well. I mean, most maps are going to be sort of comfortable more for GK. For Wisteria, Bank, there's not a lot to really go off of on them. As you say, it leans into the play styles they do like to play as a team here, so it could definitely be a strong map for them. And something to back Wisteria here for, possibly, is the fact that they're not going to have... GK aren't going to be able to do a lot of VOD review. I think a lot of the strength of GK comes from the ability. You've got a really, really great backstage staff on the roster of GK. You've got a lot of you've got a lot of coaches, you've got a good set of analysts there who are really, really doing the work, who are really sort of giving GK that one-up on information. And if it's just simply not available, it could make things very hard for GK to anticipate what's coming.
Absolutely. Wisteria is also another team that doesn't have a lot of maps really played on Bank as well. So a lot of their overall strat plays and information will be quite unknown to GK, but at the same time, GK just has a strong track record on this map. They are a team that knows how to play those map control intensive maps, and being here, being in a position like this, you can tell that GK as a team, they're not going to have much of a problems. But looking at the overall scorelines and the statistics for GK, I'm really surprised that everyone has a near 1-up KD. Like, other than Packbull pretty much is that much more support intensive player, so he's going to have that lower KD, but everyone else, they're just riding the highs. Everyone is consistent across the board.
Yeah, everyone else is fragging out. As you say, Packball, he is that more supportive player. If there's someone I want watching my six, whether it's on a drone, getting breaches open, Packball is very high on that list for me in terms of overall players. So it doesn't matter that his KD is not perhaps up there with the rest of the team, because even on a more supportive role, 0.98 is still a phenomenal statistic to be at. And then when we flip things over to look at the other side of things, right? So we now look towards Wisteria's statistics at a team. You've got some good numbers on here. You've got YMK and Pozo both putting up some really impressive numbers. For me, a lot of this is going to lie on what the other members of the team, how Nolf and Neos can really pull up that backline and start to get them competing.
Absolutely. Pozo's been pulling his weight in a lot of those maps, and you can tell that he's that superstar player, right? I still remember there were a couple of clutches where Pozo just pulled off a 1v4 out of absolutely nowhere. He can turn the tides of any particular game, but where this team really falls short is that they rely too much on one player being that superstar level performer. Not like when you look at DK as a team, you can tell that every single one of those players have that capability of pulling out a clutch out of somewhere. But for Wisteria, it's all about either it's Pozo or in some situations, even Howixy, just finding those kills that he should not really be able to. Hopefully Wisteria, they've now really formulated a plan. There's been a bunch of different matches that they've already played throughout the league, and now at the last couple of closing moments, you need to settle on a play style that works for you. If you are not able to at least put up a good showing up against DK, moving forward, you might easily be the team who still gets relegated.
Yeah, you have to be really, really careful as well. As you said, this is a very important one for Wisteria here. And I'm not even going to say they're banking on a win right now, because they do have a decent number of points, enough-ish to fall themselves back on at the moment. They're obviously sitting tied with UAIM at 9. What I think would be good for Wisteria here, and for me, the goal of this game for them really is to just prove they can compete, right? I'm not expecting them to win. I'm just going to flat out be honest and say it. I do think this one is going to be leaning in favour of Geeke. That's my personal prediction for this one. But I think Wisteria, they'll impress me if they can get a 7-4 or a 7-5. Something that just shows they're able to compete with these top teams, because you've got a week's break until the next play day after this. Plenty of time to refine, plenty of time to learn, and really get yourselves into that great game and that great showing. And speaking of getting into things, I think we're just about ready to throw ourselves into our first one of the day here. Ladies and gentlemen, Bank, Geeke versus Wisteria is coming up for you all in just a second.
Absolutely. The map of Bank is going to be where we're really having the fun of it all, ladies and gentlemen. But at the same time, I don't really want to be the devil advocate just like you. I want to believe in Wisteria, but it kind of makes it tough, right? Because the statistics will, of course, point towards Geeke. It's Bank. Like, Bank and Geeke just go hand in hand when you look at the overall strategies that they do have, and their creativity is what makes them so strong on this. Vance will play a huge role on whether or not Wisteria are going to be able to hold on to this, because Geeke on the defensive side starting off, now they are a beast that you do not want to fight.
Not at all. And the thing is, Geeke play this very disruptive style on their defenses. They like to just throw the attacking teams off. Wisteria, they need to be composed. They're going to be relying on things like the Montaigne to get that information through, to really steady the ship for the team. And, well, Geeke, they're already reading into that with these bans.
Absolutely. Geeke, they understand that they need to play to their strengths here. Well, Wisteria going in for the much more traditional setups, especially with the Kaid ban coming in early. They're kind of worried that Geeke will be possibly taking that basement side. Maybe a Tachanka or a Lord and Savior is going to be coming in. Sense taken off the table as well. Anything that could disrupt their lines of sight, Geeke are instantly taking it away. Geeke as a team, they know how to switch up their momentum very quickly. They know how to do more forceful fights. They know and they understand that, hey, if the Kaid got banned out first, that means that they're going to try to play for a lot of those vertical lines of sight. If they get those hatches open, the Sense can be a huge problem, especially with the changes that Sense had, allowing her to pull those walls up and down. There's so many different variations that you can go for. Geeke, immediately, they went towards that basement side. Wisteria, they did their homework. They knew that Geeke wanted to play onto that defense. And look at the way that they're doing these tactical bans. Both teams, they understand each other's playstyle, and they're building off of it. This is what you want to see from a game of Siege of this caliber. But the real question is, Wisteria, what's the game plan to try and go in for this attack? Because with Geeke starting off on the defense and on the basement side, you know you have to clear a lot of ground to even have a chance to try and take a fight against them.
Yeah, you need to clear a lot of ground, and the thing that concerns me right now with Wisteria is what are they going to do about Hungry? You know he's going to be lurking around the map in some obscene corner you've probably not even thought of. And if Pac, yeah, that is a Cav pick, and
I
Pac will
did
claim on the
not
Echo.
notice
You're
that.
going to feed the information through. This is the thing. GK are playing this very aggressive. They want to make a statement opening round here. And if Wisteria, if they're not careful on their road here, it can go massively, massively punished.
This is quite the interesting game here, ladies and gentlemen. As my God, this is gonna be a match to remember. If the Caveira gets away with murder here. Careful what he wished for, because now Wisteria looking to find that early engagement. The drone works good. They're able to find a little bit of clearance and get a good chunk of information going for themselves. But that's a lot of drones already being lost. Players in towards the first floor sideline. They're trying to take this fight. And with the close quarters angles already given. Wait a minute. That's going to be the... Oh,
interrogation! That is disastrous there. The one operator who can counter the Caveira. She's shut down, making another one as well. Hungary's on a tear. I think Pozo's in spawn, just waiting out the timer of this one, as I think the rest of Wisteria, well, this round might be chalked. You might just want to already wrap it up shop and possibly look to go next here. You've lost your DKB. That's going to be your roam clearing utility gone. And then you've lost your Aurora as well. That ability to watch your back, to have those Dom panels to keep yourself secure. She's shut down as well. You can only get operators that are really focused on getting into site and executing onto it. But guess what? You're nowhere near that point just yet.
And then one interrogation just immediately put a big halt to their plans. And the fact that Hungry was able to get away with murder like this, that's the insane part, right? We don't want to see any of that happen. Correction's going to be able to get another one. One by one, the members are just going to keep on falling. They haven't even found a single shot here. All their players still on the floor. One person to try and rule it all. It's going to be Nov to try and be the game changer for it all. But for Wisteria, I think it's all but over. I mean, he's going to get a couple of consolation kills, but that Cav is ready to try and get that kill.
Yeah, and Rexon there with the final shots to really seal the deal there. You can see the Yokai drone making its work as well there. I think very, very much Geeke there just realised if we just play aggressive, catch someone off guard. And the issue for Wisteria there was losing at the Kebi. That is the one operator in that lineup you did not want to lose first, especially towards that interrogation. 2 free picks for Hungary, and I think you very much, as we noted, the round was near enough over there. I think Geek, they're going to relegate back to something a little more normal now. They've made their statement, they've made their point, and now Wisteria, they may be shivering in their timbers. The question is, can they recover?
Are they just having a lot of fun with this one? Now we're watching a Denari come through. Now this is something that does not often get picked up in professional Siege, but then again, Geek, maybe they have something to prove here. Quite interesting though, because I haven't really seen a lot of the much more interesting Denari setups come in from a lot of professional teams. Maybe Travi, you can give me a little bit more limelight. Is it actually a very strong pickup in pro play, or is Geek just trying to send a message again?
It's situational for me, the Denari. He's very much an experimental pick. They do actually quite like him. I've seen them, this isn't the first time I've seen them bring him out. And whether they're just experimenting with him still sort of in these sort of mid phases of the competition here, especially what I think they might perceive against an easier opponent, you know, saving strategies, just putting things to the test. They're just playing around with him right now. I think we're still in that learning phase before we reach the maximum effectiveness, but he can deny a window almost entirely, and I think Pozo's going to very quickly realise how much utility is stacked against the attack right now.
Trying to go in for a little bit much more of a slower build up here. They need to be careful of how much space they're trying to give to DK. The fact that they know how to start that aggression up out of absolutely nowhere is one of the bigger problems that we have to worry about. Drone clearance pretty much on across the entire portions of the map. They need to watch where they go next for this one. Timing is key for a lot of these fights. The floor is now slowly clearing out a lot of the much more annoying bits of utility that members of DK has settled across the entire map, especially with the Azami still up and running in towards the back. Those barriers can cause so many problems, and Packbull just instantly gets that kill straight to the breach as well. Wait a minute, they breached up though. Wait, never mind. Packbull just left that one wall open, expecting this to happen. That is such a beautiful position coming out from it too.
It's a really different way of playing it there with the Rooney. I do like what I'm seeing there, because as you can see, Wisteria a little puzzled and a bit anxious on how to push up on it here. Stock control has been established now for Wisteria. As White Neons makes their way through. Patches Brexton caught completely looking the wrong way, but Hungary's fighting through Stock and Janet here. However, the round, regardless of, ends at a 3 versus 3 point here, all equalised at the halfway point. Question lies now of how can we get in towards the objective, how can we capitalise? They know about the player in Stock, but uncertainty elsewhere leaves Wisteria checking a lot of corners, leaving a lot of sides exposed, and if they're not careful, they could explode. They catch Hungry, they see him there, looking in the wrong direction, able to find an absolute freebie onto the player there. They're swinging the advantage back towards Wisteria now. Kano has to try and go for something, but there's no one on the rappel, leaving Skipper all alone on objective, and with him gone, this should be an easy plant right now for Wisteria.
Really caught with their pants down pretty much. The members of GK just allowed Wisteria to completely run them down in so many of those fights. The Valkyrie just not really going to be able to do much in this engagement. Keeps getting caught off guard. Very well played on round by the members of Wisteria. They were able to punish a lot of mistakes being done on those close quarters fights, especially with the Azami just completely unaware that the player just took over stock control like that. This is a little bit rough, but GK, I mean, again, they're trying out strategies, right? Now the Clash getting picked up here as well. Pretty much a mirror window, honestly, as the community would say it. With the Fenrir also getting picked up possibly, but no, switching back over to the Azami. They are expecting a very rush-heavy play to come through from Wisteria, picking up an office room side this time around, not going towards the second floor again. They're going for a full-on bunker strat here, I do believe, with the Clash being the primary window, just making sure that no one takes a free entrance.
Yeah. They need to make sure that there's no one getting in towards this objective. I think that was the biggest issue for GK in the previous round there. They just opened up that rotation on towards the square, and I think that just gave them an extra thing to worry about there. They're basically kicking something off the attackers list for them. I get the idea. I get it throwing them off a little bit. We did see it stump Wisteria very temporarily, but then they learned right back to play around it, which is a very promising sign for the attacking team. They realised, hey, we've been given something for free. Let's take advantage of it, and they're going to look to do the same here. Really one that interests me here is Merlin hopping on towards Kali pick, not one we see every day.
I mean, the Kali's not that bad of a pickup here, especially when you want to break through a lot of these windows. I'm thinking that they were expecting a Castle to come on through as soon as they saw this side, because Castle is generally one of the stronger pickups for this particular side as well, because you want to block up a lot of those windows early on. The Kali easily is the best counter for it, but already the first initial bits of the fights already coming in. The Deimos needs to be careful of how much he's trying to bite off here, because players close on by. The Deimos needs to stay alive for as long as he possibly can, because those tracks that he has will pretty much be the key to make sure they can guarantee a kill on any one of these roamers.
Hal doesn't have any support from the rest of the team either in his current position. He needs to wait for the rest of Wisteria to get themselves into to be able to collapse on those top floor players. You've got both the Clash and the Azami there, which basically turns this top floor hold into a walk-in scary fortress for the attacking team to push on into there. The shield, the key barricades give GK a lot of movable cover, so they can get themselves quite flexibly around the building, giving them a lot of control, letting them get escaped away easily, and already they're going to be looking to just waste a lot of time here, dial up the aggression, but instead it's Hungry elsewhere on a run-out, gets Nulf, How taking some damage, trying to push him through ATMs, but just unable to make anything. The rest of the team's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, this is just an instant death situation for him. There's not really much that you can do to try and turn this one back. One by one, they just keep on falling. A perfectly placed out Kiva barrier as well, just holding down the pixel. Anyone that peeks out of this corner instantly will be the ones to fall. Just hold down the lines for as long as you possibly can, because the members of GK, they have the entire map under complete and under lockdown. Wait, the Valkyrie ran out.
They want this. They're just fishing for
absolute
this.
Chad.
And he gets it with the deagle, none other than that. How about that? I mean, that's a much more confident round from GK, right? Exactly what we saw from in round number one. Just playing aggressive Wisteria. I think the biggest differences between these 3 rounds has been the early round. Getting your teeth stuck in, getting that first bit inside the foothold of your attack. That's been the biggest make or break for Wisteria. Round 1, round 3, we saw Wisteria fail to do that, and the entire round crumbled around it. Round 2, though, it was a better start. You got that free pick onto the Azami. You were able to make things easier. But you're losing the Dekebi, but you taking off the Clash. Is that going to benefit GK or Wisteria, do you think?
Do you believe that this might as well make things easier for GK? Because the Clash is a very specific pickup that GK generally never play. you don't want to have a clash on the sides that Geeky were trying to hold on to in a couple of those fights. And you can tell that as soon as the clash was taken off of the table, they were just completely fine with it because Maestro for them has been that much more stronger pickup. And I've seen the members of GK pull off a couple of very interesting Maestro camps that allow them to see from multiple different avenues. But the real question right now will be, what are they planning to do here with the Amaru? Pretty sure the Amaru is going to get instantly swapped out as soon as they figure out that, hey, it's going to be a basement side. But if they allow this Amaru to stay through, I do not know what the game plan is going to look like for them. Do they even want this Amaru to go in for a fast roam clear or something? Because 8 seconds left on the clock, he's still sticking to it.
Yeah. I think they want to go fast with the roam clear on that Amaru. I think they just want to send her into the top floor, start to make her run here, and really knock GK early on is going to be the expectation of that Amaru. She's already got the Garrow hook in her hand, already looking to go upstairs in towards square, I believe it's going to be, make herself a little bit of a statement in this one and cause a chaos. She's gone into CEO, but she's got to be careful in that position because she is completely alone. Luckily, GK only really contested the first floor this time around, so Wisteria should get an easy go into the building and should get themselves in there easily. They now just need to take this open area ground before they can start to work their way down.
This is going to be quite the interesting fight here. Already, you can tell that they're just going to keep on falling. That's going to be Skipper instantly getting that catch. Never mind. We talked about the roam clear happening. It's going to be on the opposite side of the spectrum instead. Poor old Wisteria just dropping down onto the floor almost instantly as soon as they try to take a fight. There's too many different angles that they need to worry about. Neos is going to be able to find out one, but immediately there's not really much that you can do. 4v2 now. It's just a turnaround. It's all but over.
Yeah, GK there just yet again doing what they've done the previous couple of rounds they've won. They anticipated the aggression. I think as soon as they heard that Amaru, someone within the team made a call that said, hey, they're just going to be going fast. They're just going to be going at light speeds this run. Just watch everything. You know there's an Amaru lurking around upstairs somewhere because it's the only really viable place for her to be. There's only a small handful of staircases on bank that are safe for her to go down at that point. You could do process of elimination there. Great game sense is going to get you that one. GK really starting to take the lead away from things. As you can see in the replay here, I mean, with 50 seconds in a 3 versus 5, it's not looking great for Wisteria right now. They have had one round that was successful, and it was here on that top floor bomb site. I want them to recreate that now here in the penultimate one of the half.
The real question will be, are they going to try to go in for another rotate type play once again? But it seems as though it's the opposite side of this. The castle is now finally going to be coming out from them. Knock getting pulled on onto the table. Knock now is one of those operators that we don't talk about enough. She has her strengths for this particular map, and a lot of pro teams have started to use her on this map because of how strong cameras can be here. And you can already tell, right, that GK, the fact that they lost the clash didn't really even matter to them. But losing that Dokkaebi has made Wisteria's attacks a lot more difficult. I'm a huge advocate for Dokkaebi, right? I play her as my main character, and I annoy my friends about it all the time when we play together. Her strength is really starting to show, right? Wisteria are very lost when it comes down to their overall roam clear. Imagine if the Amaru had a Dokkaebi right behind her for that last round. Things would have been so much more different.
It would have been the exact opposite play. Now, though, Hungry after that early little bit of a run, didn't find anything. Now, just instead chasing a shock drone around as Wisteria start to look to establish their control, just ticking off benchmarks here of what you need here. But you need to make sure that you're catching these players. A kill onto Packball there because he's still got a sliver of HP, sure, but that's a HP, that's a gun up, and then you need to be able to confirm the kills. Exactly what Merlin does there. Shut down Hungry, Packball's on low HP. Already for Wisteria, this is a significantly better start than we've seen from them previously. Now they just need to ride this momentum through the rest of the round here with 2 minutes to go.
Taking this one slow, but look at the positioning coming in from Kano as well. As soon as one rappel comes in, it's all but over. But perfect drone work. They understand what to expect. Beautifully done coming in from the members of Wisteria and GK. Now they're the ones on the losing end of it all.
Skipper and Rexon, 10 kills between them. They had a phenomenal game so far, but they're really going to need to step it up here to get a team ace between the two of them. Half the round left to play for Wisteria. Still got Canetta's smoke utility inside of the pocket here. They can look to really force this plant in exactly what they're going to do, but they need to be careful. Rexon's found Neil. While the defuse does go down, the question is, are they going to be able to pre-fire the shots? No, they're not. Merlin finds Rexon. It's all up to Skipper, who's been giving his position away. 40 seconds on the clock now with a diffuser gone down here. Skipper's on low HP, and this is one of the most difficult post plants in the entire game in my books here. Got these windows, almost impenetrable for defenders. Attackers can just hold out there, wait for the sound cues, and we're free to go against Skipper. It's a tall order, and I think it's just going to have to be a Hail Mary. Try it from behind the bookshelf, but can't quite find the angle. No choice here but to just try and take some gunfights, see what you can get, but ultimately, Wisteria yet again showing their strength on the top floor site here. They walk away with their second in half.
There's not too much that you can do to try and turn this one back. Skipper hit some good shots, but those early kills, especially that drone kill, when it came down to that main hallway, you already knew that things were over as soon as they were allowed to rappel over towards that top side. 3-2, the members of Wisteria are putting up a really good fight here, Travi, and I'm very surprised in the way that they're able to do so as well. They have that entire second floor down to a system, and they're able to read out the members of GK. But on the other side, so you can tell that GK really do have proper strategies that Wisteria are just not able to read.
Wisteria having difficulties, as you say, on these other bomb sites, and all of the other rounds have been very one-sided. It's
Absolutely.
been GK getting the 2 quick kills to start things, 3 versus 5, and then all of a sudden, the rest of the team of Wisteria that remain, they just fall down like dominoes. We need to see Wisteria have a close competitive round here. We need to see them equalise is the more important thing. GK, they keep trying different things, and that's, I think, much of the struggles of Wisteria throughout the entirety of this half. GK have not repeated a lineup, have not repeated a strategy once this entire half. First round we saw the Cav wild play, second time we went down to the basement, it was a Maestro. Then previous round we saw top floor, it was very much a roam heavy. Previous time we saw it was very centric on the objective itself. Open area, GK dominated this one last time. We need to see some change up from Wisteria. Luckily, they themselves on the attack, they're bringing in someone we haven't seen yet, and that's Blackbeard.
I don't really like the idea of a Blackbeard, especially after all the recent nerfs that he did get as well. It's a bit questionable on whether or not the Blackbeard is even going to be able to bring any form of value, but perks to them for just trying out different strategies, but this might be one of those much more do-or-die situations for them. They need to be careful on what they do next year, because this round really will carry a lot of weight moving forward. But bits of utility already being invested in Blackbeard, knee-deep into enemy territory. He's just full spreading it from the opposite side, but Skipper, beautiful shot coming out from him, and that's going to be the opener that the members of DK needed to just easily open up these floodgates.
The issue is now the rest of Wisteria just aren't hitting their mark. Shorehow's gotten himself into the objective, but no one else can hit their shots. No one else can seem to get these picks. Neil's on a sliver of HP, does get Skipper back, and while the rest of the team of Wisteria are fighting, DK still hold a significant advantage here in terms of this round. External control was not there for Wisteria, and as a result, they're now getting collapsed upon. They need to keep this high pacing up, because otherwise, DK are going to dial up this pressure to 11, revert it in towards their direction. Now, as Hao and Pozo become the 2 sole remaining members, they've got control of staff, but that's about all they've got. They've got players in front, players behind. They need to try and split up these engagements. They're able to successfully get one, but immediately trade it back on. Pozo yet to get a kill this game. Now is the time to come up huge, but caught inside of a toxic babe. Hungry swings out with the shotgun, and DK close out the half with a very strong note.
Yeah, it's just a really sad thing to see where Pozo's having such a difficult time even trying to open up his kill book here. Honestly, GK are not really giving them much of a chance. Again, those one-sided rounds that we kept on talking about, as soon as it came down to those other sides, none of the members of Wisteria really just had a plan to go up against GK. And it's understandable because GK, as you just already stated, they're not really going in for the same ops on every single bomb site. They're constantly changing it up. So any form of strategic plan that Wisteria could have tried to build up, it just gets instantly put down over to a halt. Now, Wisteria, they're going for the opposite play, right? Just banning out every single hard breacher humanely possible. I'm pretty sure I'm expecting another thermite ban here if they go for that exact same route. GK, much more standard, taking the Kaid off of the table. They don't really want to worry about it when it comes on their attack side. But the real question now will be what the second ban from Wisteria is here, with a Habana and a Warden ban. Ying is on the table. It's
the
coming.
Habana race ban is really interesting. I mean, it's a standard default ban here, but the real one that really strikes out to me is, as you said, that Warden ban, because any Ying play that wants to come through from the attack is going to be just extremely prevalent through, but I don't think that's what GK are opting for. I think they're going for a Glaz play here, looking at things, use the smokes. And
true.
Wisteria don't really have a lot to counter that? Sure, they've got the Tachanka, sure, they've got the smoke for area denial, but do they have the firepower to do what it takes? Because the Tachanka especially, he has to expose himself to fire those Shamika bolts, and when you're exposed with your pants down, with a fire launcher in your hands, who's primed to take your head off? It's none other than the glass.
Don't forget, they also have a blitz in their arsenal, so as soon as those smokes go down, the blitz can just run in for free. No one can really hurt him as he's trying to make that run in through. And even if you have those Shamikas creating a blaze down onto the floor, as soon as that blitz starts to run in towards you, you're gonna need to run or you're gonna be the ones to die. So this is gonna be a huge problem for them to get a turnaround play for, especially with the Kali as well, giving them a couple of those openers that they do need. This is a very interesting strategy coming in from DK. This is going to be very rush intensive, and if they're able to make this work, this execute can instantly take over a side. But the real question is, will they be able to get to the points that they need to without losing any of their players? Because this particular setup requires every single one of the players to be present for a proper side execute to happen.
As you say, this entire round is ride or die on this execute, and as you say, it's all about getting to the objective. Focusing so heavy on the execute means you don't really have any dedicated roam clearing utility here for use in this round on the attack, meaning you're just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Get a drone, send someone in on a gun right behind him, and just try and feed them through. But that often leads to a slow roam clear, and the biggest issue with that, as we're pointing out, there's Valkyrie cameras on the board, there's Yokai drones, but when you can just walk in and shut down Howl like that, they're just going to make this look like easy right now. However, Neos does have something to say about it, making a fight back up the main stairway. The question is, does he want to get aggressive and go for a second? Geek have the cross, so swinging it would be a bad idea, and, well, there's a reason why you don't want to challenge Geek. They retain their man advantage.
I want to know how did Guado even go in for such a good pre-fire. That angle is a very tough angle to try and fight into. Milano just made it look very easy. This is Kike for you, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes down to gunfights, they are not worried about a goddamn thing. And do you know what the main problem of all of this? The most unimportant player, not in the sense of the player, right? In sense of the composition, is the one to die. So this has just gone from bad to worse. The one player that they were able to take down is pretty much the one that is not even necessary for this side execution.
A couple things going for Wisteria right now are the operators that they've actually got remaining. All three operators that remain focused on the plant denial and time wasted. So we've only got 60 seconds left in the round here. Geek will need to get aggressive, will need to drop it in, will need to try and dial up and go really, really fast for these final few seconds. But Wisteria have the utility, they have the guns to watch most of the pot drop. They just need to be very, very careful here, not get overwhelmed inside of the chaos. That's exactly what it seems like might be happening. 2 quick kills, flurry on through, leaving it all up to Merlin, who currently can't see a thing, and Hungary's in his face when he gets unblinded. They'll start off their attack with an incredibly convincing round there to get the roam clear, move on in towards the objective. No struggles had there as they maintain a 3-round advantage.
The smokes that they had in their arsenal, plus with the blitz dropping in from the elevator shaft as well, there's really not much that you could have done there. They lost all of the control that was pretty much expected coming in from the side of Wisteria. Geeky are just running across the map of Bank, and this is very much expected from them. Again, the sense is going to be coming out. They're expecting them to take the basement side once more, which is very normal on the map of Bank. If you're not able to win out on basement, which is arguably one of the more easier sides to hold on to when you're on the defensive side, you are in for a tough call. Yes, they did pick up on the Mira, but the thing is, the overarching strategy that we witnessed from Geeky here, the Mira just doesn't counter it. Even if you have those Mira windows giving you information, even if you have those Mira windows to try and take a fight, they're not coming in from server. They're coming directly from the hatches on the opposite side of Vault. How do you fight against this?
Wisteria are playing this site time and time again in a default style. They're playing the expectation. They're not throwing a curveball. They're not bringing this really unique lineup, because we saw it on their attacks, the willingness to change things up. Here on the defense, what they've changed things up, the overall strategy to me looks very, very much the same. Get down to site, burn the execute. The thing is, DK will know how to play this default to a T. More importantly, they know how to rip that default to shreds. They know all of the weaknesses on it, how exactly to exploit them. Wisteria is very important this road for successful system. You have How all the way up on the top floor, which is going to be a key difference maker, but it places the importance on this early round, something that has been very troublesome for Wisteria so far.
A little bit worried on what they do next here. Signs of relief possibly for their side if they're able to find 1 kill at the bare minimum, but knowing DK, nothing is that sure. There's a lot of different positions that they need to clear through, and you can tell that the members of Wisteria, they're very afraid on what could be happening next towards them. Good overall positioning, though, I would have to say, when it comes down to the defense, they do have a strong roam presence across the entire portion of the map. But with that knock just being an absolute nuisance, can slip in through any of these cracks. But the thing is, none of the members of Wisteria are sitting on the cam, so the knock not going to be able to find as much value. But with the entirety of the second floor now fully roamed out and cleared, they have a lot of control to play for here, Travi. But the question is, with time now taking away, they still have a lot more ground to cover. GK, they're playing down the clock quite a bit.
Yeah, they're putting a lot into this clear. Luckily, I think Wisteria are starting to realise the pressure mounting against them there, and all 5 players just resign themselves back towards the base. But no point there taking a fight if you're going to lose it. We burn half the round, and I think they realise GK are phenomenal in getting these opening entry picks. So don't give it to them just yet. Just ride away, hide yourself, and let GK do some work. Let them sweat a little bit here, because that's what this lineup is about. You've got the Vulcan canisters, you've got the toxic babes here. It's all going to be about denying that plant and making GK panic about that 6th defender, that clock. And right now, that's exactly how this round is shaping up.
Don't like this, because now with the Ying having all of her Candela still available to her, smokes possibly coming out as well from Skipper, this execute could be an absolutely devastating one. A 5v5 execute in towards the side of Vault. Oh boy, this is gonna go from bad to worse. The Sense already setting up the smokes from her side, and this is where the real fall will begin.
This one is about to be an utter bloodbath. Candela's at the ready in the pocket of Hungry, just burning down a couple of Vulcan canisters. You've got to be concerned though. There is a C4 in the pocket of Null, and I've got a feeling that one's going to play an instrumental part. If it can find it, it's marked. That could be the diffuser gone down, but with the utility flood begins. 2 quick kills coming through for GK. There is one found back the other way with the diffuser being stuck down from Null. It has to stick, but no, it does not. Instead, he also gets shut down. Null, man remains the legend with the C4. Can't get it all done, and GK, they just explode on the site there. Clear their plan to perfection, and now they get themselves 3 match points to play with, or 4 rather.
I do not like this plan coming out from Mysteria. You just said that the members of GK are really good at getting that first kill, right? You knew that GK had a sense in their arsenal. You knew for a fact that the Warden is banned out. They have a high chance of playing that Ying. You still chose to not try and take a fight against them while we were all that first 4 position. Yes, would it have been risky? I agree. You might have lost out on a couple of your players, but it's better to try and stop them from going for a full-scale execute, where they got all of the smokes they wanted to get placed down. None of the Ying Candelas were really forced out of her arsenal, so they had all the utility in the entire world to just toss down over onto you and get you down. You were banking on the fact that you were going to stop a full-scale execute when they have a Sense, a Grim, and a Ying? Mysteria, they just made the biggest blunder that they could have when it came down to holding a basement site, where you have to bait out utility. You can't just wait it out.
And I do want to give Wisteria credit where it is due. They are doing a phenomenal job right now, just changing the pace, changing the tempo. That was different to the previous round. As you said, and we said, GK are so phenomenal at getting these couple of opening picks. They're really good at the openers around. So Wisteria, they opt for the opposite. They don't give it to them. But as you said, you're then playing into an execute that's so utility heavy, favouring the attack at that point because of all that benefit, because of all that resource placed into that first floor and nothing gotten out of it. You've got to struggle in that execute there. As you said, Wisteria really needed to get one before they fall back. I think the failure to do so there was the first little rocking of the foundation. But GK, I don't think they're going to be slowing the pace down through. We've got Montaigne who's already in towards lobby and Amaru on the board as well. GK, they just want to seal the deal now.
This is just about a waiting game for them. Oh, a couple of the players already getting low for this one. They need to be careful. The Lamai taking so much damage early on. You want that rechargeable utility to be there for you for those earlier fights. Beautiful first kill. This is Wisteria getting that first initial opener that they needed for so many of these rounds. But look at the amount of damage that he's taking. Amaru already into his side, trying to go in for the fight. If they at least get it down, that's completely fine. They still have all the players alive. If they just jump the window, they can hold for the postman here. Travi, this could be a steal for the Century for GK.
And what did I say about this post plot here? It's almost impossible for the defenders here, but Hungry's running around. Merlin goes for the hop, gets nothing out of it here, and now you have this nigh on impossible. You've got Keno down below, hidden away. Wisteria have forgotten. There's so much else that's happened in between that stocked ambush earlier on, and now they've forgotten about the buck down below. They're going to hear him, and here comes the ball, getting tortured. deal with right now. Bit of friendly fire thrown in the mix as well. And Wisteria, they're just drowning in the chaos right now. GK have everything possible checked for them. Nulf can't stick it, and sure they can get the kills, but they're out of time. They're out of luck. And GK get themselves the winning side of their bag in what was a phenomenal final round.
You have to give credit to the mirror in that fight. He immediately jumped on the bookshelf and tried to stick that defuse. But immediately as he tried to do that, yes, he was in a safe spot away from the buck, but the Kali just peeked in and immediately got that frag onto him before he could go in for that full defuse. That was so smartly planned out from the members of Wisteria. They did the job that they could have done up till the very end, but it was just not enough. This game really did come down to the wire. Yes, a couple of those rounds were a little bit messy coming out from Wisteria, but you could see that the signs of life was there from this team. A lot of the shortcomings that they had in the previous matches throughout this entire series, you can tell that it's just a little bit better. So with the coming play days that are also coming through for them, there's still a chance that they can make it into that top 8.
Yeah, I actually want to give Wisteria the full credit for that game. Sure, it was a 7-2, was not a close scoreline, but they were constantly changing. They were constantly adapting. They were evolving throughout that game, giving new ideas a go. And sure, there were rough patches there, you know, in the penultimate round. They struggled to get that opener, which would have been very much needed to get the before they drop away to basement. And this end round here, a phenomenal idea. I just think the clutch factor of Geeke, and more importantly, Geeke just seemed to be a step ahead in this one. Wisteria thought they had this in the bag, I think, at this point. They get the kill. They think there's 2 players outside on the window. We can just force it. But they don't realise that Kano's down below, playing underneath on the buck. That's the kind of off-play that you've grown to expect from Geeke. That's the kind of X-factor from any one of these 5 players that they can pull up, whether it's Hungry on the Cav in the first round or Kano on the buck in the final one of the game. Whichever one it's going to be, there's going to be someone on Geeke throwing a curveball to the mix. And while Wisteria can try and throw curveballs of their own, student cannot beat the master in this case, I think is the best way to put it, unfortunately. So Geeke going to get themselves a very solid win out of this one. All the points plus very strong +5 for their round differential. Wisteria, not the game they would have wanted, but I think there's a lot to learn here for them, right?
Yeah, there's still a bunch more days that you can have, and there's a bunch more chances that you will be presented to really get yourself towards that top 6 position so you do not get relegated when it comes out of the playoffs. But I digress. It's like beating a dead horse here. We all knew that Geeke were going to be the ones to try and take this just purely based upon the statistics. They are arguably the much more better team. And with all of their players just having superstar level performers, doesn't matter who's on the limelight or who's the last one standing, you know that someone might still be able to get that clutch happen. Wisteria, going back to the drawing board, the ideas are good, but they need to try and fine-tune it in a couple of those engagements, especially when it comes down to a map like Bank. If you're going to be playing on that basement side, you need to understand basement is a very execute heavy side. If you allow all 5 players to stay alive without baiting out any forms of util, those executes, oh boy, like they had no idea what hit them. They were like thinking, oh, we have a mirror window. No one's going to jump down from hatch, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Gig Candela smokes. Everything under the kitchen sink was thrown into that side.
That's it. Geeke just really doing a showcase one there. And, you know, I'm going to give the game the credit it deserved. That was a 7-2, sure, but that was probably the most entertaining 7-2 I've ever witnessed, right? It was that back and forth, and it was just really a case of, and I think if that Wisteria had gone against many of the other teams here, they would have taken it. I honestly do think that was a really good game from them, despite the score, despite the outcome. That was also just a very, very good game from Geeke. However, got 2 entirely new teams coming up next, right, haven't we? Diavoli and Myth are going to be going head-to-head with each other. They're 2 teams in the top half of our standings currently. Diavoli looking to maintain their spot on the throne, whereas Myth looking to break into the top 2. Can they do it? Well, we're going to throw things to a short break, and we'll be right back afterwards to figure that one out. Don't go anywhere.
Passport shots are out. Some of these players are getting flushed on back as with an entry from Raxo, able to pick up 2 in an instant. Quick succession once more, and Panahune only 2 defenders to offer up, but one of which will have a bullet transferred right onto the head. A good headshot here. Quite a faulty play, but Hackball going to be testing the spade against a long-range gunfight, especially with the SMG-11. As long as you can recoil control of it, it's down the weapon, just jumping in the trophy with the help of Hackball. It will be quickly put to rest, but 2 are going to be returned. The Ryujin, even though they equalize, there's going to be the Blackberry. It's
going to be very difficult to shake her. 30 seconds to go. You've got to keep in mind this clock as well, because as it becomes push to shove here, it seems to become very difficult here for Valorant as they try and stick the plant, but the cover gets taken down. But here's Avon to make sure it does not, and it's a triple.
One from Mix on heavy bullet, able to carry the D, and VIP are back in the lead. As now DK kind of starting to run on. They spent a bit of it through this upstairs, and it doesn't seem like Bolton was recognized for a moment for a second as well. Kano was just waiting for it.
Well, Blackbeard bounces the C4 off his face, keeping him alive, luckily, but also pushing his player out. And Mesming, if Warden is still there, but Blackbeard does get his own kill in the Marits, but is shot in the back. But Miz is there as well to also take out Oral right out to the flank. It's just not working.
Area gonna pick it up, gonna drop the hatch, and gonna try to play on this pillar. It looks like it's forever goes down. It's gonna be trade 3v3 in this scenario as all the kills going in favor of Divoli.
Starting to see things. This match is making me go crazy. But time is running out. A bit of impact damage. Nikes again gonna get concussed for a moment. The DB is looking to stick it through, but it was just a bait, although it doesn't matter to Rassen. And they're still able to find one. Good enough for two. And now in the 2v2, it's gonna be 4.
Yeah, very interesting that we're going for a Master Ogre this time around from the side of the top attack. We do have two members of the attacking team working the breach, so it is going to be a split take coming in. But Navarro doing his thing, the Nitro finding its mark as well, just like you predicted.
Raxo knows what's happened. This player is very isolated. The flashback, they're going to be pushing Raxo into a corner and even being helped from the main breach. The head peeks out, tries to get the pre-fire, not going to be able to lock it down. As Simply does finish the job onto the earlier down player, but now in the sandwich with being two, just to keep them on even ground and ground zero, it will be kept. As now 3 against 3, dropping down to the bottom 4, hunt down some of these players as one is stuck on the side of Wine, and it will be Danu. Not much of a chance as Packable there shuts them down. And BK, they still have a contender down. Unpredictable. Oh my
Still
god.
not again. Not again, Buffo!
Oh, look at him. They keep on swinging. As well. You are just walking into it. It's like a death trap every time Patahune raise some sort of routine.
That's it. There's a lot of pressure being applied to these defensive players right now, and I think they realise the grave situation there is. Able to get one back on the retreat back towards the objective. The question is, can you make it any more than that? You know anywhere moving is risky here, but if you see Tefi, the team ball.
Now, it's going to come out one way or another. Oh, the pre-fire barely missing the head of Smith. He swings at A-Ball. It's not in their favour. C4, no, Nage doesn't land. But Demos doesn't either. He gets taken out. Falcon getting his own pick though, making it a 2-man
lead. Garrett's overtaken. Ewing going to be struggling and pushed back in the moment as Coles keeps on contesting. And Rexless walking foul amidst all this chaos with a single escapade towards the Garrett side. Just like that, Ewing are left in a great lead. That will be decreased by 1, but the verticality from Forever Zero.
Over or not. When we should know about the player inside of Customs, they are able to take it down, and that's the equaliser. That's a massive pick there. That UAV needs to bring this round back there. They spot one making the cross, but can't quite get the gunfight. See the player can't quite win it inside of Servant. Leaves it all up to Nilar now.
Very fun. Have you seen 3 of the players? Never mind, actually I'm going to shut off. Sarko, predicted very nicely by you. It's going to rush straight in it, but the amount of beepers, I don't think it's going to be quite successful, but it will be a trade-off 1 for 1. But it'll be on Wild Gaming. The Mujo at the same time, Tex is going to take a little bit crouch walk, say hello to Shog. If he has access to Red, Falcon's taking a fair bit of damage, but that's 2 in the hands of that R4C. He's going to be the driving factor here. He hears the player underneath, gets a pre-fire.
It's not the end of the world because all of your utility is still already on site. You still get great value out of you. So it's going to be all about how you able to deal with this aggression again, and they've been punished again.
UAM are not learning from their mistakes.
We're going to be keeping you a bit more clean. The Aurora shutting around. A swing onto the Blackbeard, and Trin here looking in the wrong direction as Nixon returns the fire quite quickly after. Low HP, but still finds one. The second as well. Alexi with a C4 from below. Eugene have picked it up tenfold as Eli and Sign last to just
Take them off the board and gain the control that he's looking to hold on to.
Ariel going in for these pre-swings again. The placement is going to be great as well. Also looking to find these ones, and that's what VIP are giving him. Voltan just goes in, peeks the head, and that's the sentry gone off the board. VIP.
The way that Marquez pushed through that fire can definitely be all that you need to stop him for a significant amount of time.
Yeah,
What?
I don't know.
Wait, what?
I'm gonna hard disagree on that one. And then now is able to claim one, and that's going to be a huge advantage.
Kapatos to lose his life. Now this is a great start for VIP. Here again, focusing on these entry points. C4 coming, trying to take that montages off the board. Beautiful team play. Smoke off the door. Make sure you can't entry and see whatsoever.
let Vivoli's hold back down onto him. But it seems like we're going for much more of a rack playstyle this time around. As they've got information on this Nook, they're going to go for the double up swing as well and find it as well. So that opening kill they've worked so hard for, trade out immediately.
As this zombie barricade on this wall might get punched out, and we might actually see this jump out as it does, but the Capital, no, the Capital still on drone, goes down in a beautiful run out from the team. Just weren't ready for the skip, or able to find the Fenrir. So all of those F-Knots are going to be in the same position, not to be able to get juggled around at all. As the jump out going to come through, a Shadow able to take down Eli, and that's just very displayed to pull that at the very least. This Striker going to throw in the flash, going to take control of this bathroom, the Lion Scan as well as the nade comes through, pushing that player off the angle. Suava able to get the first blood on this Blackbeard, killed back, going to be traded as Suava able to find another.
Make sure at least one drone is safe. Devil will find Lambert as the first opening pick here for the side of the Avoli. Second half of the game and of this round is just starting beautiful. Like going Ipsa will find it first, and that is the one player that we need.
He's down, but I'm not sure he's going to block the barrier. It's there.
And Monty's able to just walk around freely upstairs and just claim as much as they can. But oh my lord, Rexo pummeling, I think that was Pozo walking up.
This bunker down and playing across their utility. Now, although the last time they won this round, it was due to a bit of a hero play, they still won it, and results matter most. Although Sakabata is having a bit of difficulties fighting against this verticality in Siri there. You nasty dog, Rexo put down easily.
Wolf is now gone from the board, and a very important one as well was the line at the end of the day. Here comes the smokes as the utility has been burnt. Blue stairs will be smoked up, but not as quite as successful as we hoped. The second one would fall, but all of them for you and Rujin. So far losing to Mammoth and taking.
The flash is causing problems once again. The skipper's going to have this like knee-height swing onto the breach, and Nixon's going to fall as Juno's going to get the kill bowling. They somehow ended up in a 3v2. They get the shot down the back into a 3v1. Pugbull's going to find one, however, in the 1v2.
C4 might be able to catch out all red on this butt, so be extremely careful here. Have to make sure that you did do your diligence, and they did. They managed to find it, but they didn't know about the second one as Alred gets traded by Raxo down the stairs. What
Utility being brought out here to try to get in and claim this verticality. A peek now at the top of Mez, and that's going to be the ace to find his second kill of the game. He's able to take Niels off the board, and then a second one rings out. And now they've claimed the top that man advance.
Burning so much time.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I just had a quick hiccup of mine, but looking at how they're playing this, a 5v4 split is kind of what you want, especially when it's closed up and taking off a hard picture off the board. That's huge. Frey answering with their own as well. Punk is just going to rock through on the side. He can no longer cheat off of rafters, but he is actually suddenly getting Damos tracked, hunted, downed, and most likely going to be taken out here, finished. Yep, but there's still a player, Smoke, watching the angle, hopefully trying to get a line of sight onto the Damos. She could actually lose that, but no, he actually is safe and pushed out. But he doesn't know about the Damos that's coming up the staircase, but he's also flying from Break Room window. That Break Room door, and Lampe gets another one, takes out Shadow. UM are about to fall apart very early, unless Smith can start.
Well, they're going to be blocked out by the mute. And look at Diagonally, they're just waiting for it to happen. The lane team's going to be able to pick up the first one going into the execution, although quickly followed up a lot of damage onto Jane, leaving them a bullet away. Just from certain dead, the pistol brings its mark. Last one player, main team fighting back against the
In this 4v3, the Pugman
in play. Yeah! We get the Pugman handguns finally doesn't resort to a kill. Yes, ALRD is able to make her wishes come true. As of course, the Pugman making its value, but you gotta be careful. There's still one upstairs and holding your sight. The cap.
Still a lot of potential here. Should be favoring Sigvitas in terms of the man count, but Panu strikes quickly. The trade comes through from short and into a 2v1 as Nipsey takes down Danu. No time left. They have to go fast here. Short and has to pour. Wasn't quite able to make it, and it gets shot out. This ace could be able to go down, especially with the flashes and the coverage. Shono on such low HP, no, able to swing it and finds the kill onto Hungry. It is the Azami
onto Nice. It's going to be the opening here for the side of UA. They're looking to continue it, so Hava not giving them the easiest of times, even though spotted out the pre-fire there. Mid reload, bad timing, Smix catches them. The second here for UA, and they're giving Panahune a lot more trouble on the upper ground from all the way below.
5 seconds left on the clock, but no, behind the bar, the Scopos of Balu able to take down Heaven. That's going to mean there is no more Jokobi on the board. Don't have to deal with that whatsoever. But there is going to be a Blackbeard pushing down and trying to take control. Ducky able to find 2 kills. As
YMK, absolutely no clue of where the final few stand. Same could be set for Pose though, and she's going to be walking into the line inside of Skipper, able to find that second, third, fourth, just like that. Hungry finds YMK amidst all this chaos, as the last one standing will be a victim to the gun of Skipper. The Slayers of T2 will be
doing a little bit of damage, but not really much to pressure movements left.
Yeah, and able to get that math trick off as the Ram going down so early to Dynamite. Dynamite is impenetrable right now as Arcari able to
get another one, takes out Shadow. This Legion with the SMG is just absolutely doing work. At the moment, they can't forget about another one. That's 4, that's the quad, that's 1 away from the ace, with only Finka being the last one to stop him from fulfilling his destiny. He's gonna try for it, but no. Miller will.
Mid have been disintegrated. I mean, that's 2 plays down, and you're still trying to play against some of these players. Akaria knows the value that's been given. That's 1 player. Do we back off? No. Play off of this bathroom. Go for a gamble. That's what we love. What we love doing up until now, but
changes in optimization of code just made it so she can push the pressure. But as you can see from Ariel getting double kill this round, taking out both Think and Capta, bullets just work better than phone calls.
Apparently so, but bullets hurt harder as it's down to
time. He can just wait. Well, there we go. Sarka's finally been droned out. No more hiding, no more being safe.
Suspender is still able to go for his kill here, but Sarko does get down, and that's a terrible one. The side of John 10.
One time, you can do it with a bomb, you can do that with Ace. But a lot of people didn't realize that until it was too late. Ram actually taking a bit of damage, but there's Mount off the board, Packle and Lord, answering drone, getting triple kills, just jumping in the site with Blitz, staying at the last man.
Not going to be finding any damage, all the region with a fantastic way of trying to challenge the only breach they really necessarily have to. A bit of damage, yes it is, and Nixon are going to be actually able to find the final blow on. How do you see a slap on the wrist with the HP they've been
side of Project Zero. Not entirely sure how that happened. The flash going to come through the push. You would imagine comes through next, but that F not going to come in clutch to save his life. The 2 kills go in favor as the Legion on the flank, able to find 1 kill, not quite able to find a pick. The C4 still in pocket, so this Ash has to be extremely careful about this Mira. Just hear it rip, and it comes through, but the kills also come through for the Ash, walking past the angle, able to find the 3rd. No, it was actually...
The phones are being rang. Exactly, just a little bit of utility here and there, trying to spice it up. The first few now guns are being used to throw a few bullets over the first 2 kills. Beautiful, the 3rd one nearly on the board, but
a lot to work with here. And look at the time Wava is working off him as he's just waiting for maybe a bit of support from his teammates with the mirror window. It's established a bit more easy, but you're completely blinded. You have nowhere to go. Coles is able to sneak up on you, or rather just rush you down. As Privet expecting to have
happy about it either.
I wouldn't be too, because Devils has been putting up a great performance for Diaboli. Like now, 8 kills. It's going to be only getting worse by the moments, as it's Nias able to put a second into the grave. Already Wisteria are building up a real good craft of this first round. With 2 players to shove them in the face of Wisteria, it certainly could be working out because the Blacks is already going down. We spot the footsies, that's a bit of damage, but no, he's sticking to it. Moritz, what are we thinking? We had plenty of time to back off. A good 1-for-1 deal, but we have to get the lead back, and it's going to be none other than Diaboli's RC to claim it. Thanks to all.
Lucy, he gets the first kill, and now the roamer in admin is pretty alone. Let's see if he can make a difference.
Yeah, Lamb able to find that opening kill in a lot of these rounds. The opening kill has been in favor of Panic.
But truly, that's a huge pick because it's like a back and forth between Chile and Chile this entire match. Bolton's still trying to get his first pick on the board, but he's not droned out. There's another pick though. Trades coming out from both sides. Long angle. Shino getting another one as well.
On the door is Bear ready already shooting. But Mark is gonna find himself another kill, and with that, Region find himself again in a little bit of a pickle here. Losing members left, right, and center. Mark now with the triple potential, with a quad here and also on the board. Beautiful. Now who's gonna be strong? You could have played him alone, but now he needs still support from the team, and that will just fall back to the team play that we need to see, especially in competitive. Now, Lamy will be the first one to find himself a cheeky killer, double for him, a triple. Why not? He takes out free play.
Galaxy goes down, that's going to be absolutely crucial, because any possible disruption of eyesight, which isn't actually being brought here, so not going to be that much of a hindrance as Eli able to get another kill, and Lucy goes down, the case is going down in a new shot.
And we get to see these grooms come out into full effect. Flop's going to be able to ping him while he's hiding tight in that corner. It's one way or another. They don't really have a lot of options. They have to push through. Timer's not in their favor. Cream does not get pinged. So there's a double kill for Netflix.
That's it. Smith is just swerving around him, doing what he does best, wasting the time of the attackers here. Kanukone are chasing Ghost. However, BK is able to play the head of Petty there, giving the advantage back their way. Smith, he's going to need to ace clutch this one to go the distance here. He needs to get this one.
See the red going off, but no C4. They have the vertical, but I don't think they're going to be able to go upstairs and see this player. They see the cross coming from Siri. Scyther goes down, but so does Marika. It's all down to Allard, and that will be the round cut off. I don't think they know he's down.
Is looking to claim any early kills possible within the range of possibilities, and again, that revolver is not to be messed around with. But of course, with the swing of the shotgun, that's where you find the momentum, and just like that, Lamb has claimed great territory, getting himself into Darkson, and at the same time, claiming a huge
above, and that's why Glaz working so hard to take this space.
He's ready for that 2-4. As soon as that castle barricade falls, he will make it his. As the Glass walks inside, unfortunately didn't see the bandit laying down because of the...
Aren't necessarily that bad, but it means you're going to be a little bit short on utility overall, as the impact nade comes through and shorten on the Ella, able to take down Lamb, finding the headshot. And I mean, I'm sure Lamb, Dynamite has been the impact player of this round and has the most kills in the lobby so far. So yeah, the buff definitely proving to be crucial in this matchup so far, as YMK goes down to Akari, as Pozo is the only one left.
This is very disjointed, very all around the place, but it's going to be all that Myth currently have left to offer. A close wall bang, not close enough for Verticality. Does challenge one, that's going to be one for Akari. Goes up against the player of Pillow. Does deny that Bulletproof can run.
Oh, no way, not again.
It simply won't stand. Hauxi made it.
Someone from Wisteria just needs to swing it, but they're not going to be able to hit the shots. No, shut down there by Eli. Leaving it all up to Pozo, can't quite do it on the vertical, but trying to do so gives his game away, gives the position. Does get a freebie though, Akari totally unaware. 1v1 for this round right now to take the lead of this game.
Camera to take care of. That's what's so deadly here. And look at the spot. Skipper is able to find 1 second as well, but VIP should worry about getting this plan down as time is running out, as of course mentioned in chat. But they tried to contest some of these players. They're met with faulty, and it's all down to Matey trying to pick it headway, but it doesn't seem to be spotted. All the support from Smith able to keep his fellow comrade on mezzanine here alive, and also pick up a kill. Possible second here already being revealed as Shrinley is spotted, but same goes for Nil. C4 chuck shot out in mid-air, good aim and accuracy
to take down the Ash, meaning those Ash breaches not going to come in handy. I know one was already used, I'm not quite sure about the rest, as the Maestro cam proving absolutely diabolical here, dealing so much damage onto Rumi, and another one from a different angle, the wall being opened up.
Made potential. Hauxi goes in for the swing, is going to be finding the close range against Trigley rather than the other way around. Was just jumping into the smoke. Hauxi gets another just like that, converted to a 2-4 by Null, and now it's all left down to the last man standing. Ellie, a victim of Null for yet another the 5-5-2
commitment from Kudera. They want to try and force these players out, try and get themselves to grass, try and get themselves to space, but are they aware of Sagrada inside of Janitor? No, they're not. It's a 3 versus 3 now situation, as he's got no choice but to try and send the blitz in here to do his job. Dynamite's going to do exactly that.
C4 does just that. It's evened up. 2 versus 2 in the hatch. Might just be a death sentence for a player that might just over peak, and the peak comes through, and the kill comes through as well. Voltan picks it up, and Maryland trades down to the 1v1.
It's got to go against the Blackbeard as well as the vertical, as well as the player on top of the breach. holding 2 different angles. Tries to pot shot the Blackbeard, but that shield being up, not be able to see enough, but Nifty's able to finish off the round. And that'll be GG's all around.
Down, Pingwing's down. Two of your operators, and you're still chasing Wild Geese on the top floor here. But look at it, Sakari's still swinging, still trying to find picks. Ranka does finally shut the Fenrir down. Dynamite now taken off the board as well. It's a 3 versus 3.
We'll keep up the aggression nonetheless because we are not giving piece of our minds. Kempi finally returns it. It only took 3 players. UAM are fighting back, but look at Dynamite's nasty shots. Then you get another, and now it's all gonna be.
They have been working their way through back towards this one, but this round is not starting off with a good foot there. An early loss, and you can see Lambe thinking about trying to make the recovery, but no misses the player. Eventually gets them after the drop down. He needs to equalise on a South 4 versus 4 here. Losing that.
The members, Nipsu and Lambe. Nick isn't moving, Russell is still alive. They've taken out the control of Rafters. And a slow but steady moving close to the side. Beautiful ping right there. Great information throughout the drone. Will be taken out though immediately. With that, Monty finds himself.
Step a bit too close for that C4. You could be easily taken out, but here goes no for an attempt. The C4 is there, but the EMPs are going to be the deadliest. Although Scythe is able to just get the timing. That's 2 off the board. Have already shut down everything Mysteria have stood up for up until now. Trying to swing out, but
I can understand that. One way or another, they have to be push because the jacuzzi wall's now open. Only the mirror behind that mirror is just waiting to get onto the site. Tico rings out and actually ends up getting killed. But she's now stuck there. Thermite answers with his own pushes and did bring the champion plan ahead for this. But he's not even concerned about getting Ryan scanned their track right now. But I could be right. One Smith's getting first pick, but Nipu answering with his own. Siri burning one person as well. Buck is below chasing down Emily Lance into this Grim. Wanting to play so much. For now, they can't just run and go for the diffuser. They know the defenders are watching it from line of sight. It's really dangerous. Now it's 45, a minute left. And Rexon gets a second one as well. That's Ash off the board.
Rexon being proven to be absolute detriment.
A couple players working square on either side, but Team VIP, they need to move quickly. We're only 20 seconds into this post clock. They're 3 men down, chasing Blitz upstairs here. It's really all on Yadon there to stick with the fuse, but can't quite do it. And it's poor Elmer team able to get the Blitz, but I think that's bad at this point, right? It's 3v.
but it simply will not be working as the team has now been shattered, put into flames, and one after another. While though Alzo is still fighting a bit of a battle, losing one of the 2 are going to be found. The headshot in there for Skipper, and all of a sudden DK going to be left down to 2 players, while one of them a single bullet away from death.
Pozo, and a very impressive one that is. The vertical isn't gone just yet. They have that round angle, so they do know that vertical is here, and the head gets taken clean off, but YMK is able to take one as well, as it's an equal trade from both parties. They're going to try and permaban out those hard breaches and leave that match Marats. Now Packle finally is Rory to be tried to be taken out, and there you go, but Wrexham will get a trade off in the end, giving him the 2 versus 2. Very second pick to make a suspender. Do that himself since he's so eager on these kills. 20 seconds remaining. Well, we need to make something happen. Slayers trying to get themselves inside a site, but there will be a trade from Leonski, but Sarge.
Where are you looking? Why are you even there? As Halsey manages to take down Legion and get a man advantage going into the last 35 seconds of this round, but Kaid able to take down North. The Ram is no longer going to be a player in this round. The
Patas aren't greedy enough. They want to focus all of their vision, all that they have, on this whole objective of that plant being set down. But look at Raxel's position, has the job to finish off 2, gets them both and slaughters them in the moment. As Patas have completely turned the tables. Panahune don't have much hope left. Raston's taking heavy damage. The IQ's all that's left, and it seems like Patas are going to be able to take this without much of trouble. 3 players, it's 2v1, but 8 seconds remain. You don't have the case. It's being held downstairs. You drop it to the shield to play through for the rest of the match or round.
The flavor is still on Rocket. And that's just a preview.
No one seems to take care of notice of him. Okay, Bolton, you go ahead.
Meanwhile, before it can even get started with a lovely run out onto that library, but here we go, Puffo.
Here we go. We're going to be kicking it off quite nicely with two in the favor of none other than PK. They're able to bring it to despair, but Cole's there with a double flash. Although hungry there for the support and moves like a Jaeger. Cole's there able.
Putting his team as a little bit of a disadvantage, but it should be fine. Nade comes out, Smoke's going to the hallway, pushing Jono out of his position, but now they have to push Tumor out. Does get one, but he is refragged. Later, it is now a 1v4 answers on his own. Later is trying. Well, to be fair, he can be rested. He can ball it. This side, I think it's time to go.
I think he will be cut off here in just a second, claiming the kill. There you go, Danu. Might be able to collect cameras as well of these Valkyrie, which will be a little bit of a death.
Up top, if not a rush plant through smokes and whatnot, the Warden not being available means that it is definitely an option, as the Ashe getting in a gunfight here, just able to win it out of against the Capcan. They know that this Capcan is a possibility.
Ivana almost taken out, but the library player is able to deal a couple of bullets here to Raston. As Danu's kill, able to find the second. Panahune seems to be stressing out, but outnumbering Raxo was a prime time, although Cole's down from below, able to get the long angle on to Nipsu.
Just too much to handle. As Eli finds another, it's all going to be left up to Merrick. On the Legion, has to manage to find all of these kills, all 5 of the kills. The case going down. Is the Dumine going to be able to stop it? It's not going to be able to find it as 1 kill comes through with Ryan.
And as much as Geeke had a wound out open and the Denari leaves the field, it's returned just in similar favor by Geeke themselves, as going out for a double swing ends up resulting in a double casualty. VIP are still able to fight back quite nicely, and Dirt is kept within their bounds. It's all the
underneath. If he tries to go put down season go close to the wall, his life is in danger. At this point, it's better to let him breach and then try to win the gunfight.
So you've got to be careful of that, Damos, as you said, down below, get one, but Neil's able to take down Dynamite, at least getting one back the other way, and with a second coming in for Wisteria.
Players all over him on this vertical control.
The Kelty not quite functioning very well down here. Again, you can see this, all these details cams not even being shot. What a shot! Verticality, all we gotta do is now find that.
Jumped off the diffuser a little too early. He picked, one kill had been picked up by YMK as they'll swap over to a different site of the diffuser. I think it was an actual Echo drone actually stopping the diffuse. As it does go down, I'm not sure if they know exactly where. Never mind, they do now, as Nolf is able to pick up the kill down to the 4. But
with the castle barricades, surely this isn't what locks us out of sight. Luckily the cannons was coming in, but this is the flank dying.
This is the flag that needs to be happening. Baspin and Strong will find it first. He's looking for more. Be taken out though immediately. He's going to be shut down. 25 seconds left. The main.
As that clock is the defender's best friend right now, as they're going to have to send it into back armor.
No choice but to go now, no choice. The longer you dwell, the longer you pay. Well, you don't know about the one inside of the corner. Short does trade it back, but Kuba's right there to continue the trading game. And
until now, Nillard decides to change that. It seems LA will be the first to fall here. That's the Nomad out forward, but a second to quickly follow. The refrag out to Cappy. A second one, Dynamite is able to blow up and find the lead back once more, and just swinging in with a bit of overzealousness. Series 8.
Off. The timer doesn't always work out, but when it does, it works out wonderfully. Ooh, Blitz dodging the C4, but his teammate ending up sacrificed for it. It's just not going to come out to whoever's pushing in. Luckily, Dynamite is there to refrag the bomb, but now Blitz can go for the pop.
Is the danger now? 30 seconds left into this game, but slowly but steady here, and we need to go in as the plans happening on side. Vision has been denied. Kill has happened as well. Back down to the advantage from the side of Region, but the kills have been going on for the side of Region.
Moto area as you have managed to clear it though in this meet yet again with the shotgun in just about the same position as wait, maybe the drones didn't actually spot him as something that's gonna swing and take it down.
Distributing a little bit of pressure either side, as first will be forever taking out YMK. There's your top frag gone and out for the count. As a swing from Hoxie with a shotgun's going to pick up one as well as Null onto Prime. Forever also goes down himself. I think they're going to try and cut off many of the rotates, but the roam is actually going to be proving more successful than anything, since Hoxie's in a little bit of a tricky situation himself and absolutely pummeled by this Goyo. Daniel does take 2.
And welcome back to Playday 10 here of Voltage Series Season 6, folks. After what was a pretty quick going of the first game, we've had a bit of an opportunity to cool off calm down, because Aggressive, just for the folks at home that perhaps weren't here or perhaps watching other EML leagues or whatever else is going on, just recap what exactly went down in our first game of the night.
Honestly, it was just Geeky domination, right? 7-2 scoreline on the map of Bang. Geeky just proving to us time in and time out that they are a team and a force to be reckoned with. Right behind Diavoli on the scorecards for a very particular reason, right? Diavoli now, they've proven that they are the superstar level team, but Geeky pretty much close in behind, and they can easily make sure that that drift between them gets closed out at any moment. You have to give it to the side of Wisteria, though. They did put up a pretty good effort on a couple of the rounds that they were able to win and really find a system to go up against the members of Geeky in a couple of those fights. But 7-2 scoreline going in their favor, not really that big of a surprise. A lot of people will say that, hey, Wisteria, they played really badly, they don't deserve to be here, but that wasn't really the case. We saw that the team was really good in the way that they were able to adapt a couple of new ideas that they were able to bring onto the table, and hopefully moving on down the line, those ideas will get refined even more. There's still a couple of days left for this playoff stage, so there's so much more that they can do here to just come back even stronger and possibly not be the team who gets relegated and get to that top 6 position. Now, another 2 teams that we have for you for today. Now, this is where things are going to get a lot more interesting. Possibly a game that could go distance as well. Team Mid up against Diavoli. I want your thoughts on this one, Travi, because I know that you have a history with Diavoli.
Oh, I do indeed. This one is going to be, in my opinion, the sleeper. Possibly could be. Obviously, we do have a game of the night coming up next, but this is the one that, in my books, could also be a very much a sleeper hit for game of the night. It's our current first seed, as you said, Diavoli, the ones currently sitting atop the throne, going up against 4th place of Diavoli. It's going to be a banger. Of course, yet another game, and as we put up the map video on the screen to exactly where we're going to be settling this one on through, of course, best of 1 territory yet again, so we're only going to be seeing one map, and we're returning to where we started off today. We're going to be going back to Bank for another go round of it. Both these teams have a pretty decent result on Bank, I would say. It's definitely preferred map, certainly leaning in the way of Diavoli. Myth, they're 50-50 on this map. I've seen them play really, really well on this map. I've seen them play not so well on this map. Looking at this veto, to me, at least, Aggressive, this one just comes up to on what Myth we see today.
Let me see what it comes out of the map of Bank here. It's already so boring for a couple of these teams, but then again, it's Diavoli, right? So let's just give them a chance to cook. There's always something different for Diavoli, right? There's going to be one round where all of them are just going in for 5-man runouts. I've seen it happen. Like, I don't know, like, if Dragon was here, he could vouch for me on this one. I've seen a round where at least 3 players from Diavoli have jumped out of windows together and killed at least 2 people. It has happened. But up against Smith, I don't think they're going to be doing that, but it's going to be quite interesting if they want to go in for that much more over-aggressive Diavoli that we know and love coming out from them. Team Mid, though, on the other side, they're much more control intensive. They like to play proper Siege. They don't try to stray away from the path of what textbook Siege is going to be looking like. But up against Diavoli, you need to bring that level of creativity, especially on the map of Bang. Things that we have seen that were missing from Wisteria when it came down to that previous matchup that we had today. Hopefully that's not going to be a repeat of that story, and we see something a bit more different from them.
Speaking of Diavoli, let's take a look at the team and at the statistics for them. How they've been faring up so far. As we've said, they're in first place, up by 6 points as well compared to everyone else. So they've got a massive, massive advantage of all of the other teams in this competition. And well, looking at these statistics there, all bar Ariel, who I believe is the coach subbing in for this game. Everyone else on the side of Diavoli, the normal 4 players of the core roster, they have had a phenomenal stage so far.
Hey, props to the coach, though. He's actually keeping up with the players in a lot of these rounds. Hey, this old dog still have a couple of good tricks left in his arsenal. But hey, and one of the bigger things about having the coach on the team, right, from time to time when he's subbing in, he already knows all the strategy. He's the one who built it from the ground up, so he can easily slot himself in wherever it's necessary. Yeah, mechanics-wise, he's not going to be as proficient as the players, maybe. I don't really know. I haven't really seen Ariel play. But Diavoli is still going to be a strong team regardless. They still have those 4 players, especially with Devil just being, again, he is the devil, right? So he owns the place. This is his hell, and those burning fires are going to be the thing that's probably burning up the members of Myth if they are not careful. Diavoli is just one side of the spectrum. Now we need to talk about Myth. Now Myth as a team, it's just, I'm just going to give them the benefit of the doubt, saying that they are a squad that can go the distance. Yes, they have some struggles, but they're not a bad team. It's just like flip a coin and hopefully it's going to be heads and Myth's going to be sitting.
Yeah, my biggest weakness and my biggest drawback to this current iteration of the Myth roster that we have in front of us is the inconsistency of it. I have seen them on play days where they look like they're competing up there with our very top teams in T2, you know,
True.
even stretching a bit further. I've seen that Myth. But then I've also seen a Myth that's struggling to compete with our bottom middle teams. And it's, as you say, it's very, very hot and cold. And it feels almost like, as you said, entirely like a coin flip. What Myth are we going to get today? And I don't want to pin the blame. I don't, not at all. But I think a lot of that goes on the backline players, right? Dynamite steps up massively. You could almost rely on Dynamite having a huge clip, something to post on Twitter and brag about after every single matchup. But the rest of the team, it does sometimes leave a bit left to be desired, I think. I want to see those backline supportive players really get themselves up at the forefront and get themselves competing with those frags, get themselves in those gunfights and come out on top of them, really.
Another problem that Myth has is the way that they generally go in for their drone work. We know that a couple of the top level teams, like what separates these top tier teams from the bottom tier ones is the way that they do their drone work. Wisteria, you could tell that they had very average level of drone work in the way that they were utilizing a lot of their drones. On a couple of rounds, you could see the moments of brilliance, right? I still remember on Bank having proper lobby control with that drone, catching out the player that was trying to play for those repels. It was really smart from the members of Wisteria. And those momentary lapses is why we say that Wisteria, even though they're at the bottom of the pack, sitting in that 7th place position on our standings table, it's not really that they're a bad team. It just they need a lot more time to really figure out their plans. Myth on the opposite side of the spectrum, they are a really good squad that can drone well, but they're lazy when it comes down to their droning. And Siege as a game, one of the bigger fundamentals that you need to know about is how to properly utilize those drones on that attack side. On defense, though, I will give Myth props that they have some very interesting setups and they know how to hold onto their crossfires well enough that up against a lot of these other teams that don't have as much experience, it can work. But on the attack, this team struggles the most. And I don't see how they're going to be able to bring this one back if they're not careful.
This is the thing. It's a very interesting one to see. A Myth, they're starting on the attack, I believe, this one, as we're getting ready to start up the game, folks. So we're not going to keep you waiting any longer. We're going to be starting to get into Bank. And as you say, the attacking qualms of Myth, are they going to be stamped out here? Because if I'm reading the veto right, it is going to be the first half they're going to be starting on for Myth, meaning they could be starting this one off on quite a back foot if they can't get attack going. And the issue is they're going on to these very, very strong Diavoli defenses, as you mentioned. The question is going to be, is it going to be too much for them?
Yeah, Diavoli on the defensive side is just always so scary to look at. But Myth, I don't think they're going to be that afraid of it. It all really does depend on how aggressive Diavoli will want to play here. Knowing them, they want to try and take those fights early. They want to get that first opening kill on the defensive side. They want to waste as much utility as they possibly can. Bank as a map, the first line of work that you need to do is break as much goddamn utility as you possibly can from those attackers. Do not allow them to go in for a full-scale execute. We saw those problems happen for the members of Wisteria in that previous matchup. Hopefully history doesn't repeat itself, but what we do know is that Myth as a team, one of their biggest strengths lie in the way that they take their gunfights. They generally do have two people to always treat each other out. If they're able to build upon those strengths, Diavoli will have a little bit of a hard time, but it's just all really going to come down to that execution. You need to know how to utilize your utility, and you need to come in with a strong game plan. And it seems as though possibly the sense is also going to get put onto the table here for them as Myth. They're going in for the bare bones basic. They're not going for an execution heavy strategy. Instead, they're trying to play for a much more pick heavy game plan.
Speaking of the execution or lack thereof as well, Myth have gone in for quite an interesting ban there for me. They've gone and taken off the smoke. Now, he's an operator that I feel we see an excessive amount of. We see him played a lot, right? He's got shotgun SMG, deployable shield, 3 toxic babes. Great all-round operator, one of the strongest in the game in my book. But rarely do we ever actually see him getting taken banned of. Myth, I think they're being a bit more cautious of their time. They're aware that they might take a bit longer to chip through this roam clear and go for this pick game, as you say. They can't be getting stalled out if push comes to shove in a final execute. So they need to make sure that they're not letting things slip through the cracks. So, okay, taking off the board to get the hatches opened easily, smoke off the board, hopefully getting sight a little bit easier. It isn't a good idea, but the issue is you've still got Boyo and Jank on the board.
Yeah, this canisters is going to be the biggest thing for them to play for, especially with a couple of those bigger pickups. I don't think that Myth is going to have a lot of problems if they're able to get into position. we were talking about the lack of an execution heavy comp, right? But they're gonna be going for that much more execution heavy composition. But it's always a problem to try and make this one work. You need to have all the moving pieces that will allow you to go in for such a hit. There is no blitz, so they're gonna be a little bit on the much more difficult side when it comes down to control, and they will be a bit more susceptible to the spam that keep coming in through those sense smokes. But then again, calm before the storm here, pretty much, for the members of Diavoli, as they're just holding down on the lines. No one really playing knee deep on those upper floors, but these drone work coming in from the side of mid, it looks very promising. Generally, this is the mid that we normally do miss out. Thankfully, they're not being lazy with it. They have the information and they just need to capitalize on top of it.
Strong, consistent pacing right now from Myth, and is what I'm liking to see here. Diavoli are just slowly folding away to the pressure, and for Myth, this is a very good point. We're a minute into the round, and already they're taking high control of the first floor here. They can start to look to work their way down and start to look to try and pick apart the pieces of this defense here, and they've already done it in what is pretty record time, all things considered. So all 5 players of Diavoli now down in towards site itself, so Myth going to start to look for an open here. They're going to look to try and find a way into get shock drones into the objective to deal with those volcanics. Possibly get one with Deimos, and also just burn away those Doto canisters there coming in from the Tubrau. Burn the time wasted through, because for Myth, you've got plenty of it to play with.
Slow and steady wins the race here for them, but with time now taken away, Diavoli, they're playing a dangerous game here. That is for certain, but so are the members of Myth. A very, I would say, generic push coming out from them instead of trying to play for much more of a vertical lines of side. The Shamika is still in the hands here for Mara. He's just gonna need to wait here. Timing's is, and there's no one really dropping in from the hatches. Wait a minute, you picked the Sense, you picked the Ying, and you're not really gonna be going in for a hatch drop?
Spider utility, as you say, it's incredibly textbook right now from Myth, and all that pressure they built up early on the round, it's just sort of dissipating away really as we're going through here, because now it seems like we're going to go into a final 30-second chaotic execute. 2 C4s in the back pocket of Diavoli, plenty of fire launchers remaining in the pocket of Maritz as well. Diavoli have the utility to seal this one out here. Myth are going to need to go for that pick game. Really, they need someone like Trigley to step up to them up, someone to get in to get these kills, because right now this diffuser, it is not touching the ground with the Candela's dropping on through. Turco's dropping hatch. Question is, can he stick the corner? Going for the non-default position. Has to stick it behind the wall there. Can't quite get up on the desk. It's relying on the rest of the team to hold on for their gunfights. Tridley does go down, but Agar's able to get one back the other way. Diffuse successfully stuck down for the side of Myth, and with it, a flurry of kills going their way, leaving it all up to Allward and Cypher now to recover this one in the post plant. But one's chasing ghosts in elevator, one's face checking the hatch. Not long for this world. It's not looking good right now for the defense, as Myth try and look to secure this one in a flawless fashion, and they will.
Good God, Myth, they just ran it down to the wire. A strategy that should not have really worked out, but the members of Diavoli, they were confused as well, possibly by the way that this drop down even happened. Because the Ink Candelas didn't really catch anyone, but the Sense Smokes gave just enough breathing room for them to really play for this one. Diavoli, I'm pretty sure they know what they're going to be banning next. Just take that Sense off of the table almost immediately. Otherwise, this basement side hole is going to be so difficult for them to play for. This is very smart coming in from the members of Mid, though. Taking this flawless round like this, they were just able to spread out that pressure just enough because there were no roamers on those top floors to try and get those clearance. Again, similar problems to what we saw previously in the past. They tried to slow things down over to a crawl, and because Mid did ban out that smoke, they didn't really have the same power that they needed. If there was a good smoke canister being placed, anyone that was trying to go in for a plant over towards desk could have instantly gotten caught up.
And this is my, I'm going to moan for a second here. This is my problem with the Tachanka kit. The radius on those Shamika launchers is not wide enough, meaning you cannot cover every single position of the floor. So, like I said, those toxic babes have a large enough radius to where they'll probably catch the desk play. You don't have to be too precise with it. But the Shamika launchers, they bounce around, they're imprecise, and they've not got a large radius. And as you saw, that they were just able to squeeze the diffuser down in the corner there. If Myth hadn't have got that diffuser stuck, entirely different round, definitely one for Diavoli. A little misplay of the utility here, and perhaps a bit of a stroke of genius on the smoke ban really carried them through that one. Now, Diavoli want to continue their rotation, on towards the top floor here, bringing the clash along the board.
Basically a mobile mirror window, pretty much, is the thing that I'd like to call her, but for now, Myth What's the game plan here for you? We've already taken out that first round. Again, slowing things down over to a crawl. Remember, Diavoli not really playing as aggressive as he would have expected. Slow and steady wins the rate for the members of mid here. The Dokkaebi is going to be a pretty big pickup for them too, because having that Dokkaebi is just going to put so much more pressure on the members of Diavoli trying to go in for infinite roams here. But overall positioning, good clearance of all of the utility here. The IQ is going to be able to find one catch on a couple of these players. But for now, it's all about that systematic level of pressure. They need to get these windows cleared out. They need to create enough of an opening for everyone to get into the positions that they need to try and take these fights. No one's going to be going up towards the side of Stockholm though, so this is going to be quite interesting. What's the game plan here coming in for the members of mid? They're running down the clock once more, and they're taking it slow. But then again, I have yet to see a lot of space being covered by their players.
Significantly slower start to this, like you sort of said there, but it's looking to ramp up the pace as well. And Orad, if I can get my words out, looks to get aggressive there inside of Stock, not quite able to find the pick. So just retreats on back here, 5v5, and contrast to the previous round we saw, all 10 players are standing halfway through the round now, and it's a lot slower of a look from Myth here, and I'm really struggling to see what the game plan is at the moment here. I think they were hoping Diavoli to give something away, but it's just not seeming to be the case right now. Myth aren't getting given anything. They're not finding anything to really take advantage of, and with 60 seconds to go, this attack's starting to feel a little flat.
I'm going to try to slow things down now. Once again, the members of mid, they're a little bit afraid here because they found out exactly what the clash is, so it's going to be very difficult for them to try and take a brute force fight against her. Another huge stone on the sides of mid here. 45 seconds left on the clock, yet to cover any form of ground. They're just stuck on an island here where they need to be the first ones to try and make a move. And look at the way the Diavoli are playing. This is so smart. The overall positioning game plan coming out from them is just accurate, to say the very least. For now, it's all about holding down the line.
Where is this execute coming from?
Wait, it's 20 seconds left.
It's 20 seconds left. No one's in the building. Where are we, Myth? There is a timer at the top of your screen. You need to get moving. You need to establish something. You can throw the Candelas in towards the objective, but with no control of established, you're just going to be immediately shut out of it. Eli tries to push him in to try and get some kills going, but Myth, they've just been sat away for too long here. The clock's going to tick down with 6 players alive left in the lobby aggressive. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 6. Over half the lobby still alive there. Myth just taking around for vacation, it seems.
I have no idea what was game plan coming in for Myth. Similar to what happened in that last round, right? Myth just won out the round when it came down to the wire. When it came down to the very last few couple of seconds, then we saw Myth really take that urgent play. And this cannot keep happening over and over again. Diavoli, they're going to run the clock down for as long as they possibly want. They are a very aggressive team, but if you're the ones who are playing slow, then of course Diavoli are not going to do anything. Myth are not willing to take a single risk. That cannot happen. Oh, seems like we're going to get a rehost.
Yes. One of the players of Diavoli has gone, so it would appear to see that we may be heading towards a little rehost. Just while we wait for the confirmation on that one, I think you're going to be thrown right back to our pretty little faces. We're looking amazing here on the casting desk. And what a really interesting couple of rounds that's been, because looking at the game aggressive, first round, Myth were fast, Myth were aggressive, they were very dominant and decisive, and then an entirely different team in the second round, right? They were just not there for most of the round.
Kind of fell asleep in the way that they were taking most of those fights too, but hopefully that's not going to be the case as soon as the rehost does come in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see exactly what we're going to be doing for that one, but overall we're going to need to wait and see where this is going to go, because first of all, these last couple of rounds for Myth was just, I didn't really like it. Like, I understood, right, what you were trying to say. That first round really where Myth was trying to take initiative, but they took initiative in the way that Diavoli just didn't want to take a fight against them. In that next round, they were expecting Diavoli to try and take a much more of an aggressive approach, but Diavoli just pulled the exact same thing as they did in the first round. And in this one, it just worked because, hey, it's not the basement side. You can't really play for full-on execution when it comes down to the CO, when it comes down to the office rooms. It just doesn't work.
Diavoli had to do nothing in that second round. Like, I'm just obviously, I've got the Twitch feed up. Obviously, there is a slight delay. I'm going to break the fourth wall slightly here. There is a delay on the Twitch feed, and we're 45 seconds to go. All 10 players of the lobby still standing. All bar 1 players of Myth are outside of the building. there was just nothing of substance in that round for Myth. Diavoli was just essentially handed around there on a silver platter and said, here, all you need to do is survive a final 10 seconds of chaos and the round is yours. Not the level of play I expect. And it's that time and tested problem, I think, with this Myth roster of we go to hot to cold to hot to cold. And that round was stone cold straight out of the freezer.
Yeah, there's not really much being done out of them when it came down to the utility usage as well. They had a lot of utility that they could have played for. Yes, they were a little bit afraid of what the Clash was going to do, but if you're afraid of the Clash, then create some pressure when it came down to the side of main lobby. Force that Clash to leave the entirety of Stockroom. Leave that hallway open for your players to just try and hold on to, but instead, all of them just kind of waited. They were expecting Diavoli to try and make a move, but they were not really scared of any of it. Hopefully that's not going to be the case when it comes down to that third round, because with the bans now coming in soon, I'm pretty sure that the Clash is going to get taken off the table instantly, since there's another big pickup that could be taken off the board from the members of Diavoli. But knowing Diavoli, they are not really the ones to bow down to the meta, right? They like to allow their opponents to really fester and use those meta composition, and they will not ban anything out that they know it's going to be a huge problem. This is why I really love the changes that Siege made overall to the ban system, because having that third extra ban just changed the dynamic of the entire game. In all professional levels of play, you just had those two bans to really work out the entire game. Now with that third ban, Siege has turned into a lot more of a dynamic game in general.
Yeah, that's entirely the thing with this new ban, right? You have all the way from the bottom right away in like copper rank, all the way up to tier 2 and even beyond in pro league and majors and so on and so forth. It has that impact of you being able to react to what your opponent is bringing. No longer is bans this stagnant game at the start of, are they going to do this? Are they going to do that? You could afford, and the thing we always see, especially from teams like Diavoli, is they take more gambles with these operator bans. Now, they ban, rather than trying to target ban their opponents in the first bit, they might ban to facilitate something that they want to do themselves. Perfect example in this game, right, is actually going to be on the flip side, where Myth have banned the smoke. Not because Diavoli will commonly play the smoke or because it's something that's unique to Diavoli, it's rather so Myth don't have to worry so much about those late round executes, so they can afford to be a bit slower. Sure, second round a bit too slow, but in the first round we saw what great pacing that led to, and arguably there you could make I think very much make the argument that smoke ban was a very key factor into getting that round over the line. It's adding a lot to the game, and the teams that have really taken advantage of it, such as Myth, such as Diavoli, are the teams that are really excelling since the Siege X update.
Absolutely. And a lot of these up-and-coming teams, especially ones that are at the very top of it all here in the Tier 2 circuit, they're the ones that are utilizing this ban system to its fullest. Diavoli here struggling just a little bit, of course, with that first initial round that we did witness coming out from them. But I do believe that Diavoli is just trying to test out those waters up against Smith. They're not taking over-aggressive fights. They're taking things a lot more slower. And it's really showing that as a team, Diavoli is always trying to evolve. They're not really a squad that's like instantly gonna take over a game, right? They're a good squad because they just showcase consistency throughout all of their matches. They will never get overly confident. And if that is how they're gonna be playing up against Smith as well, it's gonna work out. As the game, again, ladies and gentlemen, it's starting off once again. All the bans are gonna be coming back. The rehost is done. Hopefully the members of Diavoli are still looking to be in that same boat, right, with all their players having the momentum that they had previously. But the real question is, will Myth finally try to set their foots down and not try to go in for that old 30-second meta of Siege that we all hate?
You're wondering if Myth will set their foot down. I'm just wondering if Myth are going to put a foot inside the building before 10 seconds left as a round, to be honest with you, after that last one. That round was... I don't even know what I've just witnessed, to be honest with you, entirely, Grace. It does seem like we're having a couple of extended technical issues here, so we're just going to throw it over towards the map loading image and just get the game ready for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of seconds with the remainder of this game, and we've got plenty more to come afterwards, so, don't go anywhere. And thank you very much for bearing with us, folks, there during that short break. Unfortunately, technical pauses, they do happen from time to time, but the good news is it's all been sorted. All 10 players are back in the lobby, and, well, despite a slow previous round for Myth, I think they're going to be looking to get things ready round to go. Looking at this lineup aggressive, they want to go for that execute yet again. We're already seeing the sense that Kebby the Grim, Myth, they're going to make this one bloody.
It's going to be quite the interesting one coming out from them once again. That sense once more will be an absolute nuisance that they have to deal with following these next couple of rounds. And you can tell that Diavoli, they want to get this side off of the table as quickly as they possibly can, because as soon as those swaps are going to be coming in with the sides now coming back online too, moving forward, having this basement side for yourself is going to be a big one. Especially with the Warden still being on the table, there is a way that you can turn this one back. You understand what the limitations are going to look like, but the real question is how the members of Diavoli are going to try to hold on to this. That last time around, you could tell that Myth just had way too much space to really play for, but this time around, Diavoli, they need to try and play a little bit more aggressive, because Myth, as a team, you can tell that if you give them a lot of space, they're going to be able to use it well. But if you try to, at the bare minimum, right, not really give them that space, they're just stuck outside of the site and they're not going to do much.
Hit the nail on the head with that one. I think it's all about Diavoli just keeping up that aggression, making sure you don't really give anything away for free. And for Myth, that's exactly what they're going to be banking on with this one. This start here towards their attack inside, going to be getting second floor control fairly easily. All eyes now on this first floor. Now, earlier on when we saw it in the first round, Diavoli gave it up very quickly. They didn't really too bother to fight for it. They just wasted a bit of time, dropped away before any blood was spilled. Are we going to be seeing something different here round number 3? Or are Diavoli going to be past as heard? Pressure's mounted up now for these first 4 players, but for the time being, well, they've all decided to drop away, and Myth in control again at the 2-minute mark.
Once again, a very slow crawl-based execution from them. But really out of the ordinary when it comes out of the overall set plays that they're known to do. Take your time, take it steady. Full clearance of the utility here. Instantly, those canisters getting taken off the table. That's a lot of stall that they could have had, instantly getting put down over to a halt here. Those Twitch drones finding infinite amounts of value when it just comes down to getting those clearances that they do need. Good initial openers coming in from the Grim just to lay for those rotations if he needs to at any point of the game here. Calm before the storm of pretty much an instant thing that we always talk about, but for Diavoli now, they're just gonna wait.
Yeah, wait's all they need to do. They don't need to give themselves anything up. Myth are banking on them doing so, and for Diavoli, as you say, they can just play the time here. Got the Janker to still burn plenty through the round. Got some Vulcan canisters that do remain on side of the objective. Diavoli also have all of the power, only really being contested by these hatches. Feeling a little one-dimensional, feeling a little flat from Myth right now, but they need to make this execute quickly. We can't be doing it at the 15-second mark, which is exactly why we're going to see the drop now. But it's a drop straight into their demise. Eli is the first one to fall. Diavoli get an early man advantage in this round. Myth takes a moment to stagnate, but that's going to cost them another player. Swing round from Shirley towards Garage, can't quite make anything happen. It's all up to Dynamite and Ikari, one of which can fight their way back into this one with a couple of quick picks, make it 3 of them, but not any more than that. It's now just left to Ikari here to touch up this 1v2, makes it a 1 versus 1 on towards Allred here. The question is, will Myth have the time to get this one done? Diffuser's been recovered, but need to get it stuck down onto the ground here. There's not really many other options. You can just play the clock, you can just play the time, and Diavoli yet again just winning it on the 6th defender itself.
Yeah, it's already just coming on down to the wire. It's already dependent on one thing and one thing alone. It's just making sure that your opponents don't get a free plan to go for themselves. Good use your utility up till the very end there. You could tell that those instant drops from the C4 plus the fact that the Warden was still on the table, that sense is just not able to find the value that generally she does. And it's tough, but pretty much expected. Wait a minute, Diavoli, they don't even care that there's a possible sense that could be causing some problems for them. Instead, taking the Ying off of the table because they understand that the CEO office, there's a good chance they might go in for a Young Rush, right? That's still a strategy that is very viable still to this day if you know how to play it well. Glass now being taken on the table here. Instead, they're going in for a much more rush-intensive composition. They're expecting them to go back down over towards that basement side, but instead, it's going to be open area with the offices being the one place where Diavoli are going to be looking to set up their proper death zone.
Bomb located by
themselves
attackers.
inside of office here. A lot of traps being brought to the table here, and a pretty staggering amount of information gathering utility as well, right? Those Banshees from the Melusi of Marantz, they're going to double as not only information, but a bit of trap as well, slow down the attack. Something that's already been quite stagnant here for Myth so far. I mean, just looking at these replays, I've just got to really question it for Myth, right? It's an execute off seemingly no bases, and yet again, the same problems that were in round 2. They're pushing in towards the site without having done the previous steps that they need to as an attacking roster here on Bank. It's crucial they take control of everything. They need a pressure from Grudge. They can't just be hot dropping down hatches, because that is just a way to very quickly set this one over, done with. They've only 2-1 up now, going to be looking to solidify that. Myth need to start to get some rounds here.
They need to try and figure this one out, that is for certain. It's much more slowed down approach, that's for sure, but close proximity fights already being taken. You can tell that all their members, they're just trying to go in for a much more of a deeper clearance here with these drones. They found the timings that they need, but they need to be careful of how much they're trying to fight into. The members of Myth, they need an opener, especially with Diavoli not really giving much away. This is a very stark change in the overall playstyle of Diavoli, honestly. A team that is so much more confident when it comes down to their fights, now playing it slow. It's questionable, but at the same time, it's something that we would like to see. You can tell that Diavoli as a squad, they're maturing a lot faster than a lot of these other squads, even though they're winning out on so many of their matches.
For me, this Diavoli read comes in the form of Myth are going to dig their own grave. They're going to lie their own beds down here. They're going to be slow regardless of whether you contest them or not. And I think Myth are banking on the fact that Diavoli can test them. And when they don't, Myth are still slow. They're not using the free space given to really do anything with it. They still just plod along slowly through the map, digging their own grave, and then all they need to do is lie down upon it in the final seconds. Towards stop now, trying to gain control of the map, but this is step 1 of many more to come. We're halfway through the round, and Diavoli, they've not been shaken at all here, sitting very comfortably in all of the right positions at the moment.
Slowly. 1 minute, 10 seconds left on the clock. I don't know where this is going. Where are the attackers? Wait a minute, Is this happening again? Travi, please tell me no.
It might genuinely be happening again with 60 seconds left to go, and that ingress in towards stock, well, it didn't matter for much. At least elsewhere, Myth have been able to find one inside of the round. That's something there with the Montaigne knocking on the objective door as well. Diavoli, they do finally have something to be concerned about here, especially as their numbers do seem to start to be dwindling. Bit by bit by bit, they're being reduced to shreds. It's now left up to Allred here to clutch up in a 1 versus 5 through seemingly nowhere. Myth spring alive in towards the action. They've got to read onto the final player, and he can spray for what he likes. Diffuser going down, cornered inside of Archives. He's not long for this world, and Myth out of nowhere explode with a flawless round and Firefall game.
I was just back in that 20-second meta that I dreaded for Siege for such a long time. Myth is just reviving that down to the core. They're only attacking when it comes down to the wire. It was like, what, around like 30 seconds to 40 to 30 seconds left on the clock when that first initial kill came in onto that Melusi. And it just happened because Diavoli, you just already said it, right? They're banking upon the fact that Myth are going to be the ones to dig their own grave. But when Myth just finds that opening kill, Diavoli, they're scrambling around trying to figure out what to do next. It's all really dependent on that first kill, it seems. And Diavoli, they need to try and switch out a plan here. They need to try and figure something out, because if they don't, this is just going to get even more difficult. Now, slow things down. We're back to the crawl. Think about what's going to happen next. What did Diavoli do in that last round that was very wrong out from them? It's just the way that they positioned themselves. Everyone was just playing their own game. I'm pretty sure you saw that as well, Travi. None of them were ready to go in for a single crossfire. They all were taking direct 1v1 or 1v2s up against their opponents.
I think the way Myth are playing so slowly, I feel like Diavoli were a little bit asleep at the wheel when the pressure finally started to kick off, because it caught me off guard out of nowhere. We were literally saying, oh, it's going to be another very, very slow round, couple second execute from Myth, and then maybe 20 seconds ahead of the curve, they dial it up to 11 out of nowhere, like the old meta back in the day. We weren't expecting it. It didn't seem like Diavoli were expecting it, and they just folded. Because like you said, the positioning was not right there to deal with that execute. They weren't anticipating here. Diavoli, as much as they can be quite comfortable with how the past 4 rounds have gone, they can't let it get inside their heads where that arrogance then becomes something that works against them. They need to remain confident and not arrogant about this one. And the confident is what exactly is going to be doing some early damage here. And you don't want to be losing that Capital because of all these operators. He is one that's vital to that execute.
Doing these things well, though. Once again, the members of Mid, they're much more slower in the pros. They're just waiting to see what's going to happen next year. Good clearance though early on. The Capital does take a chunk of damage trying to go in for this repel, so need to be careful on what they try to do next year. An open hallway, always a nuisance for any attackers opting for this repel position. Just play this one smart, play it well. One of the key rotations that we also have to worry about here has to be the way that these fights are meant to be taken. Nemos on those bottom floors. Engagements present, up and ready for those first fights. It's again going to be Myth who gets the opener, and this is huge coming out from them. Diavoli down. They need to scramble to try and find their positions to set up those crossfires. Otherwise, Myth, they're going to run them down.
That's the first time all game I've seen Diavoli try and make a response to something Myth are doing. They've just been walking back slowly so far. Axel gets the right idea to try and go for something aggressive, but Eli has to read onto it and can continue to be a menace from those positions below, which means those mirror windows are going to be significantly harder to play behind, allowing Myth to start to really dial up that pressure elsewhere on the other players on side of this. If you look at how much is invested inside a Janitor right now, Myth understand this is the key vocal point of the round right now. They need to get that side of the map control, need to get that win condition. Eli continuing to work his magic from below is exactly what they need to get this one over the line. Only thing is, Aurad's still alive on the Yokai drones, and with the Sense Walls looming in, plant attempt may be made by Myth. Question is, can they stick it all the way down though?
Not at all, because this is just going to be a nuisance. The C4 still in the hands of one of the players. This is always going to be a problem for them to hold on to. As long as this one mute's just allowed to live and free pretty much in the janitor closet, he's going to be the one sweeping the floor of their bodies pretty much. Gun clearance still coming in from the Tuberal over towards bottom floor, but that's going to be a huge catch. But still, regardless, Tuberal's going to be able to kill the player, repelling from the outskirts of the window. But still, he needs to be careful. One player now need TP towards the side of Janitor. The Yokai drone still up and ready to just make sure this plant denial keeps on coming through. Perfect flag. That's going to be Frey with such a big kill. 3 seconds left on the clock. They need to get this diffuser down right now, and they're going to be able to hold on to it. But the Yokai drone instantly gets the snap and sends it away. That is Diavoli for you, ladies and gentlemen. They played the clock down well, but Myth, oh boy, it all just comes down to the wire, doesn't it, for them?
Certainly does. All the way through to the very bitter end for Myth. The big thing there is the slow start to the round, and the Echo was in elevator, a very common position for a player on that operator to be hiding in. He was just chilling, not pressured at all a single round, not a frag grenade gone his way. No one from Myth thought to check it. No one from Myth really thought to go in there. And whether it was because of the mute and there was no information to that know that there was a player in there, regardless of what it was, there was still Echo drones playing it the late round there, and just there was no way Myth could get that defuse down, despite the massive efforts of Eli. They just could have bottled around right at the final hurdle. So we go down to this final round of the half here. Myth, really, I think they need to equalise this one. Otherwise, things start to look a little bit bleak again as we flip towards the second half of the game. Diavoli can be very happy with how that one's turned out, and they return to a basement, a firm favourite of them so far.
Absolutely. Playing it smart and playing it systematic. The members of Diavoli, they're not really taking a lot of those risks that you generally know them to do. But then again, this basement side has had its own set of difficulties that they need to try and overcome. Real question being, is it going to be a rush-intensive strategy? Yes, it will be, with the Dokkaebi and the Blitz getting taken off the table. We already know what's going to happen. That Blitz is either going to jump down over from the elevator hatch or directly from Bankbolt. Without a Kaid, there is nothing stopping this Blitz from just coming into your face instantly as soon as a call comes in.
It's not going to be the Blitz that kicks off this round. Actually, it's going to be a very quick push on towards the first floor here, coming through from Myth, as they've already opened it up. They don't even let the replays finish, give us that time of day. Instead, it's an equalizer out from Max taking down Dynamite. That is the Grim off the board. But Myth, they just want to change up the tempo for the final round of the half here. I think they've decided enough is enough. No more waiting around. We're going to take matters. We're going to take fate in towards our own hands. Temporarily slowed down there by the Zoto canisters of Frey, buying Diavoli a little bit of time to respond, get the better positioning that we saw bite them in the butt the round prior. They now just need to wait. Let this one stall out here as Myth, they're wondering what to do now. They've lost their Lost their Grim. How do you recover yourselves from this here? You're in a 4 versus 4 with 2 minutes to go. You're in a decent position, but these final 120 seconds are going to be golden for getting this game equal.
The real question being now where they're going to be going with this one too. So with so many members already jumping on town, you lost out one of the key players that was required for you to clear out these basement side positions. Without that Grim, you know what's going to happen here too, Trappy. They need to face check everything. They can't really drop down for free. There's too many different angles that they have to worry about. And the Chanka, oh boy, he's just going to be throwing Shamikas all day, every day.
Not a lot of fire, and whether he's going to be able to hit the right spots or not, there's another question. Frey's able to hit the spot on Torch, couldn't go elsewhere, so the DF only going to maintain their man advantage for now. And right now, with lack of hard breach, with lack of options and ways in, Biff are going to struggle to get inside of the objective here and try and get this defuse down. Try and pick the Chanka while he's vulnerable, but instead just opening yourselves right up for Frey to pick another one up. 4 versus 2 advantage right now. Very strong round for Diavoli as Myth. They've got 60 seconds, which is longer than we've seen them have before, but now they've only got 2 people to work with. Things are going to be very, very difficult here for them to get this one over the line.
It's going to be one of those difficult roundups again. Myth running the clock down to the wire. Very much nothing really much that they can do to try and turn this one back. Guaranteed 4th round coming in for this side of Diavoli once more, and Frey, he nearly got an ace at this round. Wait a minute, yeah, Frey got a 4K to his name. It's good. God, Diavoli, they're just showcasing the pressure that they are able to hold. And honestly, I don't think I even saw a single canister being thrown out by the tuber out there. He didn't even use his gadget. He just did whatever the hell he wanted with that insane DMR that he had in his hands.
Positioning. It was all about positioning. 3 times, I believe, in that half, we saw that basement site play. And what did we not see a single time from Myth? Any garage pressure. They just forgot it was there every single round, every single time. It was either a push in from server or a hot drop down the hatches. Maybe someone would dabble with main stairs. No one ever really committed to it. Myth, it was one-dimensional. It was flat. Diavoli got themselves in the power positions to shut it on down. And when you put someone like Frey in those power positions, they're able to really hammer the point home. 4-2 half for Diavoli, one they're going to be incredibly happy with as they go towards their attacking half now with looking like a very, very spicy lineup.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
We gotta need to try and see what's gonna be happening next coming out from them, because Diavoli, we already know that they are a team that does opt to go in for those much more insane lineups, right? Like, as you already said, you already highlighted the fact that, hey, they're gonna be going in for the much more interesting pickups, but then again, those interesting setups have a tendency of falling flat on their face. This is the duality of Diavoli, as I would like to call it. They have good ideas, but some of those ideas just kind of make me question on what's going to happen next. One of the bigger question marks that I do have is, why in the name of God am I seeing a sentry? Striker, I get it, right? You want to bring a couple of more bits and bobs of utility from time to time. Sentry?
Sentry, and using the recently added, this is what I've actually not seen yet. I completely forgot it was a thing until I've just seen it. Using the TCSG-12, newly added to the Sentry there, a very strong weapon, one with a long range of sight on it.
I forgot about that.
To the opera. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've not seen this yet because A, no one plays Sentry, and B, when they do, there's other pretty decent options available there. The Commando 9's a great weapon, but TCSG-12, right, it's got the range, and I think more importantly as well, it's got the ACOG on it, and that bit of extended firepower, a bit of longer distance capability could be quite a difference maker here for Myth, because it's not often you see an operator with the maneuverability of a striker, or a sentry rather, with something as long range as a shotgun. This drone play here could be a very clever little mispick, a side pick here from Myth.
It's a big kill, already taking the striker off the table. It's going to be a big one for them to hold on to. That's one of the C4s already being taken off of the table. This is going to be a tough one for them to hold on to. Slow down over to a crawl here for their side. They need to be careful of how much they're trying to get away with here. 2 players already up. That's going to be Myth, who need to try and pick up those fallen pieces here at the bare minimum. But still, Frey still can cause some problems. The Blackbeard trying to be a nuisance here. Jiggling around from the sidelines. Perfectly killed out timing. That's all that you needed to try and hear. And that's here for the members of Diavoli. They have full control over all the entire site, with the last 2 players now remaining, trying to pick up those fallen pieces. Myth, I don't know how we're going to be able to turn this one around.
It's all on Tridley. Needs to get a massive clutch up here, but no, the flank's been read into by Cypher, and it leaves it all up to poor Akari, who can't stay standing for long as he's shut down by the Blackbeard. Diavoli, they just notice a bit of weakness. They notice Myth are getting a bit overexcited, a bit over-aggressive, and they take base from it. Diavoli now 2 rounds away from stealing the map and the series there. Frey giving a bit of credit over towards the other side. It's a bit of chat emerging between the players. Do love to see it, but Diavoli very happy with the start of their attacking half here, as Myth don't want to go back downstairs. They're instead going up to the top floor.
Denari getting picked up by the members of Myth. Now, this is where the strategies will really start to get interesting. Kind of understandable. I get what you meant about why the Denari is just really powerful for this particular side, because those traps that he does have instantly can deny out a window, so it prevents the usual strategy where the Yin can just rush in for free from any of these windows and possibly get planned. But I have yet to see that really bear its fruit just yet. Knowing Diavoli, they're all just going to try to take that first initial gunfight and win it out early here. But then again, allow these players to really just showcase their entire strategies to us first. You can tell on the opposite side of the spectrum, the members of Diavoli, they're playing for the long game. They're still keeping the glass on the table. Nomad's going to get picked up instead, just to make sure these flanks are not going to be as deep as it did happen in that last round. So it's going to be a little bit troublesome for Myth to get a lot of free space going for themselves. But honestly, another thing that I have a really big gripe about in this particular game is that Denari secondary. That shotgun has to be the worst weapon that they've ever added to the game.
I will stand by with you in the fact that the shotgun maybe doesn't have the impact that I would have liked. It sounds terrifying. It looks really cool. I love the design of it, but in practicality, which
it's
I
like
think
a
is
water
the most
gun.
important thing, literally, I may as well just be loading marshmallows into that thing and flinging them at the enemy and hoping they give me a schmore back in the other direction. But hey ho, I'm sure Diavoli will be more than happy to take it right now. Looking at this lineup here, they just want to go in through square, open things up, give a lot of long sight lines. Exactly where Frey's going to get an opportunity to play. We've seen him have such an impact on DMR thus far in this game. Well, add a thermal scope and see what magic they can cook up. Diavoli, very good pacing right now. Already got the key square breaches opened on up here, giving a lot of restriction on how Myth can play this objective. And now it allows Diavoli to go and focus on other things. Focus on stock, focus on some lobby control. Start to constrict these defenders where they can move on through and then collapse into the objective. The game plan is clear. Now it's all on to the execution.
I'm surprised that they're playing towards the side of the conference room, and I get it. They want to play for the bigger alliance side that generally is not going to be an issue for them. But what's going to happen if they have an OSA? And yeah, Diavoli, they do have one already set up and ready. These lines of sight that they've opened up is now going to allow so many different players to just do whatever the hell they want. Square control already being given away, and there's too many different angles that the members of Myth now need to try and hold on to. A mute here could have been so beneficial for them. Opening kills nearly going through. The OSA almost finding that kill. That was a hero line that survived in that fight. Got him on some damage already being done. The castle's low on HP, and with the Ocean's shield being right in front of them, there are no C4s. You can't stop this one from going down. It's all but over. What are we doing here?
Making a massive gamble there by going for that defuse plant, and well, inside of the chaos, Myth have slipped away with some equalizing picks. A 2 versus 2 now, but one that heavily favors the attacking side still, as they've got great positions to play this one. One down below, one side of square. All they need to do is wait, bide the time through and collapse it. You've got a Talon shield to play. Nothing in the way of utility for Myth to get rid of it. They need to rely on their gun skill themselves right now, and it's able to make it work. Dynamite finds it. Axel nowhere to be seen, not even on the rappel just yet. They can just stick this. Myth should be able to get away with it for absolute free. Eli coming up huge with a triple kill, and Myth recovered a round.
No goddamn way, Myth. You just got away with murder in that round. There is no world where my Thermite would just go out and miss that duel up against that mirror. The mirror probably had the most miraculous fight that we have ever seen in our entire lives. To get a kill like that when the player is just sitting behind that Ultra shield and he can completely see you, it's just insanity to say the very least. This is what the members of Myth are capable of when you catch them in the right phases. This is the Myth that we would love to see. This is the Myth that could possibly make the members of Diavoli have that first loss. But I am celebrating a little bit too early, right? let's give the members of Diavoli a little bit more time to cook out their strategies. That was just their first round on that attack side, so it's a little bit iffy, right? They're still trying to feel everything out. But Nick,
early days.
That was interesting.
It was. Interesting round, I think, for a lot of reasons there, really, with that one. I think that's the best way of putting it, right? Myth, that was massive individualistic play, I think, entirely for that one. I can chalk that up to players going absolutely nuclear, which is what we know this Myth roster are capable of. It's just about bringing the fundamentals up to match them when they're shining at their very, very brightest. Diavoli is going to just be a little bit of brush it off for this one, go next. He's still got a 2-round advantage to play for. Looking at the lineup they're bringing, they've played this on the basement before. They know what the strategy is. Myth, they've changed things up ever so slightly here, perhaps a little bit more on the aggressive side, looking to hold this first ball for a while longer. Diavoli, though, their game's been read into. Question is, does it stack up a second time?
This is interesting. What's the game plan here? How do they want to move forward with this one? They've already made a couple of big mistakes here for those first initial openers in that last round, but Diavoli, they've yet to really look like a team that has been shaken by anything just yet. Take it slow, take it steady here. Mara, you need to be careful how far you're going to be going with this one. Eli is going to be able to find that first catch here. While they're not really having the best of games here for their team, but still the kills are rolling in the favor of Diavoli on the opposite side. But the trades are still going to be coming in. 3 versus 3 now across the entire map. Good control established from both sides, but still, Diavoli, they have a lot more ground to cover to try and even get close to this basement.
Much more aggressive here from Myth, and it's really paying off for them now. Diavoli struggling to get themselves down towards the objective here, and while they're just being poked and progged at by the remaining Myth players up towards the first floor here, questioning their every move here. Still got 90 seconds to play for, plenty of time, significantly faster than we've seen before, but hold on a minute, Arxel goes for one, gets their third of the round there. It leaves it all up to 2 on the side of Myth. Diavoli have reclaimed their man advantage now. 70 seconds to try and do something with it. They've got the Blackbeard, they've got the Glaz, albeit with no smoke grenades. A couple of frags for players out of position as well. There's plenty here for Diavoli to make this one work. They just need to drone out and find the players, but no, not if Turco's able to find one back the other way. It's a 2 versus 2 equalizer. Ikari swings with the shotgun, goes massive, leaves it up to poor old Frey here. Now let's try and clutch up, stuck in between two in a bit of a sandwich position. And unless he works some magic, he's not going to be able to fight his way out of this one. Finds one, makes it onto a 1 versus 1. The remaining defensive player, low HP, and with so much time to burn through here, it's a prime position to Frey to clutch up. Needs to win this one, but also has no information to feed it on through, no safety of the smoke grenade. So you're just going to have to play it by ear, face check everything, give your position away, and Turco knows exactly what's coming, but it doesn't matter because Diavoli are able to find it, and with that, get themselves map point.
That is absolute, utter insanity. The fact that Frey was just even able to fight that shot. I think he spotted the shoulder of Myth as well. Good God, there is no way, right, that you just caught out because you jiggle beat with your shoulder for that fight. 63 now, ladies and gentlemen. Diavoli are just pulling rounds out of the hat. It's like watching a magician, right? There is no way that he should have even won that round because he had no information of where the player was, but instead he just made it happen.
That's
this bad glance. That is the biggest aura van that I've ever seen in my life. The biggest aura van.
That 2 rounds in a row now, we've just seen it look one-sided and then suddenly the script flips over there. In the previous round, it was Eli. In the round just gone by, it was Frey. Huge stuff coming in from players on either sides and these individuals. And while here in the best of ones, it's going to get you far enough. Diavoli, it secured them a map point. 3 opportunities to close this one out in regulation for Myth. They need to tighten this game up here, really. I've honestly say I expected a little bit more from them. I would be a bit disappointed, I can't lie, if this was where it ended. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it is not going to be the case. Diavoli should still have plenty more to fight their way through here as we go towards an open area. I believe for the first time this half, we get to see a different look from both sides.
Hopefully, but at the same time, I'm a little bit worried of what's going to happen to Myth in this one, especially after a ban like that. Honestly, it wasn't the glasses that actually did it. It was something else, but Myth, I believe that they have lost a little bit of traction in their overall confidence in themselves, but it's completely okay. There's still a sense that they have to worry about, and I'm a little bit worried about what the sense is going to be here. Now, the more interesting point about all of this is that Sense in this particular site has its own strengths, has its own weaknesses, yes, but the Denari don't know how I like this.
It's one that is quite popular here on Bank, I think, because of how long the sightlines typically are on this map. He very much bends himself to the long range of those trip connectors, right? 20 meters, I believe it is, you can connect them up here. So you can cover a lot of ground for very relative little spend there on the operator. And with how much it can be difficult, especially on these like windows here that we're seeing the players repel on to get inside the building, there are a lot of options of how you can place these. Or if you just rely on the rocket, it's another one of those things that late round is very difficult to deal with for any good side. Wait to see how it all unfolds, though. I like that fact that Diavoli are keeping things fresh, though, by bringing that shield into Montaigne.
Maybe to see where they go forward with this one too. Frey again, instant for the first kill. He just took away his glass. He's angry about this one. The Demo still carrying that energy that he had previously, not missing a single shot here. And that's a big kill too. That's a smoke being taken off of the table. You do not want this to happen to you. The one stall operator that you could have had being shut down here. The Demo's trying to be cheeky, risk an opening fight. He's gonna die out for it. But even then, he took out a very key operator for that defensive side. Now, without that smoke, they can't really play for time.
Not a worse loss you could have there for Myth. That's it. There's nothing worse you could lose at this point in the round there. Unlike Agoyo, Akari's going to be going down with all of the utility inside of his back pocket there. Nothing to burn, nothing to leave for his teammates to use from beyond the grave. It's all going to have to be down to these final 4 players of Myth here to steady the line. 50 seconds on the clock to go forward. Plenty of time for Diavoli to make their way on through. Need to focus on getting this drop down now. They've established and opened up the vertical pressure, but how do they start to then capitalize upon that, get themselves into that first ball, get themselves in towards the objective? That's the big question mark that's waiting them right now. And my big concern is Dynamite. If he can go up the server stairs and activate, he could come up absolutely huge here, but instead it might be Turco looking to get aggressive, playing close to the big square wall here. It's high risk, high reward gameplay, and it's going to come up absolutely massive here for the new operator from High Stage. Able to get one there, supported by Trivi, does eventually get shut back down and traded there. And Diavoli are now in a position where they can try and force the diffuser on down. The players of Myth, they're flurrying on in to try and do something about it. But at this point, with the clock going down, the diffuser on the floor, it may just be too little too late as it all goes on to Eli to bring the game back. And no, cannot happen. Diavoli will take the game, take the map, and will get themselves all 3 points from this one.
Absolute utter insanity coming in from the members of Diavoli here. They just ran things down almost instantly. That last round really just came down to the wire. Turco almost pulled off a clutch there, but the fact is he just didn't have a reinforce on that left wall beside him. He wanted to try and go in for a wall bang. The idea was good. They played it pretty well, but Myth just lost out on too many of their members too early there. These fights just showcase that, hey, Myth, they had good ideas, but it's just the same storyline, right? What we were talking about, what we were building upon in the past. It's just too much of an inconsistent map coming out from them. Some rounds, they looked absolutely unstoppable. Other rounds, they just didn't even set foot in the building. And in the rounds that they did set foot in the building, you could tell that, yeah, their overall game plan for that early game was present. They knew what they wanted to do. But as soon as they entered into the mid-round to late-round territory, everyone just stood still. They did nothing.
And as well, something for the side of Diavoli that I really would like to give them credit for throughout this entire match here is, despite the inconsistent pacing from Myth, it can actually be something that's very difficult to fight against. You're going from very slow rounds to very fast rounds. And I believe it was around number 3 we saw it happen, right? Diavoli getting a little bit of sleep at the wheel, used to the slower pacing of a Myth round. And then all of a sudden, Myth going fast and Diavoli being caught way off guard by it. It does take a lot of resilience. It does take a very keen attention to detail to keep up with that variance of play style. So for me, it's very much a solidification of why Myth are currently sitting at the top of Voltage Series group stage. And it seems exactly going to be the case going forth into the next couple of play days. As they remain atop the throne. Myth will not be creeping their way into the top 2 for the time being, but still plenty more play days to get through, plenty of more games. And speaking of more games, we've got a game of the night coming up. Right after this, we've got Psychopatas versus UAIM coming on through. It's our match of the day. It's bound to be a banger. Who can get themselves some points? Who can get themselves out of that scary, scary 5th, 6th spot? There's only one way to find out. So throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back in a few with our third game of the evening.
Possible shots are out. Some of these players are getting flushed on back as with an entry from Raxo, able to pick up two in an instant. Quick succession once more, and Panahune only two defenders to offer up, but one of which will have a bullet transferred right onto the head. A good headshot here.
Quite a faulty play, but Packball gonna be testing his fade against a long-range gunfight, especially with the SMG-11. As long as you can recoil control of it, it's quite a deadly weapon. Just jumping in the trophy with the help of Packball, it will be quickly put to rest, but Tour gonna be returned to Ryujin, even though they equalizer. This is gonna be the Blackberry.
It's going to be very difficult to shake her. 30 seconds to go. You've got to keep in mind this clock as well, because as it becomes push to shove here, this thing's become very difficult here for Valorant as they try and stick the plant, but the gunner gets taken down. But here's Avon to make sure it does not, and it's a triple threat.
One from Nixon, heavy bullet, able to carry the D, and VIP are back in the lead. It's now DK, kind of starting to run out. They spent a bit of it to clear this upstairs, and it doesn't seem like, oh, Bolton was recognized for a moment for a second as well. Kato's just waiting for it.
Well, Blackbird bounces the C4 off his face, keeping him alive, luckily, but also pushing this player out of Mesming. If Warden is still there, but Blackbird does get his own kill in the Marits, but is shot in the back. But Smith is there as well to also pick it. Or the chest with the flank. It's just not working.
Ilya, gonna pick it up, gonna drop the hatch, and gonna try to play on this pillar. It looks like it's forever goes down. It's gonna be trade 3v3 in this scenario as all the kills going in favor of Divoli.
Starting to see things. This match is making me go crazy, but time is running out. A bit of impact damage. Nice. Again, gonna get concussed for a moment. The DB's looking to stick it through, but it was just a bait, although it doesn't matter to Rassen. And they're still able to find one. Good enough for two. And now on the 2v2, it's gonna be four.
Yeah, very interesting. We're going for a master over this time around from the side of the top attack. We do have two members of the attacking team working the breach, so it is going to be a split take coming in. But Navarro doing his thing, the Nitro finding its mark as well, just like you predicted.
Because Raxo knows what's happened. This player is very isolated. The flashback, they're going to be pushing Raxo into a corner, and even being held from the main breach. The head peeks out, tries to get the pre-fire, not going to be able to lock it down. As simply does finish the job onto the earlier down player, but now in the sandwich with B2, just to keep them on even round zero. It will be Kent, as now 3 against 3, dropping down to the bottom 4, hunt down some of these players as one is stuck on the side of wine, and it will be Danu, not much of a chance as Packball there shuts them down. And PK, they still have a contender down. Unpredictable. Oh my god.
Not again. Not again, Buffo.
Oh, look at him. They keep on swinging. As well. You are just walking into it. It's like a death trap every time Panahune lays some sort of utility.
That's it. There's a lot of pressure being applied to these defensive players right now, and I think they realise the grave situation they're in. Able to get one back on the retreat back towards the objective. The question is, can you make it any more than that? You know anywhere moving is risky here, but as you see Tefi, the team form.
Now, it's going to come out one way or another. Oh, the pre-part barely missing the head of Smith. He's swinging inside A-bomb. It's not in their favour. C4, no, the H doesn't land. But Demos doesn't either. He gets taken out. Falcon getting his own pick though, making it a 2-man
lead. Garrett's overtaken. William going to be struggling. He's pushed back in the moment as Coles keeps on contesting. And Vexless walking proud amidst all this chaos with a single escapade towards the Garrett side. Just like that, UA are left in a great lead. That will be decreased by 1 for the verticality from Forever Zero.
Over or not. But with that player inside of Customs, they are able to take him down, and that's the equaliser. That's a massive pick there that UA needed to bring this round back there. They spot one making the cross, but can't quite get the gunfight. You see the player can't quite win inside of service. Leaves it all up to Dilar now.
Very funny. Have you seen 3 of the players? Yeah. Never mind. Actually, I'm going to shut up. Sarko, predicted very nicely by you. It's going to rush straight in it, but the amount of beepers, I don't think it's going to be quite successful. But it will be a trade-off 1 for on. But it'll be on Wildwood Gaming. Meet her at the same time, text them and take a lovely crowd walk. Say hello to Shock. He has access to red. Falcon taking a fair bit of damage, but that's 2 in the hands of that ARP.
And welcome back, folks, to Voltage Series Season 6 Group Stage Playday number 10. We are here with our third and penultimate game of the day. And aggressive, this is our match of the day, right, isn't it? Psychopatus versus UAIM. And this is one we've all been looking forward to. And for the folks at home, Why is this the one to be looking at tonight?
Okay, first of all, both of these teams are just downright at the bottom, right? One's sitting on the 5th spot and the other one's just at a 6th. It is very scary down here because if Wisteria just gets one goddamn win, UM is down at the bottom. Or even Wisteria, they're going to be jumping straight over onto that top one. Now, this is where the insanity will really lie. Whether or not Psychopaths versus UM, whoever wins this. Now, mind you, if UAM are going to be the ones to win this, they have a solid lead up against Psychopaths. But if UAM lose this, oh boy, I don't know how they're going to be able to turn this one back. With only a couple of play days still left here for this series before the playoffs officially starts, UAM are literally on that tightrope. This win for them is probably the biggest one that they can have throughout this entire play stage, because that's going to put pressure on Psychopaths to properly have a proper game plan going into their matchup against the Wisteria moving forward.
This is going to be, as you say, that massive, massive tightrope game, right? We're going to need a map to go there, and we're just hoping here over on the desk that it's not going to be Bank for the 3rd time tonight. Thank you very much, UAM, for taking it off the board. And we're actually going to be going to Lair. A little bit of a wild card pick, a little bit crazy, bit of an interesting one, certainly to me. A far stray from the clubhouse that these two teams met up going before. This one should be certainly interesting.
Now, Lair is a map that I absolutely hate, and I'm pretty sure all the audience can agree with me on that one at the bare minimum. Or if no one agrees with me, it's completely fine, but I hate this map. So I'm going to be just looking at you, Travi, to just guide me through this map a little bit. This is that one map that I personally will never, ever try to even build upon, right? I'm just gonna sit back, relax, let you carry most of the much more analytical work, and I'm just gonna be here for the ride. Because let's just talk about the teams, right? Psychopaths, we already know how good they are. We already know what they can do. If we called Myth a coin flip team, I would say that Psychopaths as a squad are leaning more to being a much more consistent team, but at the same time, they just have those momentary lapses, right, where the team just completely falls apart, all for the wrong reasons. I don't think it's their fault. It's more like they get lost in the moment and they start to make decisions that just make you question whether or not they're a top tier team or are they just at the very bottom.
Yeah, as you say, they're very high fundamental quality team, and to be honest, this 5th place they're currently sitting in, I think, is a little bit underneath what we should be expecting from this Psychopaths roster. They're incredibly competent players. They know what they're doing, and I think you hit the nail on the head there. Just momentary lapses in their judgment do cause them to struggle. Looking at the other side of things, on the other roster, we have UAM. A little bit newer to the block here, but certainly ones that have been making waves as of late. A very phenomenal start to rounds I've seen quite a lot from UAM. For me, where things start to break apart for them is those end rounds. It gets a bit dicey, it gets a little bit choppy, and things just start to fall apart for them when it comes to that execute there, especially against the more experienced rosters they're going up ahead, right? And it's just an experienced roster here that we're going to be seeing today. It's Psychopaths. These guys have been together for what feels like forever now. They're going to know each other's strategies and how each other play inside and out. UAM have got a very strong opponent ahead of them.
Okay, UAM on the opposite side of the spectrum is a team that really relies a lot more on mechanical skill. That's the stark difference between both of these teams. Psychopaths as a squad, they are good, not just in the side of mechanical sense, but they also know how to play that macro of Siege really well. And Lair is a map that really focuses upon that macro playstyle even more. Now, I'm a little bit worried because I don't think that UAM have that big of an opportunity on this map because of how intensive it can be on the macro play, but I'm just gonna give them the benefit of the doubt that UAM are still gonna be able to take this. This is a very crucial and important map for them throughout this entire playoff series, because to keep their hopes and dreams alive in this Voltage series, they need to win this map, while Psychopaths are just trying to get themselves out of that relegation spot. Even if they lose here, it's not the end of the world. They can still secure a position in those in the playoff series. Here in the ban phase, you can already tell that both of these teams, they have very specific biases. Clash and Blitz getting taken off of the table. Now, this is probably the most interesting bans that I've seen throughout this series.
Yeah, these are going to be some fun bands here tonight. It's going to be a very fun game, and I think for me, UAIM, I'm casting my back to, I think it was a little over a week ago, UAIM were playing against Turks, a team that were formerly here in Voltage Series, were eliminated a little while ago, and UAIM were able to win it out over them, but this was the map that for me solidified UAIM as this team with the very talented individuals, but when it gets to this very heavy utility game, especially in the executes, that's when they can start to falter a little bit, and looking at this first lineup here from Psychopaths, it's almost like they can hear me speaking to them in their ears. They can't, by the way. But just in case
Attackers need to locate and
they are
defuse
hearing
as many bombs
things and
as they
listening
can.
through, look at all of this utility they're bringing, especially for a late round. This is what I've seen UA really struggle to deal with before. And Psychopaths might have a perfect read onto their opponent here.
This is so smart coming out from Psychopaths as well, just
Bomb
going in for
located
these
by
bans. They
attackers.
took out the Blitz, they took out the Monty, two of the shield ops that could have made this attack a lot more simpler. But look at the way that they're going to be able to hold them down. The Shimon, what am I saying? God damn it. Tongue-tied for a second there, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the Shanka just throwing in those constant fireballs to just keep on holding them back almost in so many of these fights. But then again, as a team, if they're up against a lot of utility, they're not going to be able to break through this one for free. And Psychopaths have really just gone in for that exact same game plan. By taking out the Monty, by taking out the Blitz, they're not going to allow UAIM to have any of those free fights. They need to clear a lot of the utility if they want to try and build upon any of these setups.
So they need to just build upon little things. Hit by hit, step by step, get themselves through this map, and keeping good pacing is going to be a great surefire way to do so, because obviously if you leave things down to that clock at the end of the round there, Chanka and the Smoke more than happy to divide that time in the final 15 seconds, stall you out of a plant, stall you out of any utility. I like what I'm saying here. We've seen a player come down below from the side of UAIM, looking up below on the vertical, and could find an absolute freebie here. They have the yellow pink, have the information, but they don't quite have the shots, unfortunately. They're not going to be hitting anything through just yet. But at least for Psychopaths, the message is clearly being received here. You've got two players now of very low HP.
They're able to make this one work at the bare minimum. Slowing it down again once more. It's gonna be the members of UAIM who don't really want to go in for anything risky just yet. It's all really dependent on that first initial opener. Clearance is good, drone work is perfect. UAIM, they are playing the fundamentals of Siege properly, but there's still a lot of utility that they need to try and break through. The sense takes a slight bit of damage, but as long as Colds is alive and kicking here on the smoke, they're not gonna have a free entry, especially with the Chanka just throwing out his own button.
Last two I've got my eyes on right now needs to come up absolutely massive here. Does get one towards Spring, but immediately is traded back by Dano there. So at least good work from Psychopaths. Sending two players to deal with the problem. So at least if things go badly, you can trade it out. Good team play, good work there. And you only lost the Belusi, who was already on quite low HP to begin with. So not the end of the world. And that's alleviated all vertical pressure now for the defensive side, reducing the dimensions of this UAIM attack quite significantly. Especially as these Shimikas start to burn on through. It's going to come down to these kills to really be the difference maker here. One has been found, giving the advantage back towards the attacking side, but in the final 50 seconds, you've still got 12 Shimika launchers in pocket here, and you've got to be careful not to let time get ahead of you.
Especially with the Chanka still staying alive for this long, those Shimikas can just allow them to hold on to these fights for as long as they possibly want here. They need to be careful in the way that they try to hold on to this. UAIM, once again, playing things a lot more slower. Forever is going to be able to get that first initial kill here already. That's a Grim getting taken off of the table. Still, as long as Shadow is alive and kicking for this fight, those Shuriken launchers are the only thing that will stop them from taking an over-aggressive rush here. Colds, a little bit of a worrisome bother here, but still Rappo alive and kicking. Colds does fall in the process, but both players low on HP. One bullet from the weapon coming in from the Chanka, and that's going to be huge. Instant shutdown, one kill is all that he requires, but UAIM, they're not giving it up to him anytime soon.
Across now, really difficult situation with the post plant at hand. Tried to deny it, but Shimika didn't have the ammo for it. Doesn't quite have the aim with the LMG to close down as the first round goes towards the direction of UA. Much closer than it had any right to be in there, but certainly a very good start for the attack here to be able to get that one off the bat so early and with such good pacing as well that I like to see from UA there. They were aggressive, they were unrelenting, and they were problem solving throughout that round there. A lot of that strategy relied on Neela applying that vertical pressure. Considering how much of this top floor site is going to be soft flooring, it's given the defense a lot more breathing room than they should have in an execute there. So the fact that UAM were able to storm their way and get that plant down and really make things work despite the limited HP pool reserves at the execute point, phenomenal stuff from them and great start to Lair.
Absolutely. They built upon it pretty well here for the overall set plays and setups. The members of UAM just purely building upon the fundamentals, right? There was nothing really rocket science level of strategies coming out from them. They just had very good drone work. They were able to force their opponents down over into a corner where they were very uncomfortable, and they were able to build upon that in almost every single one of their fights. Now, the real question is whether or not we're going to be seeing a little bit more of an adaptive play coming in from the members of Psychopaths here. They've gone in for the basement side. They've completely gone in for the full-scale roam where all of their members are going to try to occupy this ginormous map. There's a reason why this map is not beloved by the community, and it's because of its pure size. And now the members of Psychopaths are going to try to use it to its fullest fruition, to try and force the members of UAM to go in for a long roam clear where the time is not going to be a seconds.
This is exactly why they've got the operator choices that they have on the form of the attack. Both the Blackbeard, Deimos here, going to be doing a lot to gain ground for the offensive side here as they search through the building, trying to hunt down these rovers. But more importantly, you've got that defensive backup there of the Nomad. Watch your flank, watch your six. Make sure no one gets up behind you. Any ground that you have cleared out does indeed remain that way. A lot being placed right now onto clearing towards Dano. They've got the pings, trying to catch him in a sandwich. If he does decide to get aggressive, Neelar's waiting outside of the window for the punishment here. Really great team play, great setup right now. The only question is Skopta's going to take the bait?
Much more of a slower approach now that they have to worry about if they're not careful. Pretty much another calm before the storm here for these players. For now, members of Psychopaths, they've opted for a little bit more of a harder clearance here as Deimos has 4 different scans that he can play for. Any form of information that his teammates given him, that's going to be an instant catch-up to one of these players. Again, the members of UAM just purely playing for those fundamentals. Nothing out of the box here whatsoever. They're taking it slow, they're taking it steady, going in for the control and making sure that they can bait out as much util as they possibly can from these defenders. 1 minute, 20 seconds left on the clock. That's ample amounts of time. You can already tell that Shadow's going to be the first one to get that kill too. And that's a huge one at that. That's your Tachanka getting taken off of the table. Those Shamikas that he had to try and slow down this attack, they're all gone from this arsenal.
And your smoke only has a single toxic babe as well. Sure, you even now have a Blackbeard on low HP, who maybe won't be the best at his job, and sure, they've just lost another in the form of Kefi going down. But right now for UAM, all things are starting to shape up quite well here. He's able to get a little bit more ground, but this little extra bit that they need to make the plant is seemingly what's causing them the biggest headache. Prim's found another one inside of the round here. Swinging the advantage back into the way of Psychopaths as UAM start to falter here as they try to breach the gap in towards the objective. Storm on in, you now have a player inside, but do you have enough ground and enough control to get the diffuser stuck down here? Smith is able to find one, but with your Blackbeard going down, it leaves it all up to Neelar now. Has to bring this one back from a 1 versus 3. Technically 1 versus 2 with the downed player, but Psychopaths seem to want to commit to making this recovery coming through. But Neelar's not going to let it happen. Swings out, knows about the down player. The question is, does he know about this final one? Prim wants to play it close, wants to play it tight with the shotgun. The thing that saves him right now is the clock on his side, but there's no read.
And
they know where the diffuser is, they find it, and Prim's able to get it. Psychopaths get the round over the line despite the air trap. Another round, 2 in a row, gone down to 1v1, but this time it's defense been out on top.
Yikes, I was a little bit worried about this one, especially with the first 2 bodies already dropping by the members of Psychopaths. They know how to turn this one back. They know exactly what they needed to bring onto the table for this fight, and it already just came down to playing those proper crossfires. That basement side is an absolute... I don't want to swear on stream, but I think everyone knows what I mean when it comes down to it. The thing that we always say during our matches. But God, it's just very difficult to try and break into as an attacker unless you have the proper sets of utility to really do so. Even if you have the clearances that you need, only if you don't have a Monty, that's when things became a lot more difficult. No Blitz, no Montane, you're not going to be able to get into the basement. because the defenders, they have better crossfire setups than you. You lost all of your roams. What do you freaking do? That's completely fine because you did your job when it came down to trying to force out utility. That's why a lot of teams, when they play on lair, you're just gonna see them sitting on that first floor and just breaking floorboards. That's it. That's all you need to do to try and get a proper win onto that basement side. Either you play it out properly for those verticals, otherwise I don't see how you're gonna be able to take that fight.
UAIM already adapted what caused them problems within the first round here, despite the fact that they even won it. They are still adapting. They know the flanks on towards the buck were a problem, so they bring the gridlock along. Denial of the staircases, denial of any rotations being attempted by the defensive side. I like the adaptations here. From Psychopaths, it just seems like they're giving it another go. A newfound sense of confidence over the previous round, but got to keep in mind here, Aggressive, it's 2 rounds in. Both of them have been down to the 1 versus 1, at least in the first couple of rounds. This game's really been decided by almost what could be described as a coin flip. No one really able to take a clear lead over the other just as of yet, and round 3 hopefully won't shake up any differently.
Vertical lines aside already being opened up completely with the members of Psychopaths. They are trying to waste as much util as they possibly can coming out from them. As you just said, the gridlock really holding to its strength here. A lot of these engagements too, making sure that these flanks are never easy to try and break forward into. For now though, slowing down over to a crawl once again. Both teams are just trying to feed each other out here for the first initial fights. Canisters coming in for the smoke is just gonna hold them back even further. Wasting time is the name of the game for them, denying the space that the members of want to really just play to their strengths of just having those mechanically skilled players. It's all that's expected, but first initial duel already came in. That's going to be a big one coming in for the members of They're looking for the secondary. They're just not going to be able to find it, as Big Papa Tachanka just keeps the ball rolling in their court. That's going to be the equalizer that they wanted to find at Psychopaths. They can now slow it back down and just wait for to make that next one.
Incredibly critical losses on both sides there. The Smoke and the Ying taken down. Neither one will either side want to be playing the remainder of this round without, but unfortunately that's going to be the reality that they're going to have to be faced up with. 70 seconds left on the ball now for UAIM to try and collapse in towards the chip. They do have the vertical pressure to permeate on through towards the execute this time, but then that means you're going to be fighting down on towards this objective. 1 less man available to you. Pop the fire extinguisher there on the balcony, giving you Smith a little bit of breathing space as he moves on up. UAIM now starting to eye up how they push in towards the objective here, but this final 50 seconds here, Psychopaths hold the power positions and they're holding them strong. Something big is going to have to shake them off for this one, otherwise this one could easily slip to the defense.
Just gonna need to wait and see. Slowing down over once again. Calm before the storm. It's like a broken phrase at this point for both of these squads, but that's exactly what it's been like. You see the momentary lapse of action immediately happening, and as soon as it stops, it's going to be another big one coming out from them. That's going to be Remy just being able to find that first kill. They're just making their way in towards the side here, but it's just not going to be working because the members of Psychopaths are able to hold down the line. None of them missing out on their shots or the opportunities. 8 seconds left on the clock, down to the wire, and it's going to be the members of Psychopaths being able to hold it all down. And immediately with the C4 kill being the last, there's nothing that they could have done to try and turn this one back. 2-1, ladies and gentlemen. And Psychopaths, they're proving to us that them as a team, if you allow them to cook, if you allow them to fester in the positions that they are, they absolutely have no chance because the utility difference is a bit too fast.
They have learned. Psychopaths have significantly learned there from the previous round. They're not giving things away, and when slow it right down, because were cautious that Psychopaths were getting aggressive, so slowed down, but then Psychopaths also recognized we were being over-aggressive, so they just both slowed down, and when both teams slow down, it always favors the defense. So much so I think have realized we need to stop the fire, we need to stop the area denial, and as you said, bit of an aura man. Chankaban is gone. Grimban as well are going up facing against the attacking side here. Certainly out of the ordinary, but understandable considering the 3 rounds of Siege that we've seen. The Psychopaths take the lead now in the series. The question is, can they hold on to it here, going towards the tertiary bomb site, having won the last 2 in a row? This is the best point for to equalize. Are they going to do it?
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's going to be quite the interesting map, that is for certain. Both teams just really playing for those counterbans as much as possible. Both shield ops getting taken off of the table. Grim, pretty much understandable though, because Grim is an absolute annoyance if he knows how to execute with the team well. But the Chunkaban, now that is something that I was not really expecting. It's interesting though, to say the very least. That's going to force the members of Psychopaths to just go in for something a bit more different. But the real question is, at the end of the day, how do they want to build upon this? They can play a lot more aggressively if they do want to, because don't forget, without those shield offs, they don't really have to worry about UAIM being the first one to take a lot of those fights, first ones to really have those primary engagements. But UAIM on the opposite side of the spectrum, they have picked a very interesting lineup of players. As I don't know, these ops that they have gone for, especially with the Dokkaebi and the Knock coming into play, it's a bit counterintuitive, because you want the players to be on cams where the Knock just sneaks in for free, while the Dokkaebi forces them off the cams, making Knock be heard a lot more better. I don't know how this counter, like a little bit of a clashing when it comes down to the op pickups, but it's okay though.
It's not the worst thing in the world. The big thing this lineup for me is lacking from the attacking point of view is any form of verticality. Sure, you've got a couple secondary shotguns in the pocket of Nilar and Kefi, but otherwise to that, that's all that you've got really. And considering how important the vertical is on this objective, UAIM not playing into it might be a bit of a question mark for me, especially when other things are being neglected. There's nothing here to deal with the main breaches, because they can't apply pressure onto the site vertically. They're going to struggle to apply pressure onto the site horizontally through the external walls. Right now, Psychopaths are doing absolutely nothing, and they've burnt half the round because UAIM are left scratching the hedge, trying to make do with what they've got, which ultimately just is not the right key to the keyhole.
A little bit tough for them. They're just purely relying on their gunfight capabilities, and maybe it could just work. They're actually trying to turn this one back. Spons is going to be able to find that first kill though, but an instantaneous trade-off before it could even try to be an advantage for them. Like this overall duels that they've gone in for. 1 minute left on the clock. Perfect read coming out from him. That's going to be a huge catch already. Shadow just utilizing the Nook to its fullest caliber, making sure that the gadget, as soon as she just doesn't really move, Nook is going to be able to hold on to that line for as long as she possibly wants. Base checking these angles is where the real problems will lie. But without that Dokkaebi to just get those free calls, the Nook just cannot do anything anymore. She doesn't have information on where to go next.
But look at this, site's entirely open here. There's plenty of smoke grenades to hide in for UAIM here. Sure, they don't have the vertical, but if they just throw the smokes in, they could just try and stick a plant right now. And I think that's exactly the game plan. But no, pre-place C4 from Prim onto the default plant spot is going to deny that. Burns kills coming through, and they're all going the way of Psychopaths. UAIM dig a little bit too deep. Luckily, though, they're able to find some kicks back the other way, but not for long. It's all now down to the Nook. Diffuser has been stuck, however. The question is, can she hold it on in the post plant? No, position's given away. Coles lights it up with a triple kill. Psychopaths going to be extending their lead a little bit further now. A little bit worrisome there in that round for just a brief second. For the final 30 seconds of it, you see now, really went for the plant attempt there from UAIM. I love the idea, but unfortunately, no one was watching the flank. The gridlock was track stingers weren't in the right places. And as a result of that, Psychopaths, perfect retake, perfect composure, get themselves guaranteed even split.
One on the scorecards here for the members of UAIM. Now, the bigger question, in my opinion, has to be whether or not UAIM are going to completely switch up their strategies and not really rely on that raw gunfight heavy play style. I don't really think they're going to be budging for this one, Travi. This is going to be very difficult. They need something to track down these players. Look at the pickups that they have gone for. Yes, the gridlock is there just to hold down on those flanks, but that's kind of the thing. That's where it all ends. Every single one of these players are just relying on them being able to just clear out the players and not really the utility. They haven't really brought much onto the table. Yes, maybe if they had an Ash here instead, they can clear a bit more of the util, possibly the Maestro cams. I don't think that we've even seen a single Maestro cam come out just yet. And the Malusi is just going to be another issue. They've completely switched out their strategies here, but I don't really see what they're going to be using for the sake of clearance here.
This is the thing entirely with this UAIM right now, is they're just not bringing the right tools, I don't think, to the situation here. They're trying to apply a very general lineup here, and with a lot of rosters this would work, but with how open Lair is still for being defined exactly on how you want to play it and what lineups being brought. I mean, look at all the utility being brought by Psychopatus, and the only thing you've got to deal with it is a couple of frag grenades. There's not enough here to really substantiate what needs to be done. This one could be very spicy though. Shadow going to be settled in. Do they know that Dono's playing it close or not? I don't know if UAIM are 100% certain. Either way, both players going to remain standing here. 40 seconds each. UAIM are keeping up the pace despite not really having the tools to deal with things. But yet again, I think they're going to struggle when they get to the objective.
This is going to be a little bit of an issue for them, but at the same time, not really that big of a deal either. You just need to be careful of how this fight's going to be taken out. Coming in from them, the backpack has been spotted. I expected him to take the shot, but he didn't do it. This might be risky. Blackbeard now going to be coming in for that big save. The smoke does fall in towards the corner. That's not going to be helping out for them. Good overall positioning and good trigger discipline as well coming in from the members of QM. Getting that first initial kill. That's going to be the second as well. The site's now opened up, but the basement is always difficult to break into, even when 3 players are still alive.
This is it, and one of the big players that is still alive is going to be that Maestro there on the side of Coles. If he can just hide, keep himself alive, well, he gets one with that LMG. That is certainly going to make things easier, but now he can just look to play those bubbles, exactly what he's going to do here. Try and deny any smart attempts going down here from UM. Sure, there's still plenty of round to play for here, but Aggressive, look at the utility that's left in the pocket of the attackers. Only 2 flashbangs in terms of thrown and some death marks here. There's not much to really force and execute. So much of that was on your Blackbeard. So much of that was on the shield. And he's the only one that's currently down for the account on the attack. 60 seconds left to go. And I still, despite the advantage, you need to come up with some big kills. Neelar getting the job done. Raxo could come huge here in this clutch up in this flank, but it leaves poor old Forza all alone on the objective with the Diffuser going down. This one's barreling towards disaster for the defense.
Yeah, this really just is coming down to them falling asleep on the handle here. None of their players are able to find a single shot on any of them. As UAM are just running down purely on the basis of mechanical skill, and this is where the team just really shines its brightest, right? You allow them to take those solo gunfights, they are gonna make sure that you pay tenfold crosshair placement, even when it comes down to the spray control. UAM is probably the best mechanically talented team that we have seen throughout the entirety of the World Series, but because of their shortcomings of utility, that's where this team is falling flat. But when that utility works out well enough, their aim just completely take over. And in this particular round, Psychopatas just felt that level of pressure where they just couldn't keep up because their util was a little bit too lax, and losing that smoke early just instantly put that nail on the coffin. They could not recover.
Actually, at this level, very few teams can get by with just good enough in terms of utility. But UAM are one of those. They are incredible gunners, and I really cannot wait to see what happens when this roster's had some more time to gel. You know, obviously they are still somewhat newer to things. You know, obviously not the game as a whole, but as a roster, really seeing them here at this high level of T2. They've not been here the longest, and the level of instinct that these 5 players have is phenomenal. And just on a bit of future, you know, especially looking at next year and possibly even the latter stages of this year, they're going to do some incredible things. Right now, 2 rounds so far on the attack. If they can close this with an even half, all things considered for UAM, I would say that's very good results.
I need to see where they're going to go with this one too, with this particular round, but this particular round for them, again, UAM trying to go in for the much more of a simplistic play, but never mind. Instant run out coming in from Privy. Wait a second. The boy just runs out instant, and that's going to be a big catch over towards the face of the Deimos. That's one of your infiltrating operators already gone. The call that they could have had, the easy kill on any one of these players. Because as soon as you get a call and a good track onto one of the players, that's an instant kill for you as the Deimos. But instead now, they're going to need to do it the full old-fashioned way. Get those drones out, get those calls in, try to find that kill. Bolts again, bring it over the aggressive. The boy just never stops now, does he? He wants to try and send a message to his opposition, but he needs to be careful that he doesn't lose his life in the process, because as long as he still is alive, that's just going to be a nagging feeling into the heads of UAM. They still have to break through smoke utility before they can even do anything.
This is one of the few positions in the game where we often see the smoke actually more at the front line of the action here in the storage there. That corridor control is essential for an attack to get anywhere near this objective there. So Cole's burning all of the smoke utility this early on. It's not totally crazy to see. And then eventually, once he realizes the pressure is too much, very likely they're going to try and attempt at least reinforce off that wall there, constrict where UAIM can exactly make their entry on through. Right now, for Zacop, this is more green start their defense. They've got damage onto Neela. Smith has been taken off the board. Really, really good start right now for Scopotus. Now it's just what can they do to really seal the deal and get this round firmly, firmly into their pockets.
Systematic on the approach again. Both of these teams, they're just not doing much. They're all waiting to see what's going to happen next, especially with Colts not really having any more of the smoke canisters in his hands. This is going to be a huge problem for them to try and take this hit here. Already the players are falling 4v4 across the map. 50 seconds left on the clock to try and opt to go in for this execute to work out for them. As UAIM, they still have the Ying Candelas to try and play for, but the thing is, no one else can go in other than the Ying to try and take this fight. The timing needs to be key. The call is perfect. The Dokebee's going to give the answer that they need. Good Candela usage already being given in, but still they need to try and take this fight soon. Jump across, the Ying instantly falls. They're not going to be able to take much here. 20 seconds left on the clock. As one by one, the members of UAIM are falling for it. But still, it's a 3v3 situation where their players can hold on to this. But Psychopaths, they're not giving anything away. Look at the amount of angles that they have created. The crossfires are perfect, and the players just keep on falling. 2v1 now with 10 seconds left. And honestly, Kevi, I don't think he has much of a chance to try and bring this one back.
Get his commiseration pick there, but I think that's all he's going to get there. Psychopath's going to be walking away from the half 4-2 there. Pretty good half, all things considered for him. And something else I'd really like to add to that one is UAIM, yet again, it's that U in their name. It's that utility game. It's just not there. They committed a lot into that objective at the end of this round, but I don't feel it amounted to a whole lot of things. Now, though, they're on the defense, and this is where we're at that second half of the game. We could see tide start to shift, right? This is where UAIM can start to play these rat spots, start to run a bit rampant. I've seen them before in this map. They are significantly better on defense on layer than they are on the attack. Now is the time to prove that. You've only got a 2-round deficit to catch up on. It's certainly doable, but you need to start off, because if Scopotus get 1 or 2 more rounds, they're already going to start eyeing up a regulation win, and that you cannot let them do.
This is just interesting, to say the very least, because UAIM as a team, we have seen them perform really well in the past, but in this particular one, they're just not going to be able to do as much instant the chunk of that as well. This is just quite interesting. I love the fact that Sigamaras is that only team that always loves to bat out the Tachanka on this map. I'm pretty sure that Drago is rolling upon his grave right now.
Yeah, that's
just saying, not my Lord and Savior. Not my Lord and Savior. Good God. Don't do this to me.
Probably fuming at these Chanka bans. He loves it every time it pops up. It's all excited, and well, poor old Chanka, he's not really had much time to see in this game. Something I am quite excited to see. I've not really seen played much on Lair yet specifically. Is the Nari. We've noted his effectiveness over on the side of Bank quite a bit, but here we're on a new map, different battleground. Is he going to be up to really do the things? This is an important question to really lie up for this one. He's got a lot of utility here. A lot of spots you can slow it down, a lot of doorways that line up so you can get a lot of value out of a few trip connectors.
10 seconds left.
Question is, are Psychopaths going to deal with them, or are they going to have to go through them?
I mean, the easiest way to just deal with them is just bring that one EMP and it blocks everything, right? Or even if you're not going to be bringing that EMP, it's just really fine. Denari on this map, yeah, he has his strengths, but at the same time, it's just not going to be enough to really deter any of the members of Psychopaths from doing anything that they were already not trying to do. So this is going to be quite the difficult conundrum for them to try and break through. But what we can expect from UM is just better and optimal usage of trades, right? This is where this team will really start to shine. This is where the defensive side for them will shine the mechanical skill to its brightest degree, but that was such good nade usage. Imagine if he didn't use that nade and just went in for a swing. There's a world where the Azami was even going to be able to find them.
This is the really interesting thing about this entire map so far to me, is looking at all the utility UA now have on their defense. You've got yokai drones, trip connectors, mirror windows. Psychopaters just don't care. They're not bringing anything to really deal with it other than a handful of frag grenades. Neither team want to play this utility game on their attack. They just want to try and brute force it. And maybe it's just I can't shoot straight in me and I need the utility to actually get any impact done in the games from when I play myself. But right now, these teams just want to focus on the gun skills, at least on their offensive side. It's a really peculiar way to see this one unfold.
Yeah, this is just, again, really coming on down to just one particular aspect. But then again, knowing the members of Psychopatas, they're not going to allow it to come to that degree now, will they? I think this one's smartly here with the Deimos already trying to take that first steal, hunting down one of the players. He's going to try to make an instant run for it here. Needs to be careful on what to do next for this particular fight, but then again, as long as this Deimos is alive, these tracks can just be an absolute nuisance to try and deal with. This army over on towards the opposite side. They're trying to get these clears out first as quickly as they possibly can. They've gotten over towards this for a second floor position, so they can play this one well enough. But the question being, with the Denrari trap already being taken off of the board, they're just going to need to try and play this one slowly. 40 seconds left on the clock. Ample amounts of utility to try and do well enough. That's going to be the first opening kill. And you can tell that Psychopatas, they've opened the floodgates.
Exactly, the floodgates have opened wide open now, and the kills are just swimming on through. Prim, beautiful shot there onto Smith. Raxo with another one elsewhere, and it's poor El Siri left to try and do it all. Unfortunately, the SMG-11, it's not great in the clutches because of its magazine size. 17 bullets is enough for one person, maybe two if you're lucky, but not the full might of Psychopatas. Get their round, get their 5-2 lead now, starting to really build things up here. And UAIM, this is where I said you cannot be letting these early rounds in the half slip. You need to come out the gates here swinging, because if you just leave them wide open, Psychopatas, like we said, they're going to come flooding on in and take what they believe is rightfully theirs.
It's just an absolute insanity of a round coming in from Psychopatas as well. You can tell that none of their members were even phased by it. They got so much free space. That's kind of the problem here, Rabi, where UAIM just refused to take gunfights against them. I get it, you're a little bit worried about the utility that they have in their arsenal and the way that they are able to utilize their utility, but you can't just allow them to have free space like that. In almost every single one of these fights, you can tell that UAIM just had full and utter control early on, and then they just kept on running away. They were not willing to take those tools. They allowed Psychopatas to just walk up to them into their own doors, mind you. They had a battering ram in their hands and they just broke through. One kill was all that was required, right? Coles got that kill and it was all over. That's when you knew that things were going to fall.
Yeah, you knew it. It was telegraphed from the game. So that one kill, all it took. Now, Doctors, they're changing things up in this lineup. I like what I'm seeing. I like this Aurora pick. It's one we've seen dabbled with today, and she slowly is making her way there and seems to really find the best ways to use her. Get the best value out of her utility, watch her back, and it's a bit more reliable than a Gridlock for me. Is it exactly ideal with a Nomad? No, but sometimes those smokes, and especially that DMR, they're better weapons, and that trade-off is going to be beneficial there, as she feels a very similar role here. And looking at how much UAIM want to go for a roam here, being cautious of a flank is a very, very wise thing to do for the attack.
Absolutely. Real question now is what they're going to be trying to do next here. The new jammers are going to help out a little bit here instead of these OKB calls that are going to be coming in. Psychopatas so instantly going to be able to find the catch. That's the Legion now being taken off of the table. That's a big kill to be had. That's because one of the key roamers that could stop them and utilize a lot of the utility away from them taken off of the table. These OKB calls are an absolute nuisance. You can tell that it came in handy for that first initial opener, but the real question is, what are they going to try to do with the sledge here this time around? Is it going to be a vertical lines of sight play? Because UAIM, they have opted to go in for those much more of a bottom-sided approach, but in my opinion, Psychopatas, they're just going to need to try and slow things down here at the bare minimum. Don't really take an over-aggressive risk. Just take your time, because UAIM as a team, they will get a little bit impatient in the positions that they're in. And possibly, they could be the ones to pounce on you first before you could even need to do anything.
Let them give something away. Let UAIM turn this, overswing something and turn it into a 5v3. Scorpions do need to get a bit of a move
Yeah,
on.
there
There
we
you
go.
go. There comes the opening.
We called
Cast
it.
the first into this, but never mind. Siri gets one back. But at least there's the trade from Scorpions. Misthrown C4 there from Smith. Unfortunately means that this poor old Mirror is going to be fighting for the while. And it requires the other player, it requires Nilar to come upstairs to try and support. But they realise it's a lost cause. Nothing to do here but run away here. UAIM gambling way too much on this top four. Site control has been vacated, and sure, while Nilar's going to get one on the way back down, he's just going to be caught rotating back in towards the objective there. UAIM getting way too comfortable, way too overextended. And as a result of that, Psychopatus take themselves around and now have 4 match points to play with.
I mean, we both just called it, and one of them was gonna try to swing out and take a fight. That's just UAIM for you, ladies and gentlemen. That's their play style. It's not like we're hoping that they're gonna lose. We just know. Yeah, we just know for a fact that they're going to be the ones to do it. It happens every single time when you look at UAIM. And Psychopatas are just, they just know, right? They just waited. They were like, oh, it's UAIM, right? We have the man advantage. There's a good chance that UAIM are just going to swing into us, and we just need to hit our shots. They hit their shots. Psychopatas are now just sitting at the 62 score line. This has been a recurring theme throughout this entire game. Even in the previous couple of rounds where the members of UAIM were just so close to taking victory, they kept on taking unnecessary fights when they should have just waited. And if you're gonna try to take a fight, take a teammate with you. There's like a saying that I live by. If all 5 of you are rushing into a site, then at least all 5 of you are trying to rush in together. It turns from a throw into a strategy. Is it a good strategy? Absolutely not. But is it a strategy? Yes.
Something is better than nothing. That is entirely, I think, the way to look at that one. There's just a little bit of cohesion, a little bit of an idea, more than just let's send players in one at a time and go for it. It's going to work out better, even if it's not going to be great. You have to try and rely on their gun skills, but Psychopatas, they're prepared for that. And for me, I remember, you know, back a couple months ago, a year ago, when I first started casting and watching teams like Psychopatas, they were much more frag heavy. They have certainly slowed it down a bit over the last while. They've gotten a bit more patient with things. And I love that from them, because now they're facing up a team that was very much like they were 6 months ago. Difference being is they were once in those shoes, so they know exactly what weaknesses caused them problems. But they should also be expecting very early picks like that, because the sole hard breacher for the attack is now in the grey.
Yeah, that's just UAIM for you. If you allow them to hit their shots, if you allow them to be the first ones to take engagements, and you're not ready for it, UAIM, they don't miss out on those kind of opportunities. That's what you would love to see. UAIM, they still have a lot more fight left in them. Taking on the hard breacher early is now going to cause a lot more problems for it overall. The Echo just trying to get a little bit more aggressive information at the bare minimum here. They need to be careful on what they do next for this. But overall, it's all about finding that initial opener. That's going to be the Echo, already tracked out. And if the Deimos finds this kill, that's going to be a huge loss for the defenders.
And lose another one as well here. Psychopatas searching desperately in this round for the equalizer there. I do like that Brim has, well, Brother has all of the Deimos, has all of the information of the defenders. They can ID all of them here, put that on whomever they so please. As Cole's here looking to try and find one that has found an equalizer previously on in the round here. That's going to be the one that's going to be needed. However, just as I say that, UAIM do find a 1-for-1 back, swinging the advantage, holding on to it a little while longer. Again, slowly shocked out there, stalled by those trip connectors. 50 seconds left to go towards this execute here. UAIM in a very good position to hold on to this round here. They just yet again can't fall victim to that ever so common trend with them, and that is going to be over swinging things.
Yeah, it's just about just holding down on the lines here. They need to be careful of what they do next. Proper hold coming out from them. Wait a second. The members of Psychopatas are going to be able to get this plan down for free. Wait a minute. They have full entry. They have absolutely no one holding down on this point. Where are the Echo drones? Where are the Yokais?
You have a smoke as well. There's so much there, utility to use for UAIM, but like so much of this game, the utility just is not there. No choice now but to try and force this one back in the postcard. Through the fly, they just have to try and charge it through. They'll find the pick, and it leaves it all down to Smith. He's able to get one back here. Raxo has to try and clutch this one up for the team. He's left. He does have the sight line on towards it here, but Smith is just going to stick it. Does he have the time to pull it off? No, he does not. It's going to be Psychopatus. They'll take the game through the skin of their teeth, get that round over the line. But a strong 7-2 victory for them. It's going to be exactly what they need for themselves here to edge themselves out here and possibly, just possibly, get themselves out of that danger zone, because for UAIM, their feet are firmly in it right now. All they can look to do is hope to stay afloat.
Absolute and utter insanity, man, coming in from the members of Psychopatas. I have no idea how they ran into the head office like that and just stood there. They're just sitting in master office. They broke the wall. Like, okay, I get it, right? They used the can opener, broke the first initial barricade, but the fact that they were allowed to go for a plant when there's the yokai still online and you have smoke canisters ready, that is criminal. That should have never happened.
That's entirely the danger of that top floor site. You can go for that half take, go for the plant without really having to push too much further than through operations then onto mezzanine. And so you don't have to actually take a whole lot of ground to get that plant off. That's why you bring the smokes. That's why you bring the yokais. That's why you bring the utility. But it was absolutely nowhere to be seen. And I think very much there, UAIM will watch the VODs back. And, you know, as we've been pointing out throughout the game, you can see it. Moments where perhaps a grenade thrown, a drone placed could have changed the outcome of a round here for their favor. We could still be going, barreling on through to the overtime. But yet again, third time I feel today, we've had a game despite a one-sided score, because yet again it was, you know, another 7-2. It's a game that's delivered, that's been exciting all the way through, because, as I said, even though a lot of the rounds went to Psychopatus, most of them were fairly close.
Absolutely, and it's just purely based upon the mechanical skill from the side of UAIM. You can tell that the players just knew what they wanted to do when it came down to taking those gunfights, but gunfights alone is just not going to be enough. Even in the replays here, you can already tell, look at the way that Psychopatas were playing on so many of their engagements. They were so clean with it in every single one of those fights, and that's what gave them such a significant edge. Shots like this, plays like that, they all played together as a team, while on the opposite side, the members of UAIM just didn't have that same level of team play and synergy to just give them that specific of an edge. It's just a heartbreaking story, right? Because UAIM needed this win, and they just couldn't get it.
So much promise there, and just yet again the same mistakes that I've seen from them before just creeping on through. It's unfortunate, but it is unfortunately the way I think you go. You got learning time here. Luckily enough though, there's still a couple more days for UAIM, and they're not in like the red zone yet, right? They're sitting on an amber. They're not in the total gutter right now. They still currently, as I believe it stands, will be going through, but they can't be letting those results slip through, especially with what they've got going up against them. They've got some easy games, some tough games ahead of them. They need to be maximising points in the easy games and making sure they're looking a bit more competitive than that in the harder ones to come. Speaking of games to come, one more game to come through for you this evening is Team VIP going up against Panahone. We're going to get that one ready for you. Don't worry, it's not too far to go, but first and foremost, we need a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We're back in a few.
Possible shots are out. Some of these players are getting flushed on back, as with an entry from Raxo, able to pick up two in an instant. Quick succession once more, and Panahune only two defenders to offer up, or one of which will have a bullet transferred right onto the head. A good headshot here.
Quite a faulty play, but Packball going to be testing the spade against a long-range gunfight, especially with the SMG-11. As long as you can legal control of it, it's quite a deadly weapon. Just jumping in trophy with the help of Packball, it will be quickly put to rest, but two are going to be returned to Ryujin, even though they equalizer. This is going to be the Blackberry.
It's going to be very difficult to shake her. 30 seconds to go. You've got to keep in mind this clock as well, because as it becomes push to shove here, this is going to become very difficult here for Valorant as they try and stick the plant, but the cover gets taken down. But here's Avon to make sure it does not, and it's a triple.
One from Mix on heavy bullet, able to carry the D, and VIP are back in the lead. It's now DK. I'm starting to run out. They spent a bit of it. Through this upstairs, and it doesn't seem like Bolton was recognized for a moment, for a second as well. Kato's just waiting for it.
Well, Blackbird bounces the C4 off his face, keeping him alive, luckily, but also pushing his player out of mezzanine. If Warden is still there, but Blackbird does get his own kill on the Marits, but is shot in the back. But Miz is there as well to also take out all the shots with the flank. It's just not working.
Ilya, gonna pick it up, gonna drop the hatch, and gonna try to play on this pillar. It looks like it forever goes down. It's going to be trade 3v3 in this scenario as all the kills going in favor of Divoli.
Starting to see things. This match is making me go crazy, but time is running out. A bit of impact damage, nice. Again, gonna get concussed for a moment. The DD is looking to stick it through, but it was just a bait, although it doesn't matter to Rassen. And there's no able to find one. Good enough for two, and now on the 2v2, it's gonna be 4.
Yeah, very interesting. We're going for a master over this time around from the side of the top attack. We do have two members of the attacking team working the breach, so it is going to be a split take coming in. But Navarro doing his thing, the Nitro finding its mark as well, just like you predicted.
Good Raxo knows what's happened. This player is very isolated. The flashback, they're going to be pushing Raxo into a corner, and even being helped from the main breach. The head peeks out, tries to get the pre-fire, not going to be able to lock it down. As Simply does finish the job onto the earlier down player, but now in a sandwich with being two, just to keep them on even ground. And round zero, it will be Kent. As now 3 against 3, dropping down to the bottom 4, hunt down some of these players as one is stuck on the side of Wine, and it will be Danu. Not much of a chance as Packball there shuts them down. And DK, they still have a contender down. Unpredictable. Oh my god.
Not again. Not again, Buffo.
Oh, look at him. They keep on swinging. As well. Universe just walking into it. It's like a death trap every time Panahune lays some sort of routine.
That's it. There's a lot of pressure being applied to these defensive players right now, and I think they've realised the grave situation there is. Able to get one back on the retreat back towards the objective. The question is, can you make it any more than that? You know anywhere moving is risky here. But if you see Tefi, his team ball.
Now, it's going to come out one way or another. Oh, the pre-fire barely missing ahead of Smute. He's swinging inside A-ball. It's not in their favour. C4, no, Nate doesn't land. But Deimos doesn't either. He gets taken out. Falcon getting his own pick though, making it a
two-man lead. Garrett overtaking Wing, going to be struggling. He's pushed back in the moment as Coles keeps on contesting. And Rexless will be found amidst all this chaos with a single escapade towards the garage side. Just like that, UA are left in a great lead. That will be decreased by 1 for the verticality from Forever Zero.
Over or not. When that player inside of customs, they are able to take it down, and that's the equaliser. That's a massive pick there that UA needed to bring this round back there. They've got one making the cross, but can't quite get the gunfight. The leader player can't quite win it inside of Servant. Leaves it all up to Negar now.
Very funny. Have you seen 3 of the players? Yeah. Never mind. Actually, I'm going to shut up. Sarko, predicted very nicely by you. He's going to rush straight in it, but the amount of beepers, I don't think he's going to be quite successful. But it will be a trade-off 1-for-1. But it'll be on Wildwood Gaming.
Reload it!
The Mucha at the same time, Tech's going to take a lovely crouch walk, say hello to John. Taking has access to Red. Falcon taking a fair bit of damage, but that's 2 in the hands of that R4C. He's going to be the driving factor here. He hears the player underneath, gets the pre-fire up.
It's not the end of the world because obviously all of your utilities is still already on site. You still get great value out of you. So it's going to be all about how you able to deal with this aggression again, and they've been punished again.
UAM are not learning from their mistakes.
We're going to be keeping you a bit more clean. The roller shutting around. A swing onto the Blackbeard, and Trivia looking the wrong direction as Nixon returns the fire quite quickly after. Low HP, but still finds one. The second is low. Alexi with a C4 from below. Eugene has picked it up tenfold as Eli and Sign last to just
take him off the board and gain the control. He's looking to hold on to.
Okay, Ariel going in for these pre-swings again. The placement is going to be great as well. Also, to find these ones, and that's what VIP are giving him. Bolton just goes in, peeks the head, and that's the...
And well, our match of the day might not have been the banger that we've hoped it was going to be. It still delivered some quite exciting rounds here, and as we swapped out the teams, we've also swapped out casters. Drago, welcome on into the stream. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. I got a weird text phone call saying emergency SPD, and I thought Power Ranger time. And I just quickly sat up from my chair and thought, hey, let's get into a great match of Siege. You just told me quickly, we've got VIP versus Pani, correct? Is our final match of the day?
It is indeed going to be that one. Now we've got Panu, obviously the favourites, right, for this one. They're sitting in the top, sitting in 3rd place currently. They're sitting towards the top of the overall T2 standings here for the entirety of the competitive year. These two teams, though, haven't versed each other yet. The last one was a forfeit one, so we've not actually seen these teams go head-to-head. There's no results for each other, meaning this one could be anyone's game. And I think as we look towards the map video here, I wouldn't be surprised to see a map that indicates that we don't know where we're going, we don't know what we're going up against, so we go somewhere comfortable like Clubhouse.
That's a great way to start it, actually. The fact that we are getting to Clubhouse means that we get to see these teams tested in probably what's the best environment. It's the New Oregon, as everyone says, but it's also just something everybody loves. So hopefully we get to see a bit more of the players, see if there's any substitutes or anything weird. Let's head over to see the player stats, because I got to see what VIP is bringing with us today. Ooh, so as always, no switch outs today. We've got Atar, we've got Juno, Nixon, Bolton, and Mateen, which Mateen, again, last match he was on was an absolute tear, shredded through people. So yeah, I'm expecting something similar from them again today.
Yeah, VIP, they're very much this roster of Mateen can step up to the table. I just want to be saying the other names more often, I think, is my entire pick with this roster. Nixon does step up to the occasion here and there, but the rest of the team, I want to be screaming their names more often because there is a lot of potential between them. Especially with these sides, you know, there's this opportunity for them to really claim something going here. And as we flip over towards to look at Panahone, they've got a very tough opponent in them here for VIP, right? Because you look suddenly at the stats for here, you've got Nifu and Lambe really carrying the pack here. Very impressive KD between the two of them, 83 kills each. While the rest of the team are a little bit further behind, they've got two incredible gunners at the forefront and they can just make results happen anywhere they want.
Definitely right about that. Something that we don't get to see as much is the fact that we have a team that almost had all positives until this last match where Pani was sent down. So it sounds like we actually might be able to head into the match in a second. Yeah. You prepared for this, Travi?
I am absolutely ready for this. Our final game of the evening, Clubhouse, as you say, it's the perfect one to settle the first head-to-head between these two teams. A proper blank slate, a proper testing of the foundationals here. But sure, while the expectations lean heavily the way of Panahone, for Team VIP, this blank slate also could mean the opportunity for a bit of an upset, a bit of an opportunity back in, out of the danger zone. They're currently sitting all the way down at the bottom of the standings. Question is, can they find their way out of there? The only way is up, and they've got to start somewhere, so why not make it here and now?
Well, you know exactly where Team VIP starting on the defense. They've got probably the best position for this map. Only problem they might have is going to be who are they going to ban. I cannot see another Tajanka ban. I need to see something stronger. We get Ace and Kai being the first two, probably Clash, but maybe an Asami ban might have to come out from the attack here.
Yeah, it's going to have to instantly. Ooh, it's going to be a Mirror and a Thermite. Okie dokie, leaving a Hibana on the board here. So Hatch is going to be easy peasy work for the attacker Panahone. Looking at the side of Team VIP, you know, without those mirror windows, certainly going to struggle on those angles, but it's giving you the opener to use other pieces of utility here. Jono and Bolt, and this combination, this synergy between the Valkyrie and the Scopos, this is what I'm excited to see really unfold here. Use the Scopos to teleport around, feed her through the information coming off the Valkyrie. You can get some nasty flanks cooking.
Well, I hope you're right about that. The fact that we are going down basement kind of worries me, because if you're not set up for a dirt rush, it can go horribly wrong, as we've seen previously in the season. We know that if anyone tries to rush it, it can be done, and this is the map to do it. We've got Goyo there to slow it down. We have Scope, which we can do basically teleport back up to the top floor and back if need be. Well, we also have a Valkyrie who's going to be able to give their team that intel. This is where I'm kind of wondering, if they've grown the Valkyrie, there's a lot of utility that can be used from the Kebi, especially the fact that she'll give away not only the Scopeless, but any other sort of C4s or plans that can be done if they can get those cameras.
Yeah, there's going to be a key point of how much of those cameras can really get right. You need to make sure there's nothing really dedicated from the side of Panu to deal with them. They're leaning in towards the execute and the gun-heavy lineup there. You can only see Lambe and Nifu. They've had great stages so far. Blackbeard and Ash, respectively. Really, really curious to see how fast they're going to be going with this one, because I've got a feeling they're just going to be cracking that pressure up towards 11 here, and VIP have to be careful with how much they're all over the map here. Panic could choose to go direct here and probably find no one at home. A very easy plant opportunity.
I do believe you're right about that, and I think we might actually get to see it get put to the test. A lot of them are going to try and clear that top floor, make their way down. Here's the thing. as you can see with Grim already being in enemy entrance and Buck trying to come into the kitchen side, it's likely that they've got their drone set up. The drone economy is good, and they don't really want to risk too much unless they can get a confirmed kill. Which, as here we get Buck pushing down dirt, which I did say if it wasn't reinforced, that's a lot of utility that can give so much phantom pressure away very early on. And maybe, you know, just walk in, go for the plant, cause enough havoc, have enough noise while Buck goes for the kills. It can be easily done if nobody's paying attention. But caught upstairs, sorry, Frost caught upstairs, and that's going to be a very dangerous situation to be in.
3 players upstairs right now for VIP, albeit one of them is a scoper, so she can bring herself back down quickly. But that does leave only 2 players on the objective itself for VIP. And Panu are aware that this is the situation, happily inserting themselves on towards the first floor in the middle of all of the chaos here. You've got players watching the flanks. Now you're going to send players down towards the objective. The collapse is going to come on through here, and kills, damage is exploding the slurry on through. But it seems to be Panuhone coming out on top here. 3 versus 4 situation. The team now really having to step up to the pedal, get themselves down to support the rest of the team here, but Fuse has been stuck down in the meantime here, and Panu can just capitalise themselves here amongst the chaos. Needs to insert himself firmly in the midst of it all. Nikkei with a kill of himself. And Team VIP, well, they're stuck waiting out here because of some fire. So it's going to have to wait, bide your watches, check the clock. Okay, now swing, die. And I've got a feeling the team's not going to be meeting too much of a dissimilar fate here as Nikkei looks to get up close, seal the deal, and Panuhone take themselves
That's rough to swallow, but with those red pipes and so much more gadget and utility still left in the pocket of the attackers, I don't think that was in their best option to even try and push that direction. They didn't have many ways to do it, so I think it's come out for the best right now. Just plan ahead for this round. Go back downstairs. Yes, bring Goyo, bring Mute, bring Valkyrie, bring Skopos and Asami, and make sure that people are actually inside to cover it, but also make sure to do your reinforcements. There's a lot of reinforcements still in the back pocket, so you got to use all 10.
Attackers need to
It is 10, correct? Yes, 1, 2, 3. Yes, it is.
Yes, 10.
Before I forget.
10. 10 reinforcements, 10 drones. And I remember, you know, just as you were saying reinforcements there, I'm just thinking back, I'm going to ramble here, back in the olden days, you know, back in my day when we had 2 reinforcements in each pocket and you didn't have that 10 pool. Just what, like, imagine playing Siege without that 10 reinforcement pool now. But it just seems like such a weird concept.
How do you feel about the speed of them? The fact that reinforcing has now gotten a lot faster, not a little. It's more than 3 times as fast as when it was originally launched.
It's just weird. I remember when Sick Pick was coming into the game and everyone thought it was going to break the entire game because obviously we didn't used to have Attacker Sick Pick, and now it's like one of those features you can't go without. And spoiler alert, if you've not been here for the last 3 and a bit years, it's not broken the game. And speaking of the game, we should probably get back to the game at hand, I think, a little bit, right? VIP going with this Skopos deep roam here. Having her play in this position with the mute jammer means she's not going to fall victim to any of the Kebi calls. She's not going to be as easily drowned out, and it's a very strong person to have up here in this power position that is Rafters. She foregoes it down towards the depths of Raj, looking to get aggressive, but nothing to be found.
Well, you're right about that. For now, that they can't get aggressive, but they're trying to set up early doors, making sure that they get into position. As you can see, Blackbeard is trying to clear it as much as bar and make sure that no time is wasted on these roamers. If anyone is going to waste their time, it's going to be the players doing it themselves. No one's going to be able to rotate and catch them off guard, but I was wrong immediately. Asami getting the first pick, taking out IQ. A huge pick, especially for the side of the attackers when they wanted to try and get those Valkyrie cameras. Now those are safe, and they're going to be able to give a lot more intel. Problem is, Buck is still able to go back in the dirt. This might catch them off guard again and give a lot of leeway.
Exactly, the barricades there, so you're going to give the sound cue stalled out by the Vulcan canister as well. Means that the Buck's not going to be able to have the impact he desires just so quickly. Gives the game away as well, and further facilitates this playstyle that VIP are going for, trying to isolate these Panahone players. You see you've got Zyro upstairs looking to contest, but not even needed as found one elsewhere. 5 versus 3 situation right now. VIP doing a significantly better job here of holding their ground and standing their feet against the side of Panahone. They just can't be letting these kills slip on through. As Nikkei finds one, a second comes through elsewhere from Rastin, and this is suddenly a 2 versus 3 situation. With a very difficult situation now, 75 seconds to come back in towards things here. VIP have to do a lot to steady ship, but 2 C4s in back pocket impacts as well. Should be able to make this one work, all things considered.
Well, you're right about that. The intel and phone are getting buzzed. You can see the last 2 attackers are trying their best to see if they can either push through blue or try and catch off one of these defenders. There's a lot that they can do, but not a lot they can't. But now if they try to push into site, there's 3 guns that could be potentially facing them. They can't just wildly push in blind. They have to try and make their own opening. Apto setting out the fire above the red pipe now is detonated, which actually I think it might have been a bit too premature. But now, hopefully, this block can actually try and get in there. Raston needs to try and make a play here, whether it's to take out Myth or try and swing Myth team. What do you think to play this out?
Isolate yourselves and get these picks. Now corner on him, finished off by the Pokeball, and Team VIP going to close themselves out the round in what was a much better showing from them. They tied the game 1 apiece and do it in style as well.
Oh, you're definitely right about that. This is what I needed to see, something a wee bit more crazy, and hopefully what I can keep going on about. Oh, we do have a small tech pause, so you might come back to our faces depending on how long this is going to take. We need to quickly make sure this works.
Yeah, so going to come back to our beautiful faces here as we get the call to go in towards a full rehost. So you get to have a little look at us and just see exactly what things are going to be unfolding here. I mean, Drago, based on what we've seen so far of this game, I don't know if there's much to be said so far. We've had 2 really interesting rounds so far, playing out quite differently from one another, and there's not really a clear indicator yet to who's going to be taking the lead here, I don't think.
Well, coming out from their playstyle, it's gonna have to need to be either one, the players need to give themselves enough timing and actually putting in the effort to reinforce. Yes, we've only seen the downstairs sides of site. Kind of worries me that they're going to keep trying to play the same thing again and again on all 3 sites. If they don't win it, they play it again. If they don't win it, they play it again. Yes, downstairs is the easiest site to hope for defense, but if you have a plan, you should be able to do it for the whole map, not just one site. That's where I'm wondering if Anu could just walk away with this for the fact of it being it being a defense favored map, yes. So Panic could win that way, or Team VIP just bringing their attack and actually shutting them down much earlier.
There's options, certainly there's options to this one, and as you say, you need to just shut this thing down. I think VIP right now, they've gotten themselves a good round. I think that's the big comfortable thing, right? I was a bit worried for them. Panu were going to start to really be able to build up a bit of momentum after round number 1, and they certainly haven't let that be the case. They have responded, they've been playing aggressive, not at all timid, despite their standings, despite they're firmly in the danger zone right now. Good things to see, and hopefully promise for what is going to be a banger of a night, because Drago, just to catch you up, obviously I know you've just been joining us, and for any folks at home as well, bit of a catch up on the day. We had a 7-2 going into a 7-3 into another 7-2. The games today, while they've been entertaining, or admittedly a lot of them have had some very fun rounds, some great individual moments and a lot of clips for the Twitter reel, they've not been close games at all, and I'm really hoping this final clubhouse of the day we can change things up a little. I think things go a little bit further, and dare I say it, maybe a little bit of overtime.
Well, there's a high chance of overtime, especially with these 2 teams. As you know, Panu are ones to never shy away from trying to go for that quick victory and being aggressive. But it kind of works as well to Team VIP's favor. They're an aggressive team that like to keep things fast-paced. Whoever can get that lead of momentum and whoever can control the pace could easily take this. But, as you've said, it's a numbers game. These guys have never played before. It's not statistics, it's a teamwork game. So we're just gonna kind of have to wait and see how it comes out. It's 1-1 currently, going into round 3. The story's not over. Gridlock hasn't started singing. She's barely even woken up out of bed. So we just be prepared. And I do believe we'll be going into a loading break just quickly while we get the players into the lobby. So it's just a small tech pause. And welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that. That was not what we were expecting for a longer delay than it happened. But as you can see, everybody's ready. We're heading to upstairs bar gaming. Sorry, we're going back up to gym gaming. And I'm going to say, I'm a wee bit concerned right now. We've got a maestro. And that's something we're going to see a lot in this map. I'm going to ask you to quickly break that down for me there.
Oh, I actually don't know what they're doing. I'm curious to see what Nixon's bringing up through here. I mean, listen, it's a thing, one of these operator picks. I think you can do burn the back of the eyes of the attackers, just keep them guessing. It's an extra bit of utility to clear out. I think is going to be the most important thing. Just add an additional layer through. It's something that's not a Valkyrie, so they're a bit more bulletproof than the Valkyrie because we've seen VIP play her extensively. So perhaps trying to get the information, just maybe doing it in a different way. That's my best bet right now. I don't know about you, Drago, but I think that change up could be a difference maker here. Could be something beneficial.
I do believe you're right about that, especially when we've got the warden. So it looks like they're planning ahead for this. They're not letting any smoke strats or anything weird come through. But I don't think they're going to be expecting Pana to bring Fuse, because I can tell you now, I was not expecting Fuse, but I like to see him, especially when they bring something maybe a bit more oddball strat-wise, and it could go really well for them. Now, they have to push in nice and early, clear out as much utility as possible. So here's the question for you. It's a very simple one. Fuse. Does that mean we could see a Tachanka or a Capcom now?
Nope, I just love a bit of Fuse. AK-12, great, easy way to clear a load of utility through relative safety. I think he's a very valuable operator picked, arguably underpicked depending on the situation. And, well, as Nixon's going to be finding out the value of utility, Jacuzzi Wall's getting opened up, Logi Hatch as well. He's in a real rough spot right now. Needs to rely on the supports and the cross held by the rest of the team to really get something going here. Right now, Team VIP holding the position strong, not letting the pressure of Panuhone really mount to a whole lot.
Well, I do believe you're right about that. And for now, we're going to have to see something come out of them. The Brava with her DMR as well being brought, so I'm thinking that this Fuse might not be the only special card they've got planned. This is Siege, it's a team game. Everyone's causing a little bit of havoc and destruction, and they're trying to swing as early as they can. They know they're safe. They've got players in the correct areas. A minute and a half left. All the utility is being destroyed very quickly, very early on. Here's the thing, if they can get some sort of weird playoff where they can catch a player crossing or getting an early pick, such as that one now being down, that's bolting out of the board, now it's a 4v5. Players have to start moving out. Those cameras all are already destroyed or, you know, being destroyed and being taken out. So there's no C4s left on the board.
No, that's it. So much utility has been burnt by that singular pick with Nixon almost being lost as well. But Nikkei, no! Team kill on towards Lambe. That's not what you need right now if you're Panahone. But still, VIP significantly worse off. But we're here not only a player down, one of the key backline players is also on a sliver. Hop on through in towards the objective comes through now. Jodo's able to find Rastin. Nikkei gets down as well. Panu needs to pull off the plant here because they're suddenly getting ripped to shreds here. 2 versus 3 situation emerges here. Nisu, however, they're isolated there, marked away from each other. With the information being fed on through, he can catch the back on Desire, but not quite enough to confirm the kill. Luckily, Nisu's there, they're playing it well. Tag team so far from Panu is working. Dodge the toxic fade here, have to shut towards the objective here. It's all about the team, it's all about who can really make this one happen here. With Nixon on low HP, Mateen not too well off for where either. Panahone gonna have to attempt to plant here, and it's all they really can do with final 10 seconds of the round. Default spot has been smoked out, but that's not where the diffuser is. Nisu's coming alive, makes it a triple kill, all on from Mateen to try and clutch it up. Pulls out the shotgun, swings out, but no, Nisu on a quad kill. Panahone still around the way.
Just the timing, being smart enough to spread out the bullet pacing while also trying to catch a player we couldn't think, oh, you're reloading. It didn't work out in their favor. That's why it's always a mental game. It's always a little bit of a strat heaviness to be done for it. Panu taking it 2-1. I'm sure they're feeling good. I'm sure they're being prepared for this. Here's the question. Habana and Bandit now being removed from the board. Doesn't that just mean there's no electricity to stop them? It's all down to mute.
Yeah. He's got a lot to do on his shoulders, and, well, he's not always great at it, all things considered. No ability to trick. Once that charge is started, he can basically do null, void, and mute. But what I really want to be picking your brains apart here, Drago, is the objective choice for these two teams, because if I'm not mistaken, basement should be back unlocked for VIP by now. But we're going to bar and stage.
No, not yet. I think it's one more round and then it's unlocked. Because it's 3 normally, and I do believe they lost the first one, won the second one, and that would be a third round. So this will be the next round. Here's the problem I have here. Solus. How do you compete with Solus for now being brought, but also a Deimos?
Bomb located
This
by
site
attackers.
is going to be all played around the 9, the plant right now. There's a lot of open space here, and despite it being the objective itself, you're going to notice throughout the entirety of this round, neither team is going to want to put a foot inside of it. VIP will not stay there and defend it because it's so open, they'll just get ripped to shreds. Panahone know if they walk into it, there's 5 bangs at different angles they have to be watching all at once, and they're just going to get cut right off. Exactly why they bring the Montaigne, you know, not too common sight here, especially when you've got all the other shields on the board, but something you're going to need here to really gain that ground and a foothold into the objective. VIP now, on that Solace, what can they get cooking with it?
Well, they're going to have to start getting looking, so for now, they got to push in and hopefully get an early pick. If they can't get the man count advantage, they can't get that refrag potential they need. And especially when you're bringing uppers such as Fuse, or in that case, losing Fuse very early to an arena. Not just the fact that her gadget is so strong, especially when you're in bar games. If they can't take that top 4 control and they haven't lost any of the utility, their defenders have really got a lot they can do. But luckily, there's a knock on the board, which was not turned out, not caught on cameras, and Zero got taken out for it. That's losing a castle, which is a good gun to lose, especially when it's the UMP in the secondary now. But they don't have a lot to say on the case of Phantom Pressure actually being brought. They don't know where the knock is. They have an idea, but she can rotate back with no problem.
Issue is, Huava's in a situation where he's got no support from the rest of the team. I mean, if he goes out on a limb, goes for something risky and dies, there's no ability for a trade back, no ability for reclamation from the rest of Panyu, so instead he's going to retreat away, go to support the rest of the team as Aston still continues to eye up this stage area, but yet again can't make the entry on through here, and I've got to get a lot of the credit that towards Nixon, holding the long angle behind pool table with no other weapon than the DMR, one of the few guns to still have an ACOG on the defensive side here. These long angles are terrifying to the attack across right now, and the reason why we're seeing this stall from Pano.
Oh, first flash coming out, blinding Grim as he tried to set up something, but there was a person above the hatch who gets to pick. That's huge. Losing it out is not what you want to do, especially when you have an Echo now on the board as well. Luckily, getting that Echo drone now. But it's a 3v4, a minute left. They don't have the option of going to the flank because they know they're being watched from the hatch. They can try and turtle it, but if they're not being covered, that's it down. That's the diffuser down with 2 operators up. That hole is not their friend. It works both ways. And not falling through the hatch as well is going to cause more trouble. Hopefully, Bolton has an answer to this. No, he is downed. Just luckily now on the cross. It's still 2v3, so it's still winnable with 30 seconds. They just have to try and make their pick.
Lifeline in the round, granted there by the side of Bolton, handing the pick over, but you have to be cautious of these long engagement angles. Lambe narrowly missing the head there. Nixon with a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now. The make or break point for this round. If he can win this gunfight, he seals the deal for Team VIP. If he loses it, he gives an opening to Panahone, but clock ticking away. Lambe has no choice but to hop in, make it moving. Luckily, he's able to get the ball rolling here, but immediately traded out by Mateen. That's the diffuser gone cold there. Jono playing above. Mateen watching the far angle, and Huava, he's walking into a death trap here. Finds one, but can he find the second in time? Without a diffuser, without any opportunity to stick this plant down, there's nothing he can do. Team VIP, they'll play the clock and tie up the game.
Nox still being the last one standing like the ghost in the wind, but there's not much you can do when nobody's there to be captured or taken in this case. The problem is they have a lot of Grim Reapers on their team, especially for Pani, but if they're not getting their picks, or at least not being able to put the pressure up in the right positions, they can try to go for those sneaky plant spots, but no cover, no execute, no drones. Means it's not going to go well for them. It's high risk, high reward, but it doesn't always pan out. So I'm going to ask you a quick question. It's a very simple one. When it comes to tagging Clubhouse, especially now that we're going back down to basement, is there any specific lineups you think would be better than what they're currently bringing for the side of the attack?
I don't think there's a better way of doing it. For me, the beauty of Clubhouse is that while there is a recommended way to play, and there are certain things you have to do, i.e. hatches, i.e. probably open up some of that kitchen main area vertical, there's different ways where you can accomplish that. A sledge, a buck, or a ram for the vertical alone. Different ways to get the hatches. Do you want to use a shield? Do you want to use a ying? The beauty of this map is that you have these different ways to play the micro game, and that really is the difference making between the teams. So, do I like what Panu are bringing? Yes. Is it what I would bring myself? Probably not, but they're playing to their strengths right now. Backing yourself, I think, is the best way to crack open this basement.
I love that response, and I'm sure the players are loving it too. So, only thing we can hope for them is that they can either get their pick early, or the fact that they can bring their strat heavy. Right now, this Siege match is coming out to bringing a tuber out to try and slow down the attacker's position and hopefully catch them off guard in any way possible. But as you can see, Bolton almost losing his head early in early engagement is not what you want to start this match. Giving Paddy the man count they need. But we actually do get to see something different. I don't think I've seen a lot of Pulse recently, even though his change with the SMG pistol makes him stronger. I don't know if that was enough.
Yeah, Pulse is one of those really funny operators. He's always in a bit of a hit and miss spot in the balancing. So we've had a phase, I think, where he was way too strong for a little while, way too quick on the draw of the heartbeat scanner. But I think the shotgun Reaper Mark II combo is certainly a formidable one. Is it enough? I'm going to lean on the side of no, but it is certainly a step in the right direction for him, because our OG operators, they might not be as flashy as our newer ones like Denari, like Deimos, but they're old, they're classic for a reason. And as Panu edged closer and closer towards the site here, that heartbeat scanner, more importantly, the C4, going to come in huge clutch.
Well, I hope you're right, because right now, only Bolton's taken any sort of damage, and he could actually end up catching off guard. Nick just jumped out a bit early after spotting the pulse, but it's not going to work out in their favor. That C4 can deal damage, but it won't be enough unless it can actually be purposely put in the right position if he's standing on that table. He can give out the calls, he can give out the information, but nobody is there to capitalize. So right now, it's just watching through your camera. First C4 rings out. It's not going to get a kill, is it? It can. Yes, it can. Beautiful shot. Oh, I was worried that he was going to miss it just by timing because he ran over the reinforced hatch, but it actually did work. And Tubrow's still waiting to watch it. Go ahead.
Fuck on. And like you said, Tubrow's watching the hatch right now is disaster striking really for Panahone. VIP doing a very, very good job on this hold here. Sure, Zyra's going to be fleshed out of position by the grenade, but he's still going to be alive. Still got 2 canisters in pocket, which if you take away the 15 seconds of each, that only gives Panu 20 seconds to get inside of it. Luckily, they're getting stuck in this kill game quite early on. Huava's found 1, at least equalising the board, taking off the pulse, more importantly, the C4. That do remain, and a heartbeat's kind of so. VIP going to be going much into this last half blind and maybe exiting it quite dead as Harv's able to find another one. 3 versus 4 situation now for the final 30 seconds.
Oh, you know it's an intense match when people getting picked off bit by bit. It's becoming a 2v4, becoming a 1v4 even faster. There's 2 downs though, which does mean he's still possible to win this, but flank coming out from the IQ is going to be able to clutch it out. That Commando having the range and the damage just to get the backside of smoke and take it for themselves. Here's the problem I'm getting with this right now. Either you're winning or getting close to winning just flawlessly every round, but they're just not able to capitalize on the weird like VIP plays or the things that they're able to get.
This is very weird VIP. This is a very weird clubhouse from VIP. We've seen a lot of things we don't normally see. It's heavy Maestro pick bar stage. There's a lot here that VIP are doing, and this is the least clubhousey clubhouse I've ever seen. And I hope to someone somewhere that actually makes a lick of sense. VIP are throwing things differently right now, playing a different game, and Panu, I feel it in moments, are struggling to keep up.
Well, that's what I'm gonna say. Yes, you're right about that. They are struggling, and I can't figure out whether it's due to the fact that VIP isn't playing this like it's Clubhouse. They're playing it like it's, I'm gonna say Nighthaven Labs, because again, that middle site is optimal on that place, and a lot of people don't scrim for bar games anymore. So I'm thinking that, hey, they've been playing a lot of Nighthaven Labs. They didn't get taken there, but they're still gonna play it like it's the same. And kind of from what I'm seeing, I might be right.
Why not? Change things up here, because I think, as we said, for Team VIP right now, they're sitting at the bottom of the competition. Before this game, they've got a minus 38 round differential. I'm pretty sure they need to make sure they're getting themselves 2 points today, as well as most of the points from the remaining players if they just want a chance to make it through to the final stage of the competition. And even then, Drago, they need to have some results in other teams go into their favour to give them the best chance of getting in. The odds are stacked against them right now, so in the final few games, why not throw some wildcards into the mix? Why not change things up?
Setting charge.
Couldn't agree more. And right now, I'm kind of seeing that come into fruition. The tree fires, the shots is grinding out. Hopefully, someone can get an early pick. Because as I've said, their biggest problem right now is Team Panu is a better or stronger team on paper. But if they can't actually execute that by taking those advantage or getting those early clears, they're taking all the phantom pressure of the map very quickly. But VIP isn't falling for it, and that's becoming the biggest threat.
Well, utility spent right now for the side of Panu, but VIP, they need to actually hold on to it. And like you said, it's exactly what they're doing. Not really giving anything away here. Panu spending a whole lot to gain nothing in return. Instead, it's Rastin being brought down to a sliver of HP here. Having to be mindful of these toxic waves here as the team chips away as the keep barricades. And all that's done is buy VIP a little bit of a window to retreat away. But Drago, look at the utility remaining on the side of Panu. A lot has been spent already, and they've only gained cash control from it.
Oh, that's not what you want to see, especially for a team like this where they're trying to get their foothold in. Not what you want, especially when Blitz is only 2 HP a dream, and I feel like Blitz was going to be the main factor of, hey, we're going to go for the rush plant, and that's not going to be the case anymore. They only have a minute left. They don't have the HP for reckless plays anymore, and I kind of feel like the minutes countdown, this could end up just being who can get a pick, who can get what to just distract the opponent. And here's my problem as well. They don't actually have a lot of kills. This match has been very kill hungry and kill heavy, but there's 3 donuts in the lobby.
Yeah, obviously I know we had the rehost there, so we've only actually really had 3 rounds of play, but even then, like you say, it's got a lot of players sitting quite low on the kill count right now, all things considered. A lot of the front heavy lifting at the moment. Look at that on the side of Panu, for example. You've got Lambe and Neefs who combined 9 and 3 between them, and well, latter of which certainly looking to extend upon that here. Utility reigns on in towards the objective here. Lambe in a key position to try and catch all the trades, but needs to get into a spring into action because the team's falling down around him. Able to find one back the other way with Bolton on low HP is certainly winnable for Panu. They just need to stick this fuse down. The shield blocking the Maestro. Look at the HP on Rastin. He should be a dead man, but no, he somehow gets away with it. Sticks to the fuser on down. Panahone getting away with a robbery in this one. Leaves it all up to Nixon and the team now. 2 versus 3. Aggressed on towards the bomb side, but Panahone have taken their lead. They're running away. They're not giving away this one for the world. Mateen walks on and has the idea about the one towards the window. Ping onto one in the bathroom, but doesn't know about the third, and that could be his death here. Knows he's walking into a crossfire. Knows he's walking into a sticky situation. Has to try and make the most of it, but completely blinded out. Can't do a thing. Panahone explode on that round.
I've got to say, the flash, just an extra little bit of BM when the diffuse is down and button timeout. Not what you want to see, but it works out better in Panu's favor. They're getting a 4-2 split that they probably needed just to keep their mental up is what's going to have to go miles. Now it's time for Team VIP's attack. And as unorthodox as their defense was, you don't have a lot of ways to change an attack. I'm kind of hoping to see something strange, maybe a triple hard breacher ban or a triple defender ban, and just try and go for the rush strats, try and bring the Kali maybe. VIP have shown us some weird stuff in the past. I'm not against them doing it again because it's all very perfect when it comes to rat strats and points. Bandit and Ace both gone as well, so that's Kai, Bandit, Thermite, and Ace. Here's the problem I've got, and I'm pretty sure you're going to say the same. With the fact that we're going down the church, are you expecting it to be a very different player or the same?
It's going to be much of the same, and if anything, I think, like you kind of alluded to, this half is going to return to that more traditional style of Clubhouse. While VIP on the defense, they're much more in control of the weird and wacky tempo we've kind of seen. Now, Panu, they're in on the defense. They're going to be much more in control of the pace of this one, and you could already see it in the lineup from VIP. They understand their place in the world now. They understand their place in the lobby. They can't be going crazy. They need to play the default, because if they try weird and wacky against the default strategies, and obviously Drago, they're default for a reason, they are going to fall flat. This is going to be much more of the Clubhouse thing we're used to.
Well, I'm going to say you're right about that, but I'm now worried because, as we're saying, my lovely Goyo is in his dirt comfort zone, just putting down the traps to stop any multis or any other plays. I still don't think they actually reinforced a lot this time, which, as they are used to, Panu's able to take advantage of that. They're finally getting hatches, yes, But they've closed out so much of the first floor where that kind of just tells them, hey, these are empty. You can just walk through them after you've drawn them. There won't be anyone hiding in your corner.
3 C4s in back pocket, though, could be using as barricades, maybe as sound cues to try and anticipate where the assault is coming from. And Bolton, I'm looking at that Montaigne, certainly going to have to worry about those C4s, right? All of that explosive potential, you've got to be careful as a shield because you're a magnet for those C4s.
You're all right about that, but we know Bolton, he likes to be aggressive Monty regardless. That ego might actually be his downfall if he tries to be too aggressive and not drone hard enough, but Habana has drone for them. Here's the problem. You talked about the C4s. Habana cannot risk her life from the kitchen entrance, or a really early C4 could end up taking her out and taking the main hard breacher off the board. Because as you see, only Monty has an extra breach charge left. He's already used one to get Blue Hatch. And as you can see, we've got not a lot of time and not a lot of choices to be made. They have to go in for the pushing and they have to try and make something work.
Limited requirements, I think, is the story of this round here for these two teams, especially for VIP. They've got a very specific tool set designed to do a very specific execute here, and if they can pull it off, it's going to work perfectly for them. If Panahone can throw a spanner in the works, it could all go to disaster for the attacking team. Though, at least for the first 92nd round, things going to plan here. Bucks opening up the vertical, Ram supporting it as well. Team VIP, they start to extend their control in towards the bomb site there, but the spanner in the work, well, it certainly has been thrown as DK finds Jono. That's an opener into the round, but hold on a minute, Drago. Fuser's going down, never mind.
That's where your C4s were called out and essential to the key. But Zyno does answer with his own, getting out Nifu. Still a 3v4 diffuser in a insight, not in a safe place where you can just go for a hot jump and go for plant. Martine down, but Mira watching the cross and gets player just above the hatch. It's just gonna come down to this block. Trying to swing, gets one pick, but then's flanked. Sorry, no, just snapped on by Mira and they actually traded.
Whoa, what the hell happened there? I blink my eyes and what goes from a very promising looking round to VIP looks like anything but with that one. Certainly a quick round, certainly one for the ages, but Panahone starting off their defensive half there with a pretty statement round, all things considered. Get the basement done under lock and key, no much stress about it. Now head up towards the top floor, and yet again I think we're continuing to see that more traditional face towards this clubhouse.
Attackers
Got the
need to
traps,
locate and defuse as many
you've got the
bombs
keeper barricades for that extension, that whole Cashwoods. Then you play it closer towards the objective. You're interlacing things with mute jammers, a smoke and a warden to deny that execute here. Fairly standard looking clubhouse lineup from Panu, and on the side of VIP, they're looking to bring him into the mix and really dial up that aggression.
Sorry, I'm just paying attention to this and trying to understand what is the play here, because you're going back upstairs. Yes, you won downstairs with a 3-man advantage, but if you're going to try and take the cash and you're going to try and hold it and give it the extended roam, are they planning on just using gun skill and having Legion as the only trap operator? Because yes, they've got Raston on board and to try and stop any smoke plants or anything else like that, but as we know, VIP like to set up and take their time setting up. They don't always like to go for rush strats. Yes, Wilton's on Ying, so there's still a high possibility of it. I don't think they've thought this through far enough on the side of Pani. Maybe they're just planning on, hey, we want to shut down any possibilities, but I'm not sure.
There's up and down options, certainly, towards this one. I mean, it seems like a general solution. I think Panu have really applied to this round here. Not going for anything specific, just going towards more for the default. But when VIP, looking at their lineup, want to go for something very specific, they have a game plan in mind with this one. You can definitely see where a jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none lineup might struggle towards against it. But the default walls being opened up here, no early picks being given yet away. Lampedo is cautious of the breach, but really, eyes should be towards Jacuzzi's side, as that's where this VIP pressure seems to be mounted.
Well, you're definitely right about that. With Mute having no jammers in hand, everything is set, but he is physically in CCTV, watching that window where he could openly get an early pick. Does slightly tag Habana when she's crossing away. Just a nice little, we'll call it a kiss in this case. But they don't have a lot of utility they can do. If they try to go for the plant, they know this person in bathroom. It's all going to come up to this Buck if he can make an opener. If he can successfully get in downstairs below and put off any sort of position. Warden does try to go for the pick, but Buck lightly taps him away and pushes him out of position. They know if he tries to cross it, he's not safe. It is safe enough for the attackers to go for hatch drop, but it also means Warden has to be watching.
risky. This is where the glances are going to come into absolute clutch here, but DK holds a long angle on towards Jacuzzi. Can't be shaken off from it. Shuts down Bolton there. Massive pick there. That swings the advantage in towards the side of Panahone. Now Team VIP left in a position where they need to recover. Mateen just does that, but his question is going to be, is it enough with the loss of your Ying, your key execute operator? Shut down for the count on this one. 60 seconds left to go. There's still flashbangs available for the rest of VIP here, but stalled out by Toxic Base. They need a pick. That's exactly what Nixon's going to be able to find. 4 versus 3 situation now. Team VIP take the advantage. They just need to hold on to it.
Have that 6th pick operator just timing down, trying to get them. So for now, they have to make a rise and early choice. They call it housing right there. There's a person in the gym. They try to go for the jump in, but it's too late. But actually, Nixon gets it one, gets it down, kicks out Nicky's, but it's not safe. And the shotgun in the hand of Have is going to be able to finish it.
For a moment there, I thought it was a collateral with that final kill. Looked almost certainly like it. Just cut down 2 of them just like that. Nice, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Panahone getting themselves up to match point there. And another concern for me there, Drago, is VIP had the advantage at a point in that round and couldn't really get much to go with it.
Bit of a weird question, but does it count as a collab when one person's down? I feel like yes, because that would still count it, but... Okay, for now, that's not the important part. The important part is we're at the penultimate round of this match. It's a 2-6 CCTV cash room, probably one of the harder ones for the defenders to keep if they cannot hold construction as well. So I think that it's doable. It's winnable for the attack, but it's not going to be perfect. We have Huawei on solo switch. Shotgun on B side is going to be really amazing, especially in this location as you're seeing on camera. It's all going to come down to whether or not they can get that pick and stop the round from walking away from them. If solos cannot be found and is just able to take out drones, it goes huge. Nobody's going to be able to catch her out, and she'll be able to stop any plants if they try and bait it. But from what we've seen on the side of Pano, yes, they have a plan in motion. They don't always stick to it.
Planning is going to be the key. They don't need to stick to the plan, right, Drago? Because with this situation we've had in front of us, like in Freezone, the plan goes completely in the bin, completely toss it out the window, and the individual gun skill just seems to find them their way back into the game. Panahone really flexing their muscles right now, and I feel like we're a far cry from the first couple rounds where it was 2-2, it was a tied game, it was a close affair. We're not quite there at the moment. Panahone have really taken a lead of things, and VIP have no choice but to continue the rest of this game flawlessly. Montaigne's knocking on the door of the objective and looking to try and get himself in, I believe, looking through the silhouettes, but they need to get through the wall first.
You're right about that. Monty is there knocking on the door. For Team VIP, they need a lot bigger of an answer than just hello. Now they've got to shut down something early and hopefully clear some utility. That is where Flores comes in handy here, trying to push things out and trying to push people out of positions where they can hopefully get a pick. But now that shield is actually going to be devastating if it cannot be removed. Capital loses his life. Worst time possible.
Yep, something's been removed, and it's the Capital, unfortunately. A lot of that final round of round utility there gone quite early on for VIP. Now, they're going to be relying a lot more on Bolton and Nixon to really bridge the gap here between Team VIP and the edge of the site and inside of it itself. Very difficult situation they find themselves in now. 90 seconds left to play through, so still time to try and swing this one back around the other way. They know about the player playing on Rafters, but it's none other than Lambe on Miyazami. It's going to be incredibly difficult to shake off that position there, and they're going to need to put a lot of utility into it. They've got to be careful not to let the clock slip away from them, because the players almost certainly are.
That's right, Huawei getting another one, putting them in the 35, but Warden is actually flashed right now on the top of the staircase. Does not have the time to put those glasses on right now. Maestro's taken off the board by Zeno. It's working out well. Muriel gets her pick as well. Now it's just Nicky's getting thrown, and it's Monty having to be a one-man army, getting a 3K, going for the 4, but there's the falling grace of the falling grace of Asami just to end Monty's reign. I'm gonna say it was a hard-fought match, but it does follow your tradition, as you've told me today, a 7-2 victory of Panu.
Yeah. A very quick day, all things considered, you know it, here in the Voltage series. Contrary, I was watching a bit of yesterday's games. We had 2 overtimes, I believe, last night. Treated some real bangers of the games. Here, it's been fairly one-sided day. Very quick day, all things considered. If you take out attack pauses, we had all sorts of games. We've had slow games from Myth not entering the building until there was 10 seconds left to go. We've had some really aggressive openers all the way in our first game of the day with GK Wisteria. We've had a bit of everything today. The only thing we've not been treated to is a close game, but matters nonetheless, because the day is over, points have been settled, and we've got an interview coming up your way. We're going to be talking to Nikkei from Panahone themselves. We're going to go and set that one up, so don't go anywhere, folks. Back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, we have Panahone's very own Nix with us today. I've got a quick question for you. How do you feel after that match?
We feel good. I feel good. That's a quick, good match for us. Nothing special.
Well, you can say nothing special, but I've seen some weird plays, some interesting things from you. How did you feel during the bar games? You know, I'm gonna say it. It's a bit of a different sight for you.
We were quite surprised from that pick, to be honest, but should have still won that round. We just, I don't know. I gave them the entry as well, but just a bit random round.
It just caught you off guard. It's fine to say it. But then I'm gonna have to ask you, because we are coming like through the end point of the group stages and play stages. I need to know, is there any other teams you're hoping to go up against like later on? Because I know you're gonna try and go all the way to the grand finals, and you're gonna show a killer and just a stellar performance. Is there any other teams you're really hoping to meet?
Well, there's a lot of good teams, but of course our good old friends GK are there, I don't even remember all the teams, but at least GK is always a good match.
All right. I hope your sake you win against them and hopefully take them down a couple pegs.
Yeah.
So, just a very simple question for you. Why aren't you running the new operator? That's my best question I need to ask you.
Well, we don't think it's that strong. Of course, on some side it can be very valuable, but yeah, we just haven't seen necessary to really force it into some strats. But yeah, maybe we should play it a bit more sometimes. It could be good.
Well, I'm happy to say that. And final question to ask: are you enjoying playing in Voltage Series? What's your favorite part, if you've got any to say?
Of course, we're enjoying the matches on Voltage. There's good teams, good production, and everything is really great. Just we love to play, so it's the best thing Voltage can offer is good matches.
Happy to hear it. So, thank you, and hope you're having a good night. And go rest, go enjoy yourself, or if you're gonna go hop on ranked, good luck.
Thanks.
Oh, all calm and collected. Love to hear it directly from the players themselves. Always much more of a resigned interview than, let's say, last week's one, Drago, where we had Dynamite talking a lot of trash. I think Nico there very much straight to the business, straight to the talk, knows what his team wants, and you know what? Love to see the professionalism, right?
Definitely. And again, I only slipped into the end of the day, so if you want to give the outro today and give everyone a hope and some good luck for the next couple of days to come when our next matches are happening.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, you know, it's been a quick day, right? All things considered. It has been a long day because we've had a couple of tech pauses in between things. But overall, it's been a pretty quick day of quick games there. I think very much what Nico said in that interview very much sort of solidified that point, right? Quick business as usual for them. Nothing too unordinary happened. And I think that story is very much true for most of the games today, right? We've not had any major upsets. We've not seen anything too crazy happen. A disappointment by some measure tricks, I'm sure some people will say, but in my books, it's something that we need more of in the EU2 T2 sim. We need that standard, we need that level of a benchmark and that kind of stability, I suppose, is the word I'm looking for really there, right? We see a lot of volatility, rosters changing, teams changing. It's nice to be able to say these are the results we expect to happen, and a lot of the time they do happen. But the final few play days, they're looking ripe and ready for upset. I believe before we do throw it, we're going to have a quick look at the standings just to see where everyone's going to be going on through. And Drago, taking a quick look at things, any surprises here? And I don't think too much has changed.
I don't think anything actually has changed from what I'd seen before. Panu still in third, Geeka in second, Diaboli. Those three teams are going to be trying to hold the top spot. But VIP, he's trying to add a win to their books. And I'm hoping to wish them luck to the next match.
Yeah, we've got 4 more play days to go. We've obviously got play day 11, 12. Yeah, 4 more play days to go. I want to look at Team VIP right now because it is very much... I don't even know if they can qualify. They would need all 3 points from every single game that does remain of them. And they should be able to just qualify through points, possibly. But then that's reliant on UAIM and Wisteria getting nothing. If UAIM and Wisteria get a single point at all over the next 3 play days, it is all done and dusted for Team VIP. So very fine lines. It may possibly have been the game that really seals the nail in the coffin for them, this previous one. But otherwise, let's say much of the expectations here. Nothing too crazy, but I think that's all going to change come the final few days of group stage. Luckily enough, though, there's not too much longer to wait until that next one. Our next group stage game is going to be next Monday, I believe, October 6th. So don't be anywhere. Same time, same place, twitch.tv/Rainbow6NEU. So without further ado, shout out to, of course, thank you all, Drago, for coming along to cast with me, Aggressive as well for casting the first 3 games of the day. Shout out to Sirius for observing, Rowan for running production, and all of you wonderful people at home, and the players for making all of this possible to do. We love to do it. Hope you've had a wonderful evening. Take care. Have a great week. And we'll see you all next time for the final couple play days of Voltage League Series Season 6.